Chapter 476. Before this, the Dragon Queen had 4 mission objectives in Slaver's Bay. 1. Prepare for war. 2. Plant crops. 3. Epidemic prevention. 4. Magic research. As for Big Nephew Aegon, Prince Illyrio and Prince Varys planned to restore the country. Sorry, she didn't care at all. She didn't care about their plans, nor did she care about their thoughts. Then, the magic research was divided into a few small projects. Recasting tile steel without blood sacrifice, Jianghuans, teach you to become a dead ghost meditation technique, usurping the position of the 7 gods, and researching the effects of different types of spirits. Before completing, teach you to become a dead ghost meditation technique, Dany's main focus was on recasting tile steel. The night was coming and the Alliance was surrounding them. Creating tile steel armor and forming the tile steel army was the top priority. Dany knew her priorities. The key to recasting tile steel was that the forging of the sword required a blood sacrifice, a sacrifice to the demon god, and a sacrifice to the sword itself. Dany didn't have homicidal phobia. Countless people had died directly or indirectly in her hands. But just like how she tried to help Megalosaurus get rid of its bad habit of eating people, she didn't want Megalosaurus to become an evil god that accepted blood sacrifice. She had an idea. The 7 gods were Holy Father, Holy Mother, Maiden, Old Woman, Warrior, Blacksmith, and Stranger. The 7 gods, the 7 virtues, and the different forms of humans. At the same time, the 7 gods combined into one, which was equivalent to the 7 gods having 7 clergy. Not mentioning the other 6, the meaning of the blacksmith was very obvious, and it was also very rare for Dany. She had an idea. After Dahe usurped the blacksmith's clergy, could he become a divine dragon blacksmith? Or, after Dahe put on the blacksmith persona, could his faith have the effect of a divine blacksmith, and could recast tile steel without blood sacrifice? Or even use his divine power to create weapons that were better than tile steel, such as the Dragon Mother's version of the Light Emissary? This wasn't a delusion. The divine persona, clergy, had a real additional effect. Dahe's great guardian clergy obviously strengthened the power of his dragon flame, and changed the shape of the dragon flame. This was a real example. If Dahe got the blacksmith's clergy, it was very likely, blacksmith's power of faith plus dragon flame equals forge god the black goat of Coer and Balerion of Valeglia could reforge steel, but they did not have the divine title of god of forging. Dahe and the blacksmith would definitely surpass them. With this idea in mind, the plan to usurp the position of one of the 7 gods surpassed the reforging of the tiles and became the project that Dany was most concerned about. For this reason, Archbishop Dany once again changed the doctrine of the 7 gods. The Great Protector was to the 7 gods, just as the king's hand was to the king's hand was to the king. The Great Protector was the agent of the 7 gods' authority in the mortal world. This was an indirect method to make Big Black bind to the 7 gods. Even if Big Black was only the 7 gods' hand of the 7 gods, the 7 gods were fake, and the 7 gods' hand was the entire god spirit. In Westeros, the hand of the king could even sit on the Iron Throne. It was like an idol in the entertainment industry who had a powerful and influential godfather. In order to make this new starlet famous, the godfather used his connections to arrange for the starlet to act with the big shots of the entertainment industry, spread rumors with the top celebrities, and be bound to the heavenly king for promotion. Dahe did not have a godfather, but he had the strongest and most influential mother in the world. Mother Dragon Dany easily bound her son to the 7 gods, the brightest star. Today Dahe was the underling of the 7 gods and acted with the 7 gods. Tomorrow he would be able to call the 7 gods brothers and compete with them on the same stage. The day after tomorrow he would be able to kick the has-been 7 gods away and Dahe would dominate the stage and become a heavenly king. The process seemed a little troublesome. Why not just tell the 7 gods to get lost and let Dahe take over? Of course Dany wanted to tell everyone, my Dahe is one of the 7 gods, a top heavenly king. Come and worship him. Believe in Dahe and you will have eternal life. Worship Dahe and you will become a koi. But this was not realistic, at least not in the short term. Even in the real world, young men with godfathers and backgrounds could not be so reckless. The believers of the 7 gods were not stupid. They had worshipped the humanoid 7 gods for thousands of years. If you suddenly said that he was a dragon, and a young dragon that had just been born 3 years ago, wouldn't that be an insult to their intelligence? Who would believe that? If the believers did not believe it, no matter how much Dany said, even if she put a knife to the believers' necks, it would be useless. The key to the power of faith was the devout faith of the believers from the bottom of their hearts. Could not be forced. Of course, if Danny directly established a sect and created a divine dragon sect, in Slave Bay among the Dothraki, Dragon God sect would be better. She could casually announce the divine position of the dragon god Dahe, such as justice, freedom, blacksmithing, wisdom. After a few hundred years or even 1,000 years, it might really be possible to give Dahe the corresponding divinity and divine position. But Danny did not have a few hundred years to wait. Besides, the billions of assets of the Seven Gods Church were there. It would be a pity to give it up. So, the Dragon Queen revised the 7 holy scriptures of the Seven Gods Church in Slave Bay. She did not know how many times she had added private goods. If the 7 gods were really not weak, they would have sent down divine punishment long ago to teach Saint Danny how to behave. Not only did the doctrine change, but even the statues of the 7 gods in the Sacred Grace Great Cathedral were changed. A black dragon was added under the buttocks of the 7 gods, and the statues of the 7 gods rode the dragon. There were also black dragon patterns on the uniforms of the 7 gods. Today the 7 gods rode the dragon. In the future, when Dahe got the divine position of the 7 gods, the statues would immediately become human heads and dragon bodies. In this way, Dahe would completely replace the 7 gods and become the orderly dragon god with great potential. Well, if the gods were divided into camps, order and chaos, good and evil, there was no doubt that the 7 gods were the most orderly, and the only gods who only had good attributes. For example, Lalo was the good king of light, but also the evil shadow demon. He was not purely in the good camp. At most, he was like the door god of the old gods, a neutral camp. If good and evil had to reach a balance, in this world full of evil gods, the only good god was destined to be very powerful. Therefore, if one day the world of the Song of Ice and Fire ascended, the 7 gods would have the brightest future. Unfortunately, the 7 gods were fake. Gods were real and not fake. Pure faith could not create gods out of thin air, at least not in this world and in this time period. P.S. The believers of Slave Bay easily accepted the changes in the doctrine of the 7 gods and the statues of the 7 gods. Well, they did not know how many times the Dragon Queen had changed the doctrine. They were used to it. Previously, the people of Slave Bay did not believe in the 7 gods. It was the Queen who led them to believe in the 7 gods. She was also the Archbishop. Of course, whatever she said was right. No one had any objections. Moreover, in the eyes of the believers of Slave Bay, the 7 gods and Megalosaurus were united, which was very suitable for the national situation. Wasn't their homeland guarded by Megalosaurus? Megalosaurus could guard Slave Bay, so of course it could guard the 7 gods. It was too reasonable. However, the Church of the 7 gods in Slave Bay was not a big deal. Danny had to implement this kind of reform in the Westeros. It would be best to persuade the Big Sparrow to do this. What? Because the Big Sparrow believed in the 7 gods wholeheartedly and was a saint of the 7 gods. In a way, he had part of the ability to confer the title of a god. This was confirmed by Danny after more than half a month of research. When she first learned that the Big Sparrow had built a statue for Dahe, Danny did not care too much. She did not know how this kind of behavior would affect Dahe. When the statue was built, the Big Sparrow led a group of believers and prayed to the newly appointed Great Guardian of Light according to the usual practice of treating the 7 gods. Dahe suddenly became the Great Guardian of Light. He had the divinity of a clergy and was connected to the faith pool of the 7 gods. At that time, although Danny was surprised, she did not think that the Big Sparrow was important. She felt that if she built a statue for Dahe, it would have the same effect. But she was wrong. When Dahe became the Great Guardian of Light, he also became the only master of the faith pool of the 7 gods. Therefore, Danny in the dragon spirit state could see the faith of the believers of the 7 gods through the line of faith. That was to say, Danny could judge the level of piety of the believers through the power of faith they offered to the faith pool. If old Yaman's faith was used as a standard, the level of piety was scaled and named faith. Then the Dragon Queen was about 0.001. Note that it was approximately equal to 0.001. Danny could only observe the level of faith up to 3 decimal places at the moment. In other words, the Dragon Queen's faith was far less than 0.001. Even Tyrion, who was proficient in eating, drinking, whoring and gambling, had a faith of 0.5 of the 7 gods. Saint Danny should be ashamed to death. Aegon was very reluctant, only 0.4 faith, which was not even as good as Tyrion. This was not to say that Aegon was not pious, but the reference standard was Ymont, which was a bit high. Clinton had 1.6, Sister Ashera 9.0, White Knight Barristan as high as 50, a true knight. Then the one-armed hero Lancel 100, fanatic. Big Sparrow 250. How terrifying. In her dragon spirit form, Danny roughly observed 1,000 beggars and 1,000 ordinary people who went to the church. She came up with a set of criteria: those who were lower than 0. 1 were non-believers, ordinary people who were around 1. 0 were shallow believers, 1. 0 to 10. 0 were true believers, 10 to 50 were devout believers, 50 to 100 were fanatics, 100 to 150 were petitioners, 150 to 200 were saints, 200 to 250 were saints. In fact, Lancel was far more pious than many sparrows, but his faith was not top-notch. There was a large group of small sparrows under the big sparrow. Among the thousands of sparrows, at least 500 were petitioners, terrifying, and there were more than 10 saints, terrifying. Under the natural and man-made disasters of chaos of the 4 kings, and winter is coming, the faith of the 7 gods of kings landing ushered in unprecedented prosperity. It seemed that faith was also related to the believer's understanding of the 7 gods doctrine. In other words, it was related to the compatibility of the 7 gods doctrine. Because of his personal experience, Lancel only wanted to be redeemed by the gods. At this time he joined the sparrow army to atone to the gods. But he could atone to the 7 gods and he could atone to the red god, so his behavior was very pious, but his spirit was not compatible with the 7 gods doctrine. The one-armed hero still had a lot of room for improvement. The big sparrow was different, he had almost reached the peak of the faith of mortals. Saint Baylor might also be a saint, but his faith was not as high as his. Danny gave him the title of Saint of Light, which was not an exaggeration. What was the use of faith other than providing faith for the faith pool? Conferring the title of a god. When the big sparrow led a group of small sparrows to pray, all the faith lines of the small sparrows all gathered on the big sparrow, and then his 250 faith lines suddenly expanded, becoming the gate of faith. At that moment, the faith pool, which was located in the unknown void, was closest to the mortal world, almost reaching the great cathedral of Baylor. Danny tried it herself later. She led tens of thousands of people to pray in the great cathedral of Holy Grace in Astapor, and then the faith lines of the people directly merged into the void and entered the faith pool. Her delicate line could not bear the faith of the people at all. Chapter 477. The great sparrow could lead the believers to open the door to the pool of faith. The dragon queen could not even bear and gather the faith of the believers. This gap had nothing to do with the strength between the two, and also had nothing to do with their positions in the secular political system. When studying how Blackie suddenly became the great guardian of light, Danny also found that the clergy mark left by Blackie in the pool of faith was also sent in by the great sparrow. The great sparrow and his thousands of small sparrows recognized Blackie as the great guardian of light. They also deliberately sent messenger crows to inform the holy churches of this event that changed the history of the church in the 7 kingdoms. Undoubtedly, the great sparrow did this for political reasons, to use the power and reputation of the megalosaurus to expand the influence of the church in the 7 kingdoms, to enhance the sanctity of the church in this period of turmoil. But he did recognize the fact that the black dragon became the great guardian of the 7 gods. In this way, the preliminary great guardian clergy and faith began to form. But at that time the power of faith was too little to affect Blackie, and he could not detect it. But on the day of the statue of Blackie, when the great sparrow led thousands of believers to pray to the statue, it was equivalent to officially conferring Blackie the position of the great guardian of the Church of the 7 Gods on behalf of all the believers. The great sparrow himself did not know anything about mysticism, so he did not know this at all. At that moment, the great guardian clergy was imprinted into the pool of faith through the door of faith opened by the great sparrow. Blackie's clergy was imprinted on the list of gods, and he was the only one. Danny could not suddenly become the holy son who believed in the 7 gods, so she could not replace the great sparrow to do what he could do. Of course, this did not mean that the great sparrow was irreplaceable. Without the great sparrow, there were other holy disciples and even holy sons in the 7 kingdoms. For example, in Hejian land, the monk Meribad who was promised by the Dragon Queen was also a high-ranking holy disciple. If the great sparrow was not honest, he would be killed and then Meribad would be promoted. There was only one point. Meribad was a free man without any friends, and he did not study or know how to read. He did not have the great sparrow's solid knowledge of religious theory, and did not have his tactics and skills. He didn't have enough charisma to gather a large group of pious sparrows. Without a loyal follower, he could not represent all the believers of the 7 gods in the 7 kingdoms. He could not open the door of faith and could not give Blackie the priesthood. Therefore, even if Marabad was honest and obedient, his efficiency and ability were far inferior to Big Sparrow. This kind of thing was simply too common in the workplace. Those who were honest and obedient and knew how to flatter were incapable. Those who were capable were unruly and often dissed the boss. In this way, Danny's Hand of the Seven Gods religious reformation couldn't be done alone. She hoped to get the Big Sparrow's approval. He immediately had Dragonstone Island send a letter to Big Sparrow to inform him of this matter. Big Sparrow replied that he could consider letting the seven god statues ride dragons. However, Megalosaurus was one with the seven gods. Even if Megalosaurus was only the hand of the seven gods, it would still be tampering with too many doctrines. In theory, he did not agree. Out of respect for the Dragon Queen, and out of consideration for the special situation of Slave Bay, he agreed to abstain from food and pray to seek guidance from the old woman. Then, the Dragon Queen planned to observe through the thread of faith and guide Big Sparrow. Well, if the believers prayed to Blackie's statue, Danny could descend her consciousness to the black dragon statue in the great cathedral through the thread of faith and observe the scene of their prayers. It was very blurry. But she could indeed see the believers from the statue's perspective across thousands of miles, and even hear their thoughts at that time. However, this kind of descent of faith had great limitations. Outside the range of Blackie's statue, even if the believers chanted the name of the Great Guardian, it would lose its effect. Similarly, if they did not pray to Blackie, even if they stood under Blackie's statue, Danny could not see him without connecting the thread of faith to the Great Guardian. Danny maintained the state of Dragon Spirit and Song of Wind and waited for Big Sparrow to pray to Blackie. At that time, she would disguise herself as one of the seven gods and give him the guidance of Old Woman Danny. Just like the time when Big Sparrow set up Blackie's statue, she could talk to him. As a result, after waiting for a long time, Big Sparrow, the devout holy son, did not pray to the Great Guardian even once. This was too much. He simply did not treat the Great Guardian as a god. Or was Big Sparrow lying, and he did not abstain from praying? Then one day Danny waited for another person, a person she would never have thought of. After admitting defeat, the people of Bravos were very active. Almost within a week, 80 ships with a capacity of more than 400 tons were prepared for Jero Dane. The ships were not empty. They were loaded with 50,000 tons of supplies such as grain, iron ingots, butter, cheese, cotton, wool, and so on. The Great Wall of the East Sea was about 2,000 kilometers away from Bravos. A single ship usually took about half a month to travel. A fleet, especially 80 giant ships, took even longer to travel in order not to fall behind. About 3 weeks later, the East Sea voyage blew the horn. Woo, one sound meant that they were allies. The red three-headed dragon flag on the black background on the ship was so bright that it made the night watchers and savages in the post very excited. The Dragon Queen is here. Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. The queen kept her promise, and in just a month she brought the fleet here. 7 gods above, the queen is really generous. The sea is filled with ships. How many ships are there? The ships are so big. Look at the one in the lead. It is 300 feet, 100 meters long. Even a giant would look small on it. Commander Carter Pike, there are too many ships. Our East Sea Voyage Pier is too narrow to fit them all. The East Sea Voyage Pier had never received such a huge fleet. Not only were there many ships, but the tonnage of each ship was also too big. The lowest load was 400 tons. In the end, only half of the ships were able to dock at the pier. The rest could only retract their sails, throw down their anchors, and let the ships hover in a sheltered bay. The Queen's fleet had already made the savages and night watchers very excited. When the supplies on the ships were transported down, countless savages were so happy that they cried, "We finally don't have to die. The free people won't starve anymore. The Queen didn't lie to us. She is now sending food to the 100,000 savages. She must have prepared land in the south with a safe temperature." The Dragon Queen's reputation and credibility had been completely solidified among the savages, as stable as Mount Tai. From now on, the Queen of the South in the hearts of the savages would be divided into two, the trustworthy Dragon Queen and the vigilant other kings. The Night Watchers were also very grateful to the Dragon Queen for keeping her promise. Not only were the savages running out of food, the Night Watchers were also running out of supplies. As the Queen's representative, the preparatory White Knight, Jero Dane received an unprecedented grand reception from the Night Watchers. The reception even exceeded that of Stannis and the Dragon Queen who came to the Great Wall that day. Even the Commander-in-Chief, Jon Snow, who could not be seen, brought a group of high-ranking Night Watchers to the East Sea Voyage Pier on the third day. The moment the savages got their first piece of cheese and first bag of wheat flour from the Dragon Queen, Their reverence for the Dragon Queen was almost equivalent to worshipping an old god for thousands of years. Other than a small number of elites from the mountain tribe who stayed in Dark Castle, most of the tribe members came to the East Sea Voyage Pier, including the tribe leader's wife, Larry, her mother and daughter. The Dragon Queen miraculously saved her from death, and Larry was already very grateful. This time when she was given the Queen's food again, she hugged her daughter and sat by the bonfire, sincerely praying for the Queen. Her mother was a witch in the tribe, and she even lent a bronze book that recorded the ritual of the Green Prophet to the Dragon Queen, so Larry also knew some of the prayers and rituals. In fact, when her mother died in the future, she would change from a spearwoman to a witch. If there were no accidents, her daughter would repeat this path in the future. That was not the point. The point was that when Larry used the Green Prophet prayer to express her gratitude to the Dragon Queen was also in the state of wind song, and she was waiting for the Great Sparrow. The Great Sparrow did not come, but the follower Larry did. What was even more ridiculous was that the Hardfoot did not believe in Danny. She still believed in the old gods, but her power of faith all went to Danny. Danny was not a demigod, she could not absorb the power of faith, but now Danny and the great black dragon spirit, Blackie, was a demigod, she could absorb the power of faith. Then, the second soul ring absorbed the power of faith, she had a trace of divine power. This trace of divine power did not have much power, but it allowed Danny to locate the Hardfoot in the East Sea Voyage Pier, just like how Blackie could locate the followers of the seven gods who prayed to the statue of the Great Guardian. Danny was shocked to find that there was her spiritual imprint hidden in the depths of the Hardfoot's soul. It was exactly the same as the three-eyed crow's method of hiding the imprint in her soul space. When the Dragon Queen herself did not know, she left a baton in the Hardfoot's mind. At this time, Danny realized how reckless she was to use spiritual bestowment to repair the spearwoman's soul that day. The spiritual substance she summoned contained traces of her spirit. There was even an A-type spiritual substance that controlled the will, but those spiritual substances all became part of the spearwoman's soul. The human soul space was like a fortress, and the control of the fortress originally belonged to the person. But at this time, more than half of the buildings in Larry's fortress belonged to Danny, and Danny could partially control this fortress. She tried. Hardfoot's camp by the bonfire. After reciting a blessing for the Dragon Queen, Larry put the washed iron pot on the bonfire to roast. Then she cut a piece of butter, took the butter, and wiped the bottom of the pot, adding a layer of oil to the hot gray iron pot. After that, it was time to pour the prepared batter into the pot. After distributing the flour and butter, Hardfoot's Larry prepared to make some scallion pancakes for her daughter and old mother. Danny said to the spearwoman, "Don't make pancakes tonight, eat dough balls." Dough balls, dough balls, dough balls, dough balls, dough balls. The spear-wielding woman's movements paused as she hugged the pot of flour paste. Her eyes were blank and her expression was dull as she muttered, dough balls, no pancakes tonight. Let's eat dough balls, let's eat dough balls. Larry, what's wrong?" The old witch felt that something was wrong, and put down her granddaughter in her arms. She walked over and touched her daughter's forehead and said nervously, "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Seeing that the effect was so obvious, Danny was shocked and happy, and she could not help but lower her power and her tone became gentle. "Larry, don't eat pancakes tonight, eat dough balls. The pancakes are too dry and dough balls can help digestion and warm the body." What? The blankness in Larry's eyes disappeared, and she turned to ask her mother, "What did you say? Why were you in a daze just now?" The old witch saw that her daughter was fine and she was relieved, but her tone had a hint of reproach. "Nothing, I think the pancakes are too dry, and it's better to eat dough balls for digestion and warm the body," Larry smiled and said. "The pot is hot," the witch mumbled. "It's okay, add water and boil it and I'll dry the dough a little more." Larry's tone was natural and her movements were smooth. She scooped water into the pot, and then went to the tent to take out the flour bag and carefully threw a handful into the batter pot. The evil gods whisper, it worked. Chapter 478. When she was waiting for the big sparrow, she accidentally sensed Larry's prayer, and she also verified the secret of the gods' whispers from the spear-wielding woman. It was really unexpected and Danny was pleasantly surprised. After that, she tried a few more times, and she discovered that the willpower distortion was only related to the wind song and spiritual bestowment. Even if she cancelled the dragon spirit state with Blackie, and even if she didn't have any god power or faith power, as long as she entered the wind song state, Danny could still locate Larry from tens of thousands of miles away. She could pass her instructions to the spear-wielding woman through the wind. However, the consumption of her magic power and mind power was 10 times higher, and the effect was 10 times lower. Larry's prayer was just a signal, and it reminded Danny that she still had a human puppet outside. If she had activated the mind imprint hidden in Larry's soul when spiritual bestowment repaired it, she wouldn't have had to wait until today. As long as she entered the Winsong state, she would be able to affect Larry's willpower. At first, Danny was pleasantly surprised that she learned the three-eyed crow's evil god's whispers, but she didn't understand the principle behind it. Well, her evil god's whispers was obviously different from the three-eyed crow's. At least, the three-eyed crow didn't know how to bestow a spirit, and it didn't need to bestow a spirit. After that, Danny conducted a few more experiments, and she used the spies of the allied army who threw the stone men. The true dragon's roar would enter the spy's soul space and forcefully bestow a spirit. Then she would enter the Winsong state and give the willpower distortion command. How should she put it? It was effective, but it wasn't as effective as Larry's. Almost all of the spies whose soul space was forcefully invaded could detect Danny's voice, and they even hugged their heads and wailed, "Witch, get out! Demon, I won't listen to you! No, Dragon Queen, let me go!" and other similar words. Under normal circumstances, the spies shouldn't be able to detect her voice, and they shouldn't know the contents of her commands. For example, Danny, who wasn't in the dragon spirit state, couldn't detect the three-eyed crow's voice, Larry couldn't detect Danny's voice, and Kueishi couldn't detect the underground palace's evil god's voice. Because of this, Danny understood that forcefully entering the spy's consciousness wouldn't work. Then she looked for volunteers of the Unsullied people. When they willingly cooperated, Danny entered the spy's soul space. The effect wasn't good either. The Unsullied indeed could not detect Dragon Queen's voice, but the Dragon Queen's orders were almost useless. For example, during lunch there were 3 choices: noodles, bread, and rice. Danny asked those who didn't like to eat noodles to choose noodles, but she almost never succeeded. As such, Danny was certain that a small amount of spiritual bestowments would not have any effect. The problem was that almost every normal adult soul was in a saturated state. Otherwise, the Dragon Queen would have been able to continuously nourish him until now. Even if he couldn't become a true god, he would still be a humanoid megalosaurus with unlimited magic power. Then, Dragon Queen suddenly thought of the Barren Land Undead Society's classification of spiritual quality. Type A willpower spiritual quality, Type B active spiritual quality. When Danny bestowed a spirit, no matter whose imprint the spirit essence carried, it would be formatted and turned into a new, completely blank spirit essence without an owner. The blank here meant that the imprint on the spirit essence would be erased, but the original characteristics would still be retained. For example, after the three-eyed crow's soul was burned and Danny used the spiritual bestowment skill to absorb the spirit essence, the new spirit essence would lose the three-eyed crow's traces, but it would still retain the green prophet's characteristics. For example, if it was originally Type A spirit essence, after being bestowed a spirit, it would only become a clean Type A spirit essence. Well, the clean here was for Danny. In theory, she couldn't directly bestow a spirit essence to other humans. She could only pull the spirit essence into her own soul. So, when she bestowed a spirit on others, she used a trick. Her soul stayed in the other person's consciousness space, and when the spirit essence entered the consciousness space, her soul would not absorb it. In this way, the foreign spirit essence would stay in the other person's consciousness space and be absorbed by the other person's soul as nourishment. In other words, when entering the consciousness space, the spirit essence would already have Danny's imprint, and would not be so clean. Because of this, it was possible to carry out the Dragon Queen's whisper. In summary, Danny's whisper had 2 conditions. The other person would accept her willpower, and she would try her best to bestow Type A spirit essence, which represented willpower. The more Type A spirit essence was given to the other person, the better the effects of the whisper would be. She could make Larry change his recipes in a short time, but it would be difficult for her to make Jianghu fall in love with the leek and sausages that he didn't like to eat in a month. The restrictions were great, and it couldn't be compared to the three-eyed crow's aura, which was completely devoid of smoke and fire. But Danny's whisper also had an advantage. It wasn't limited to the Westeros. After she perfected this skill, her obedient Jianghu became her first victim. Danny could only choose something that was beneficial to Jianghu among the options that made him hesitate. She couldn't let him do anything that went against his heart, as that would make him realize that something was wrong. For example, she couldn't let him surrender to her, and she couldn't let him eat shit. The three-eyed crow had such restrictions as well. He wanted Danny's dragon, but he advised her not to leave the Westeros. He used indirect means to let Danny hatch the dragon in the Westeros, and then control the young dragon. He couldn't directly say, give Blackie to John. The soul projection could only cast magic when it was close to the main body. The closer it was, the better the effect. Hence, in order to bestow a spirit on Jianghu, Danny rode her dragon to the narrow Sea Queen's corner. However, this trip wasn't just about sending warmth to her obedient son. She also needed to make a trip to Dragonstone Island. Hyder used 3 million gold royals to buy 200,000 tons of food from Mill and Pentos. He spent a month to transport 100,000 tons of food to Dragonstone Island and Crab Island. Crab Boss went to Slavers Bay to become the captain of the ship, while Crab Boss II accepted the mission of delivering food to Nukwin City. Yes, this was Danny's promise to Monk Marabat. Since she said that she would deliver food to the refugees in Hejin County, she had to do it. Year 299 of Aegon's era, 16th of December, morning. Thick grayish-white fog shrouded the dark Dragonstone Island and the surrounding deep blue sea like a giant marshmallow. Hiss, suddenly, a loud dragon's roar resounded throughout the island. The black dragon's giant wings flapped violently, and the fog above the flying dragon tower scattered like frightened deer, revealing the wide face of the black stone platform. The Dragon Queen has arrived. The guard on duty at the top of the tower shouted. On the second morning after giving her obedient son Jianghu the Dragon Mother's operation guide, Danny arrived at Dragonstone Island. Soon Bronn and the old crab arrived together. You flew here in the middle of the night. Do you want to rest? The old crab asked. No need. Call Scholar Marwyn over. We'll have breakfast together, Danny said. On the way down, Danny asked anxiously, how did the big sparrow reply? He didn't reply, the old crab said. Is he still fasting and praying? No, he didn't even go into seclusion. In the past week, the big sparrow has been giving speeches on the podium every day. He's very active and busy, Bronn said. You mean he's trying to trick me? Danny said with a dark face. It's more like a tactful rejection, the old crab said. Then he slowly explained, with Sir Kevin's efforts, the turmoil in the Seven Kingdoms has been quelled, and the Lion Army in Hejin County has been mobilized back to King's Landing in batches. The big sparrow is under more and more pressure, and he has no time to think about changing the doctrine. Changing the doctrine is very important to the church and he has to think about it carefully. However, changing the doctrine is of no benefit to the church's current predicament. Instead, it gives the archbishops of the other parishes an excuse to denounce the big sparrow. After entering the hall, Danny sat in the main seat and Bronn and the old crab sat on her left and right sides. After a while, Bullneck Dr. Marwyn and Scholar Pylus also arrived. Scholar Pylus was the original scholar assigned to Dragonstone Island. He was a young man of 26 years old, polite and conscientious. In Westeros, every noble's castle had a scholar to serve the noble family. The higher the noble's rank, the better the scholar assigned to the city of learning. There was no doubt that Pylus was one of the most outstanding scholars of his generation to serve Dragonstone Island. He originally served Stannis, and when Erlu went beyond the Great Wall he served Lannister. In just a month he became the Dragon Queen's scholar again. Danny did not make things difficult for the young man, and let him continue his work of sending and receiving messenger crows. Breakfast was rich wheat toast, boiled goose eggs, fried ribbonfish with onion and bacon, grilled sausages, oatmeal, boiled plums and sour wine. It was very simple. Is the church under a lot of pressure? Danny swallowed half of the goose egg yolk and asked dryly. Bronn and the old crab looked at each other and finally the old crab who knew more about politics explained. Your Majesty, other than Cersei, no one is an idiot. Any noble or royal family with a brain would not be happy with the expansion of the church's authority. Otherwise they would not have disarmed the church. At that time King Meg I had died, but the church still had not won. Because the nobles, whether in the open or in the dark, were all on the Iron Throne's side. The king is the king of King's Landing, the 7 dukes are the kings of the 7 territories, and the counts and marquises are the kings of their own territories. The church's encroachment on the Iron Throne's authority would naturally endanger the dukes, marquises and counts' sovereignty. The Dark Dragon announced himself as the guardian of the 7 gods, and the Great Sparrow as the Holy Son of Light. This had indeed increased the church's influence among the commoners and lower nobles. But the nobles were more and more afraid of the Great Sparrow. In Westeros, the true power and authority are still in the hands of the nobles. Sigh, how can I help him? Danny bit into a sausage and sighed. The old crab's face twisted. He had already made it clear. Other than that idiot Cersei, all the nobles should know that the church's authority could not be expanded. How could Her Majesty? Have you forgotten King Meg I, or have you been possessed by Saint Bailey? But Saint Bailey does not support the church's armed forces. You may not like the Iron Throne, but your descendants will have the chance to sit on it. No matter what, Targaryen is the top nobles of Westeros. The church's rule will not be good for your family. The old crab advised. Dany shrugged and said, the Great Sparrow is already in his 60s. How many more years can he live? When he dies, the church's anger will be vented. Even if it doesn't vent, I can make it vent. She had never really thought of establishing a theocracy, unless the king of that country was her enemy. It was best to leave the worst to the enemy. Your Majesty, don't help the church. That would be the greatest help to the church. Pylus said with a serious expression. What do you mean? The person the Iron Throne fears the most will always be you. If you help the church, the Prince Regent will think that you are using the church to interfere with the Iron Throne's rule. But the Prince Regent does not dare to make a move on Dragonstone Island, so he can only transfer his fear and resentment to the church and suppress the church even more. Dany was stunned. Thinking about it carefully, wasn't that the case? Chapter 479. Dragonstone Island was formed by the eruption of a volcano at the bottom of the sea. Magma condensed into rocks and gradually formed. Targaryen's castle was built on top of the volcanic rock known as Dragon Mountain. To this day, 99% of the volcano had died. Only the hot spring between the castle's back garden and the dragon's cave continued to release white steam every day, proving that the volcano was not completely dead. By comparing the temperature of various parts of the castle, I'm guessing that this hot spring is closest to the volcano's entrance. Marvin opened his mouth that was dyed red by the soregrass leaves, his expression nervous and excited. Glug. Glug. The hot spring was 30 square meters located at the bottom of the hill. It was shaped like a leaf, and the grayish-green spring water released steam at every moment, bringing heat to the glass garden. Even though it was winter, the garden was still filled with the fragrance of peach blossoms. The trees were full of fruits and the ground was full of flowers. Careful, it's hot. The old crab suddenly cried out. The Dragon Queen had squatted down beside the hot spring, rolled up her sleeves, and dipped her snow-white arm into the boiling water. What? Her small hand stirred the water, but she did not hear the queen's cries of pain. The old crab was shocked. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. The queen's right arm was only slightly redder than before, and it did not look like it was cooked at all. What's going on? Bronn asked in surprise. The old crab seemed to have realized something and became extremely excited. True dragon bloodline. This is the purest true dragon bloodline. Marvin was also shocked, but he knew that the Dragon Queen was not an ordinary person. He did not care about her right arm that was immune to heat, and instead paid attention to the queen's expression. Seeing her frown in deep thought, he asked anxiously, "How is it? Is the underground fire magic enough?" "It's enough." Dany nodded. "That's great." Marvin twisted his bull neck in excitement. The old crab observed her expression and asked curiously, "You don't seem satisfied? I thought that the bottom of Dragon Mountain was just an extinct volcano, but I was wrong. The volcano is not dead, it's just asleep. 300 meters below the surface, there's a powerful fire elemental that can blow Dragonstone Island away," Dany said in a deep voice. She dipped her hand into the hot spring not to show off, but to feel the fire elements overflowing from the water. Blackie's demigod dragon soul entered its body, and its powerful spiritual power followed the fire element down. It went all the way down and found the volcano below the hot spring. This was also considered a type of witchcraft. In the book, Magic Net Construction, that Marvin had taken from the library in the City of Knowledge, there was a complete set of techniques for creating magic crystal balls. It included tracking fire elements, exploring volcanoes, drawing lava from volcanoes, extracting fire elemental magic from the lava, and so on. All of the spells mentioned above could only be cast by someone who had grasped the perfect Grand Adept meditation technique, and that person had to have sufficient mana. Simply put, only Great Wizard Valeglia could forge the weave. Because of this, the people of Valeglia didn't mind the leaking of this technology that could determine the fate of a country. Even if others obtained it, they wouldn't be able to use it. Earlier, Dany had used the Fire Elemental Tracking spell to understand the structure of the volcano beneath Dragonstone Island. According to the standards in Magic Net Construction, she judged that Dragonstone was a miniature active volcano by comparing the abundance of fire elemental on the surface of the lava at the bottom of the hot spring. A volcano that could blow up Dragonstone Island was only a miniature volcano in the eyes of the people of Valeglia. However, when she thought about Valeglia's 14 fire peaks, 14 volcanoes had blown up a continent that spanned 1,000 miles into pieces. It seemed that Dragonstone was indeed a miniature volcano. Then do we still need to build a magic net? Apart from being convenient for communication, the magic net doesn't seem to be of much use. The tragedy of Valeglia is still fresh in our minds. Dragonstone Island can't repeat the same mistake. The old crab was worried. Marvin hurriedly said, "It's not just convenient for communication. The magic crystal can amplify the user's mana 10-fold, or even 100-fold. Anything that a glass candle can do, it can be done 100-fold more efficiently." Of course, the magic net did not only have the fantasy internet function. The internet transmitted digital signals, but the magic power network transmitted real magic power. The magic net could also draw endless mana from the lava veins. This mana could be used for large-scale magic activities, such as the construction of the Blackstone Castle and the construction of the Valeglia Avenue. Think about it, the Celestial Empire on Earth, a country that was obsessed with infrastructure, had an average cost of 30 million to build a 1-kilometer highway. The price could not be compared, so it was not very meaningful, but at least it showed how expensive it was to build a 1-kilometer highway. However, in this world where the average productivity was close to that of the Western Middle Ages, the people of Valeglia had built more than 30,000 kilometers of undying stone avenue. If they wanted, they could build more. More importantly, 30,000 kilometers was enough to connect several inland cities in the continent of Ursos. Well, the coastal cities such as Rees, Mir, and Tarosai all took the sea route and did not need stone roads. The people of Valeglia could build roads, but they could not build cars that could travel at high speed on them. The sea route was more time-saving. It was no exaggeration to say that even the most advanced highway on Earth was not worthy of carrying the shoes of Valeria Avenue. It had been in use for more than 6,000 years and had never been maintained. Not even a corner had fallen off, and it was still so angular. This kind of large-scale infrastructure project consumed a lot of magic. Even 300 megalosaurus could not withstand it. They could only extract endless magic from the magma underground. At this time, the Dragon Queen also planned to build a magic crystal tower on Dragonstone Island and extract magic from the volcano for communication. She still did not know how to forge the black undying stone of Valeglia. In theory, the volcano will not erupt without warning. Danny said in a deep voice, "I have seriously studied the content of the monitoring of volcanoes in the magic net structure. Under the nodes of the magic crystal tower, there is an extremely tight sealing array. The magma fluctuations in the volcano are also displayed in the magic net at all times. I know what you said, but Valeglia was destroyed in the Great Cataclysm, that is also a fact," the old crab said. Danny's eyes flashed and she said in a deep voice, "I am now more and more certain that the Great Cataclysm is not a natural disaster." The old crab saw the determination on the queen's face and sighed, "Whether it is a natural disaster or not, if it can happen once, it can happen again. Don't be agitated, I will not extract large amounts of magic from the magma. Look, the hot spring is constantly releasing fire elemental particles. I will also reduce the power of the magic crystal tower and only absorb the magic that escapes, barely maintaining the magic net." Danny comforted him with a smile. "Oh, it's good that you know." The old crab let out a sigh of relief. "Of course I know, I do not live on Dragonstone Island. If the volcano really erupts, how can it not affect Slave Bay that is thousands of miles away? All of you back off." She turned around and said to Marvin, Braun, and the others. Danny also moved back 5 meters and took a deep breath. She began chanting Valeglia's witchcraft incantation. Her spiritual energy entered the bottom of the volcano and attracted the fire elemental particles in the magma. It was as easy as eating and dressing an adult. Her spiritual energy easily controlled the fire elemental particles and quickly turned them into her fire elemental wizard power. At this moment, Danny felt like she had become a god. She could open the earth's crust, she could lift this island, she could... Phew. The fervor in her eyes faded as Danny let out a long breath. She expelled all the distracting thoughts from her sudden increase in power and returned to her cold as ice state. Rumble. The ground began to tremble as the rocks on the Dragon Cave Hill began to roll. "Ah, it's an earthquake." The old crab held onto the pine tree beside him and cried out in fear. Gurgle, gurgle. Chi 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 chi. The water in the hot spring exploded as the white steam increased by 10 times, almost forming a pillar of air that pierced the sky. The water level began to decrease at a visible rate. The volcano is erupting, the underground volcano is about to erupt. Braun's face was pale as he trembled. Marvin was very excited as he comforted everyone. Don't be nervous, this is the Queen's magic. She is drawing the magma from the volcano to build a magic channel. If the magic crystal tower wants to draw magic from the magma, it must be connected to the mouth of the volcano. This is the same logic as digging a well for water. That was the logic, but digging a well for water would not cause such a huge commotion. Chi. In just a short 10 minutes, the water in the hot spring had completely evaporated. They could see that there was no water at the bottom. Rather, there was a light yellow flame that was 3 feet tall. Following this, the Dragon Queen chanted an incantation and calmed the erupting magma. Finally, she added a layer of seal on the surface of the magma to isolate the fire elemental particles before taking back her spiritual energy. Alright. Bron, have someone pour in some cold seawater while it's still hot. Following this, Danny turned her head and said to Marvin, tell Bron how to dig the hole. It's best if the hole is around 250 meters. Find a 30-centimeter radius volcanic crater and start laying down the foundation of the magic crystal there. Volcanic crater? Shouldn't the Dragon Mountain's volcanic crater be there? The old crab pointed in the direction of the prison tower as he spoke. That was the highest mountain on Dragonstone Island, and it was also the place that connected to the Dragon Mountain mine. Danny followed the old crab's gaze and looked at the tall stone tower before saying, that's right, the volcanic crater is under the prison tower and it's already blocked by 400 meters of rock, so we thought that the Dragon Mountain volcano had already been extinguished. This hot spring only has a single crack that connects to the inside of the volcano. I'll widen the crack and block the crack that connects to the seawater, barely forming a small volcanic crater. A small crater is good, a small crater is safe. The old crab kept nodding. While Bron was digging the hole, Danny wasn't idle. The magic crystal tower was indeed like digging a well, but it wasn't a well that used buckets to draw water, rather it was the kind of pressure well that the families of the Celestial Dynasty used. The pressure well had a long pipe that went deep into the ground, and the magic crystal tower also had an energy pipe that went deep into the magma layer. The surface was 300 meters away from the magma layer and Bron was digging 250 meters, so Danny had to create a 50-meter-long energy pipe. The main material for the pipe was dragon crystals. Dragon crystals were perhaps one of the materials with the best magic conductivity in the world. Dragonstone Island had large amounts of dragon crystals, and adding in the magic materials that Marvin bought from Mill, in just an afternoon, Danny used a mold to create a 50-meter-long energy pipe that was as thick as a wrist. And just dragon crystals were too fragile. If it was 50 meters long, it wouldn't be able to support its own weight. But after adding in other materials and engraving magic runes, the energy pipe became much stronger. However, Bron's hole was only 5 meters deep. Chapter 480. It's all rocks underground, we can't dig. Bron complained during the banquet. Didn't I burn it all before? Danny was confused. She was not a fatuous ruler, so she knew how difficult it was to dig a 250-meter hole on the rocky Dragonstone Island. That was why she had deliberately used a magic flame to burn the rock from bottom to top for 10 minutes when she had triggered the magic power of the magma. She had also poured in a large amount of cold seawater. Even if the rocks did not turn into tofu, they should not be so difficult to dig, right? Only the rocks near the burned cracks are more brittle. The other places are still difficult to dig. After all, you have to dig a 40-square-meter hole. Bron said. We don't have to dig a 40-square-meter hole. We can only build a basement at the top 50 meters. It might be faster after that, Marwin said. Then I'll go back to Slaver's Bay first. You guys take your time. There's no rush, Danny said. The old crab had a thought. He asked softly, Your Majesty, Prince Aegon, what's going on? Didn't I tell you in a letter? Danny glanced at him and said indifferently, It is real? The old crab's voice was even lower, but it was still loud in the silent hall. Because no one spoke or chewed their food, they all looked at the Dragon Queen who was sitting on the main seat. What do you think? Danny asked. I think it's useless. It depends on what you think. If you say he's real, then he's real. If you don't admit it, then he must be fake, the old crab said faintly. Did Varys send a letter to Dragonstone Island? Danny asked. No. Varys disappeared on the night Tywin died. There's been no news of him until now. Either he died in some dark corner or he's hiding in some dark corner and plotting something, the old crab said. That guy must be hiding something. Otherwise, he would have come to Dragonstone Island to look for you, Bronn said. Danny nodded. Keep an eye on Varys. I have some things to ask him in person. As for Aegon, he can't affect our plans. If we can't get through the long night, everything is just empty talk. The old crab reminded him meaningfully, if Prince Aegon appeared in the Westeros, I can guarantee that 90% of people would regard him as a liar. This matter was led by the eight-clawed spider. No one believed that he would be loyal to Prince Rhaegar. Those who are a little older, like me, know how Varys drove a wedge between your father and Prince Rhaegar. But if the little prince went to Slave Bay and was received by you, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms will think that you have acknowledged his identity. I have to admit that Varys has always been very smart, and this time he did the right thing. He asked you to vouch for his identity as a prince. The nobles did not trust Varys, nor did they trust Prince Aegon, who appeared out of nowhere. However, they trusted you completely. You are a true dragon. Your Majesty, if you have any plans for the future, you should make preparations now before Prince Aegon returns to the Westeros. Dany stared into the old crab's eyes for a full 10 seconds. How should I prepare? She asked. What do you want in the Westeros? The old crab asked. There are 7 kingdoms in the Westeros. At least one of them belongs to me, to my descendants and vassals. Dany said. The old crab thought for a bit and sighed. Your requirements are really low. The power players in the King's Landing will be happy to hear this. That's under the premise that I haven't ended the long night. Dany looked around the long table at the audience and sneered, I have made an oath and I will stick to it until the end. After the long night, if the person on the Iron Throne is not the one who ended the long night, then he should be prepared to accept the punitive expedition of the nobles in the country. Then, she emphasized, even Aegon is no exception. No matter if his identity is real or fake on this matter, my position will never change. As for you, Dany understood that Aegon's appearance and her inaction attitude made her subordinates panic. From the beginning to the end, you are all my vassals. I am the king of the Westeros, and you are the nobles of the Westeros. I am the king of the Ursos continent, and you are the nobles of the Ursos continent. Bronn was still thinking about what the queen meant when the old crab's eyes lit up and said excitedly, You mean we can have a double title? What double title? Bronn was puzzled. Both Westeros and Slavers Bay titles. The old crab looked at the queen expectantly. Something like that, but not Slavers Bay. Sooner or later I will take down Queers, Zingis, Volantis, Lys and the other allied cities. My territory will be incomparably vast. As my vassals, don't be so narrow-minded and keep staring at the Westeros. Now, Sir Aerys has both Slavers Bay and Westeros titles, right? The old crab nodded happily and said, Let Aerys follow your majesty. Dragonstone Island has me and Rhaegar is enough. If the queen arranged it this way, having one of the 7 countries as a fief was indeed enough. After all, Ursos was so vast and rich, and the Iron Throne's territory was only a narrow one. The old crab was very satisfied with the queen's promise. Bronn said anxiously, What about me? He also understood the Dragon Queen's plan. Of course, having a double title was a good thing. But he didn't even have a son. I am only 17 years old and the future is still long. Your son will have a chance to serve me. Dany then announced to the knights and barons, It is the same for everyone. Your second and third sons will serve me and receive titles and fiefs according to their contributions. Remember, Ursos is very big. Long live the queen, congratulations to the queen. The old crab was especially excited and stood up to toast Dany. Bronn immediately followed, and the knights at the long table stood up as well. The 2 scholars also stood up to toast. The banquet was once again joyous and glorious, and everyone was looking forward to the future promised by the queen. In the midst of the wine, the young scholar Pylus suddenly asked, Your Majesty, may I ask you a question? Go ahead, scholar. You have disbanded the City of Knowledge. Will there still be scholars in the future? Pylus asked solemnly. Dany had a feeling that this was indeed the case. Of course, the scholars cared about the future of the scholars. She smiled and nodded. Of course. Not only will I not stop the spread of knowledge, but the number and quality of the scholars in the future will only increase. But the training method and promotion system of the scholars will be changed. The stern-looking young scholar was obviously relieved and said helplessly, Now the City of Knowledge is in a panic. Sigh, just a week ago, mercenary knights snuck into the City of Knowledge and secretly kidnapped, arrested a few scholars and are being escorted to the great cathedral of Baelor. Haha. Dany's eyes were full of joy. Wasn't this her goal? She didn't have time to torture the scholars, so she paid the mercenaries and the sparrows to torture them. Pylus continued, After the Black Dragon announced the crimes of the City of Knowledge and disbanded the City of Knowledge, More than 60% of the nobles in the Seven Kingdoms followed in half a month to announce that if the City of Knowledge couldn't give a convincing explanation for this matter, they would stop sponsoring the City of Knowledge and no longer accept scholars to study in the City of Knowledge. There are also nobles who claim to train truly loyal scholars. Now, although the High Court and the Iron Throne provide enough operating funds for the City of Knowledge, the old structure of the City of Knowledge is collapsing. That's why I asked you about the arrangement of the scholars. I'm not the only one who wants to know. In fact, hundreds of scholars from various lords have sent messenger crows to ask me about this matter. Danny nodded and said, "What is the City of Knowledge doing? Did they send messenger crows to explain to the nobles?" "They shrank back," Marvin said with a sneer. "They didn't admit or refute the 7 deadly sins announced by the Black Dragon. They only spread the news that the Faceless Ones stole the dragon hatching books and that Bravos violated the rights of the guests." What is this operation?" Danny was a little puzzled. "Diverting attention. Using another more sensational news to suppress the bad news. The City of Knowledge also knows about this? How effective is it?" Danny was really surprised. The City of Knowledge has used this method many times. The news of the Faceless Ones is indeed sensational, but what shocked the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms even more is that the Faceless Ones are specifically stealing dragon hatching books. Obviously, the people of Bravos want to hatch dragons. There is also the matter of Bravos violating the rights of the guests. Bravos is the head of the 9 free trade city-states. The news is too sensational, and it has indeed effectively reduced the impact of the City of Knowledge's scandal. The City of Knowledge really? I have a whole new level of respect for them," Danny said strangely. Marvin sighed helplessly and said, "The scholars and professors of the City of Knowledge currently have 2 main jobs. During the day they send messenger crows to every noble about the threat of the Faceless Ones and the shamelessness of the people of Bravos. They also encourage the nobles to refuse to pay the interest of the Iron Treasury. At night they transform into warriors, wearing armor and holding swords, and strictly guard the City of Knowledge, preventing hired riders from hunting the professors and scholars on the list of criminals announced by the Black Dragon." The corner of Dragon Queen's mouth twitched and she didn't know what to say. The City of Knowledge actually dared to bite the Black and White School and the Iron Treasury this courage. In order to suppress the fake news, they really went all out. In fact, Danny was wrong about one thing. Long before Big Black announced the 7 deadly sins, the City of Knowledge was dead set against the Faceless Ones. It was natural for the scholars to disguise themselves and go to the free city-states to steal smelting, glass-making, and other technologies. The scholars stealing knowledge was not considered stealing. But when someone really sneaked into their library and stole the city's secret books, the scholars felt seriously offended. They wanted revenge. How could they revenge? Fight? They definitely couldn't beat them. They could only use their best public opinion attack. They even learned the advanced experience of the Dragon Queen dealing with the slave masters, and the slave masters dealing with the Dragon Queen, and compiled dramas and stories based on the Faceless Ones. The old town was originally a world-class seaport, so how many foreign merchants and singers? The scholars' dark-style stories were very popular. Everyone was afraid of the Faceless Ones, but they were also curious about the stories of the Faceless Ones. When Big Black and the Big Sparrow got on the line and became the Great Guardian of Light, they announced the City of Knowledge's 7 deadly sins. The scholars began to promote the black material of the Faceless Ones and the shamelessness of the Bravosi people. With the same idea as Wade Fry, they let the bigger Bravosi on their heads, as a shield to attract everyone's attention. As for why the scholars were not afraid of the Faceless Ones' revenge, we scholars, why should we be afraid of death? We scholars of the City of Knowledge even dared to do the dance of the Blood Dragon, and even dared to trick the Dragon Queen, so why should we be afraid of a little Faceless Ones? The scholars were not confident, but they had a strange backbone. They were not afraid of the Megalosaurus, not afraid of the ghosts, and dared to fight against the heavens, the earth, and the gods. Chapter 481. Marvin asked curiously, "Your Majesty, how do you plan to reform the City of Knowledge?" Danny snapped out of her daze and shook her head. "It's not the City of Knowledge. The City of Knowledge created the true world, instigated the dance of the Blood Dragon, violated the rights of the guests, broke the oath to participate in the power struggle of the 7 nations, lied many times, and seriously failed in their duties regarding the other ghosts. With so many mistakes, their reputation has been tarnished. However, I also admit that the scholars have selfish motives, but they have no self-interest. The idea of the true world is unrealistic, and the way it is done is against common sense, but the spirit of exploring the world is worthy of recognition. The institutions for the future scholars are divided into primary schools, secondary schools, and universities. Primary schools are for children, secondary school students are equivalent to scholars' apprentices, and those who enter universities are considered scholars. In the 7 kingdoms of the Westeros, each count has a number of primary schools. Yes, it's decided by the local finance and population. The capitals of the 7 nations each have a secondary school, and King's Landing, Old Town, and the Northern Territory each have a university. King's Landing University mainly studies the most practical knowledge, such as politics, economics, forging, and medicine. The scholars are trained to serve the nobles of the 7 nations. Old Town, on the other hand, trains dreamers. Topics such as true world, scientific world, and the necessity of magic can be freely discussed. Old Town University shoulders the responsibility of developing new art, new ideas, new technology, and new scientific theories. It is the domain of theorists and scientists. As for the Northern Territory University, at this point, Dany smiled strangely. No matter what, I will tear down the city of knowledge in Old Town. The scholars and professors who are guilty will guard the Great Wall, and the innocent will build a university in the Northern Territory to be responsible for supervising dangerous matters that threaten the world. Consider it atonement. Of course, this is only a preliminary plan. In the future, I will definitely gather the scholars and lords to discuss a more detailed and practical plan. For example, I will also build a magic academy. Whether I ascend the Iron Throne or not, I believe that I still have the right to reform the City of Knowledge. After comforting her subordinates and assigning tasks to them, the Dragon Queen rode her dragon back that night, and returned to Astapor the next afternoon. She came and went in a hurry and did not interfere with the 7 nations. However, her brief appearance on Dragonstone Island had caused a huge commotion in the already turbulent Westeros. The Eagle Nest. The Moon Tower was once the residence of Duke Aeron. The fireplace on the opposite side of the king-sized bed was burning brightly. More than half of the room was dyed red, and the shadow of the light was swaying in Littlefinger's dark eyes. His upper body was drenched in sweat as he lazily leaned against the headboard of the bed. His right hand was holding a bunch of red curly hair and unconsciously twirling it around his index finger. Her beautiful hair was tangled to the end, and Sansa, who was lying on the pillow and panting softly, could not help but feel the pain. "Ah, you're hurting me," she pouted. As soon as Littlefinger lowered his head, he saw a wisp of snow-white skin that moved his heart, and his heart couldn't help but shake as he teased. "Where did I hurt you?" "You." Sansa turned away embarrassed and buried her face in the down pillow. Hee. Littlefinger's eyes flashed and he smiled mysteriously. There was satisfaction, pride, carefreeness, and also a trace of inexplicable disappointment. Her end was not her. But it was enough. Hearing his laughter, Sansa turned around naturally. Blinking her misty blue eyes that were no longer pure and clear, she asked curiously, "What were you thinking about just now?" "I was thinking, what is Dany Rise thinking?" Littlefinger spoke his mind without any hesitation. He rarely hid anything from Sansa. What did she do now? Suddenly, Sansa's rosy cheeks paled a bit. She said nervously, "Why don't we move down? The Eagle Nest is too high and too dangerous. It's easy to defend against air accidents. What if that black dragon who can only talk comes?" Littlefinger waved his hand and smiled. "I have no interest in her. The Dragon Queen will never attack me. In fact, if she's more aggressive and leads her army to attack the Westeros, I'll even surrender to her." "You want to surrender to Dany Rise?" Sansa's expression changed. She said anxiously, "What about me? She won't let Stark go and Robert too." "Yes, this Robert's surname is Arryn. He's the only son of Robert's adoptive father, Jon Arryn. In theory, Robert Arryn and Sansa were the only children of their respective families. They should be the targets of the Dragon Queen revenge. Sigh, she has a dragon. I've taught you before, in a game of power, never side with the loser. Not only does she have a dragon, she also controls Slaver's Bay. Just the regular army alone has 50,000. What's more, she has a very good reputation among the nobles. They won't treat her as an invader, so they won't work together against her," Littlefinger said helplessly as he stroked Sansa's hair. "What? She didn't stay in the Westeros for long. She didn't do anything." Sansa was confused. Littlefinger smiled bitterly. "Did you forget? At the banquet tonight, that minstrel called 7-String Tom sang Violet Night. You listened to him with great interest and even rewarded him with a silver deer. Ah, the Violet Knight is Danny Rise? I didn't recognize it. After a moment of realization, Sansa was very puzzled. She said, I've heard many songs related to Daenerys such as Knight Layla, the Queen's Knight, the Princess who wore a garland, Dark Bat Knight, and so on, but they were all about the tournament. Violet Knight is a lady knight who fought the dragon and saved the prince. Listen to how 7-string Tom sang it. Violet's beautiful eyes, a brave silver-haired princess who defeated the dragon, stole 3 dragon eggs and became a dragon knight in the end. Who else could it be other than Danny Rise? 7-string Tom is from Hejian and didn't participate in the tournament in the Old Town. He also knew that Danny Rise's story was the most popular recently, so he replaced the main character in the old story and made up his own story. Let's call it a spin-off of Danny Rise. Littlefinger explained. Sansa sighed and said, just because she won the martial arts competition, everyone likes her. Will you have a good impression of her after hearing this story? Littlefinger asked in return. Sansa was silent. She had been listening to her story recently. If Targaryen wasn't Stark's enemy, she would have openly said, I like her very much, just like how Bran likes Barristan. The Dragon Queen had done something she didn't even dare to dream of and received glory that she couldn't even dream of. She was really envious. She knew that she couldn't do it no matter what. She couldn't even be jealous. Littlefinger continued, every race has their own core culture. On the other side of the narrow sea in Lys, pleasure and indulgence in the Garden of Lust is their core culture. In Westeros, the tournament is the core culture of the Undulls. I even suspect that she purposely used the tournament to make a name for herself. Diske, the one who served Knight Layla was Barristan, the most legendary and noble knight of the 7 kingdoms, the role model of knights today. At the end, Littlefinger's face was filled with jealousy and resentment. She had a dragon, she had a bloodline, and she was so brave and strong. The gods were too unfair. Give him any of the above 3 points, and with his original wisdom, his life would be 100 times smoother. Sonny laughed. Was he provoked by the Dragon Queen? He actually started to doubt the philosophy that he had persisted in all these years of using wisdom to make up for all disadvantages. As long as I can figure out her thoughts and behavior, I will always be invincible, and even, Littlefinger's lips curled into a smile that was 1 part confident, 2 parts calm, and 7 parts humble. The tournament is only one aspect. She once saved the wall, solved the barbarian crisis for the north, and even spared your bastard brother and Stannis for the sake of the big picture. At least the nobles of Bronze Yone thought that she was broad-minded and tolerant. Her father couldn't compare to her. Yes, there was also news from Seagull Town in the past 2 days. Danny Rise arranged for Crab Island Sir Rhaegar to transport food to the Trident River. The food was handed over to an old monk named Meribad to help the disaster victims in Hejian County. It was said that the Dragon Queen once stayed in Hejian County for a few days and met a monk riding a donkey in Hejian County. Knowing that the people were suffering from war and were unable to produce, she took pity on them and promised to help the disaster victims in the future. Haha, I've been hearing the saying Targaryen is a man of his word recently. Who would believe that she didn't do it on purpose? Littlefinger had a hint of mockery on his face. But soon, he sighed helplessly and shook his head. Unfortunately, the ordinary people like this kind of tone. There's also that ugly knight nicknamed Beauty Brain. Yes, Brain of the SDA family suddenly became famous recently. Due to Barristan's solicitation, the Dragon Queen invited her to be her white knight, but Brain rejected. Brain? The female knight who found Arryn Valley, found the Eagle Nest, and clamored to see me, to see Sansa Stark? Sansa was surprised. Yes, Brain is looking for you in Hejian County. Everyone knows that she's a red-haired virgin. She won't be able to find you anymore. Sansa's face turned red and then white. A hint of disappointment flashed through her embarrassed and beautiful blue eyes. Littlefinger saw her expression and felt even more pleased with himself. However, he didn't take it too far and immediately changed the topic. She couldn't find you in Hejian County, so she ran to Arryn Valley and found me. That's a persistent true knight. She once swore loyalty to your mother and has always upheld her oath. She held the Oathkeeper sword, and swore to find you and your sister. That's why she rejected the Dragon Queen. The Queen admired her loyalty very much. Not only did she not blame her for rejecting the solicitation, she even gave the female knight the title of Roseless Iron Guard, and praised her as the last light of glory of the Westeros who broke etiquette. Now no one calls her Beauty Brain anymore. They all call her Roseless Iron Guard, or Knight's Light. Countless young knights who heard this story felt their blood boil. They wished they could become the main character or marry the main character. Tiske. Anyway, when that old John heard about this, he immediately sent someone to Taz Island to propose marriage for his eldest son to Sunset Heart, Brain's father. Earl Taz is probably in a confused state recently. Why are there suddenly so many young elites from noble families fighting over his daughter who no one wants? Sansa listened with fascination. She also wished she could become Brain and receive praise from the Dragon Queen. No, I'm no longer a little girl who doesn't understand the world and only likes to fantasize. The Dragon Queen hates Stark and is my enemy. I must remember this. Chapter 482. Do I need to see Brenny? She's still in the Moongate Castle and refuses to leave, Sansa asked. You can, but not now. The Roseless Iron Guard certified by the Dragon Queen is certainly trustworthy, but that Knight's Light here is a little. Pinky tapped his temple a few times, the corner of his mouth twitching. If she knows your identity, it won't be long before the people of the Seven Kingdoms know that you're in Arryn Valley. But Lannister is still sitting on the Iron Throne. What will they think and do? Don't worry, the nobles of the valley are treating the Roseless Iron Guard with the highest standard of etiquette. She's living very well now. Sansa nodded, relieved. Pinky sniffed the girl's red hair at the tip of his nose and sighed in satisfaction. Now do you understand? The Dragon Queen may have only appeared in the Westeros for a short time, but the few actions she did made the nobles with honor have a good impression of her. But are there any honorable nobles in the Seven Kingdoms now? Sansa sneered. If they had honor, they wouldn't have watched her father die unjustly. If they had honor, they wouldn't have ignored the Frey family who violated the guests' rights. If they don't have honor, how can I keep the title of Guardian of the Valley? Pinky smiled proudly. These words came out of nowhere and Sansa fell silent again. After pushing Lysa Tully off the Moon Gate because he was caught kissing Sansa, Pinky's rule in Arryn Valley was not firm. The 6 most powerful dukes in the valley even gathered a group of secondary nobles to form the Righteous Alliance, to drive Pinky away and take back the custody of Robert Arryn. Pinky first bribed a noble in the Righteous Alliance, Sir Lyn Cabri, not one of the 6 dukes, and then invited the Righteous Alliance to negotiate in the Eyrie. Pinky was Lysa's husband and in theory the Eyrie was his home. Because of this, the terms of the guests' rights were reached in this negotiation. One party went to the other party's house as a guest. Lyn Cabri pretended to be the toughest enemy of Littlefinger. During the negotiation he pretended to be enraged by Littlefinger. He pulled out his ancestral steel sword, Lady of Emptiness, and pretended to kill Littlefinger. This is a violation of the guests' rights. Guests receiving hospitality cannot threaten or harm the owner of the house. However, Lyn Cabri was one of the representatives of the Alliance of Justice. As such, the entire Alliance of Justice had become the party that violated the rights of the guests. How could they still have the face to call themselves righteous? In this way, Littlefinger easily resolved the crisis by taking advantage of the 6 feudal vassals' personalities of valuing honor. If the 6 great vassals had been replaced by Wade Frey, they would have long since taken the pretense for real. They would have swarmed forward and killed Littlefinger. As a side note, the price of bribing Sir Lyn was gold royals and a cute little boy. Lyn was the boss of the largest chain of brothels in the Seven Kingdoms. Targaryen will not let Stark go. Sansa hugged Littlefinger's waist tightly, her tears wetting his belly. Don't worry, my dear. Littlefinger caressed her smooth back lovingly and smiled gently. I already have a great plan. From the beginning, I have been observing the Dragon Queen's every move, but I still can't see through her. Either she has a deep mind like Tywin and Old Rose, or she is as righteous, noble, and fearless as she appears, like Barristan and your father. I don't like Tywin and Barristan. My father, your father is very righteous. I really want to help him. I have advised him many times but he doesn't listen at all. A righteous person who is firm in his stance and doesn't know how to be flexible is very difficult to deal with. Littlefinger sighed. What are you going to do? Sansa said gloomily. Did you know that Rhaegar's son Aegon is still alive? Littlefinger smiled slyly. Sansa was shocked. She raised her head and said in disbelief, That's impossible. Tywin threw him to the wall. Everyone knows that. Littlefinger explained Aegon's situation and sighed. Varys hid it so well. How do you know such a secret? Sansa was surprised at first, but then she thought of the 3 brothers by Cersei's side. That's right, the 3 brothers were Uncle Littlefinger's spies. She said in realization, Oh gods, even Dany Rise has spies by her side? Littlefinger smiled faintly and said, "It's impossible for me not to pay attention to her. Unfortunately, she is not Cersei. My men are only mid-level officers on Dragonstone Island. They can't find out anything too secret. Fortunately, the Dragon Queen doesn't seem to want to hide information about Aegon. Well, it can't be hidden. The Alliance has been watching Aegon all this time. Aegon must have recovered his true identity at Slaver's Bay." "But what does Aegon have to do with us?" Sansa asked again. "Dany Rise doesn't want to be with him. She doesn't even want to break the oath for him. Yes, the oath that the one who ends the long night shall be king." Littlefinger's expression was a mixture of sarcasm and confusion. He said, "I'm curious. What is she thinking? Why does she think there will be a long night?" Jon said, "There are deviants outside the wall. Old Nan has been telling us stories about the long night since we were young. It's very scary," Sansa said. "Yes, the wall also sent a letter to the Eyrie. To show respect to the Seven Dukes, the Commander-in-Chief, Jon Snow, wrote it himself." Seeing the familiar handwriting, Sansa shed tears for her illegitimate brother for the first time. "Ah, my good daughter, you should read the history books. The scholars have seen through the tricks of the ancients." Littlefinger smiled contemptuously and proudly. "The most authoritative history book of the Westeros, The Truth of History, deduced the appearance of the Deviants and the Long Night in detail. The Deviants are just a group of savages from beyond the Great Wall who looked very special. Sansa, if you meet more foreigners, you will understand how reasonable the scholars' words are. Take me for example. I work in the customs office all year round. I've seen the hairy Ibans with short legs and long arms. I've seen the pointy-headed, skinny zebra people. I've seen the Summer Islanders with dark, shiny skin. I've also seen the tall, fair-skinned Laurasian people. Even the Valeglia people are different from ordinary people. They look very delicate. The Deviants are the same. They may know magic, they may be cruel and bloodthirsty, but they are only human, savages from beyond the Great Wall. Thousands of years ago they crossed the wall and, like Mans Red, tried to rob the North in winter. That time the North must have suffered heavy losses. The Northerners experienced a cruel winter and many died. Thus, the long night appeared in the survivors' mouths. It was really too hard to endure that winter. Their descendants would only exaggerate the horror of the Deviants and the long night in order to boast about their ancestors' achievements. In the end, the story became what it is now. But there are also legends of the long night in other countries, As-Alahai, Sansa said hesitantly. If you think about the legends from all over the world, it seems like every nation has a savior. In Herculagn it's called Herculagn. In Barbarian Land it's called Barbarian Tar. In Nigel it's called Nefrian. Because they're not the same person. Just like Dany Rise's Dragon Queen. She's now world famous and has many nicknames: Mother of Dragons, Khaleesi, Dragon Witch, Queen of Slaver's Bay, and so on. But no nation would call her by the wrong name. The scholars explained it very clearly. When there was a disaster, the people began to call for a hero. Every nation went through their own disaster, and then all kinds of heroes appeared. Then, the Red Priests organized all the stories and made a story about the child of prophecy that seemed to be true history. To put it bluntly, the Red Gods used the name of the child of prophecy to spread their faith. The Great Sparrow of King's Landing is doing the same now. Littlefinger's confident expression as if he had seen through everything made Sansa admire him. Littlefinger tapped Sansa's little head and taught her earnestly, "Remember, read more books. We don't have dragons, nor do we have unparalleled power. We can only rely on our wits. And reading books is the most effective way to increase one's experience and wisdom." Scholars. Perhaps they violate the rights of guests, but morals have nothing to do with wisdom. Just like me. I'm so bad, but I'm also the wisest. He smiled strangely and reached out his hand. "You're so annoying." Sansa blushed, but she didn't struggle. Littlefinger let out a satisfied sigh and continued, "The scholars' knowledge has been tested for thousands of years. They're trustworthy. The classics that the scholars left behind are even more worthy of our attention. I heard that Dany Rise has been wandering around since she was young. She never went to school or read books." Sansa smiled. "That's right. She's illiterate." Littlefinger understood. Then he continued, "But Aegon isn't illiterate. He has Clinton, Ashera and Halden teaching him. If I were him, knowing that I couldn't get help from my aunt, I would immediately rush back to the Westeros after taming the Megalosaurus. If he couldn't be the husband of the queen, he would be the king himself." First, he attacked the unguarded Storm's End and gathered the old Targaryen officials. Dany Rise actually rejected their submission. I really don't know what she's thinking. With a sigh, Littlefinger continued his deduction. With John Clinton's connections and abilities, Aegon should be able to control the Stormlands and make it his base. Then he can ride a dragon to Dorne and win over his uncle's support. Then he can ride a dragon to intimidate the Eyrie and force me to side with him. Littlefinger shrugged and said in a seemingly helpless but actually proud manner, "What can I do? Against the Megalosaurus, the Eyrie is just a target. I can only join the king's army and use my obedient daughter to marry him. The Northern Territory, the Valley, the Stormlands, Dorne, no matter what, I can defeat the Dying Lion and the Listless Rose, right?" Marriage? Sansa didn't react for a moment. When she heard the words Northern Territory, she understood that Littlefinger was talking about her. She was currently using the name Elaine Stone, and was Littlefinger's illegitimate daughter. "You want me to marry Aegon?" she said in disbelief. "You don't want to?" Littlefinger asked. "You want to?" She squeezed her breasts against him. "Oh." Littlefinger moaned and raised his finger. "You don't know how much I want to marry you. But I've already married Lyssa. The power of Arryn Valley is related to our future. Even if she's dead now, I have to protect it," Littlefinger said affectionately. Littlefinger had indeed proposed to Tywin and asked him to marry Sansa to him. It didn't work. Now he was confident that he could control Sansa, who married Aegon, just like he could control Lyssa, who married Duke Jon. He could make Lyssa poison her husband, maybe he could also. Chapter 483. Sansa's blue crystal-like eyes darkened a little and she said softly, "You planned to marry me to Sir Harold Hatton. You had me seduce him and now I've already bewitched him." She knew he wouldn't marry her. She always knew. Even if he took her body, he insisted that she marry the heir of Arryn Vale, Harold Hatton, the son of Robert Arryn's cousin. In order for her to succeed, he even taught her how to properly use her delicate appearance and growing body. She really did succeed. She seduced that man. The situation has changed. Littlefinger sighed and explained, "Robin, Robert's nickname, won't live to adulthood. If I want to continue controlling Arryn Vale, I must first control the next heir of Arryn Vale, which is Harold. But Targaryen is back. Targaryen doesn't care if the master of Arryn Vale has Jon Arryn's blood. He would even be happy to see Arryn Vale change its name. So, I no longer need Harold. Or rather, the best choice is no longer Harold. If you marry Aegon, he will give me the rightful position of King of the Vale. This is a boon for him. And you, if you marry the true dragon, the enmity between Stark and Targaryen will naturally be resolved. You have a common enemy, Lannister. When you become queen, Freyr and Bolton will no longer be a problem. You can even ride a dragon with Aegon and personally witness how the dragonfire burns River Vale and Dreadfort." Littlefinger never hid his thoughts when it came to Sansa. Sometimes, when she didn't understand, he would take the initiative to explain to her. In Littlefinger's heart, Sansa was his daughter, lover, and disciple. Watching her tactics improve step by step under his guidance, he enjoyed a strange pleasure of nurturing her. Well, Sansa had learned palace fighting from Cersei, and now she was playing power games with Littlefinger. With the guidance of two grandmasters, she could be called the most promising player in Game of Thrones. Riding a dragon to burn River Vale and Dreadfort? Just like Aegon riding Balerion to burn Helen Castle. Sansa's eyes lit up. Her chest began to rise and fall violently as she gasped for breath. She was excited about that future. For survival, for revenge, for taking back the Northern Territory for Stark, she was even willing to marry Harold Hatton. Harold was the heir of Arryn Valley in name, but he wasn't born into a prominent family. He didn't know if it was retribution for starting a rebellion for no reason, but the fate of Jon Arryn, the #1 adoptive father in the game of swimming, wasn't good. His son was weak, his brain damaged, he couldn't live to adulthood, and his relatives died one after another. Harold Hatton, who was closest to Jon's bloodline, was actually his sister's grandson. The difference between their bloodlines was too great. Moreover, Harold wasn't a good person either. He had 2 illegitimate children before getting married. Although Aegon's identity was a little unclear, he was still the eldest nephew recognized by the Dragon Queen. He was young and promising, had a good upbringing, and did not gamble or whore. His purity was ruined by Tyrion. He also had a Dragon Queen, Dream On, and a powerful queen aunt who was the son of Lay Jiazi, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. No matter what, he was stronger than Harold. 10 times stronger. That was why Sansa was happy to accept the new fiancé arranged by her father. "Aegon, will he accept?" she asked nervously. Don't worry, I have 100% confidence that he will agree, Littlefinger said confidently. But we... Sansa hugged his waist tightly as if she was worried. Littlefinger's eyes flashed. He stroked her hair and said softly, "Don't be afraid, I will arrange everything." That idiot Marjorie, she asked Grand Scholar Pycelle to make her moon tea, as if she was afraid that others wouldn't know that she was keeping a lover. "No one knows about the moon tea I gave you because I made it myself." "Humph, if I really go to the City of Knowledge, my necklace will be longer than that old Pycelle's." He smiled confidently and proudly. Just like what he taught Sansa before, without a family background or power, he could only study hard. But he wasn't like Sansa, who had a good teacher to teach her. He could only learn from books and learn the wisdom of his predecessors from reading between the lines. Even as the Chancellor of the Exchequer, he had to find money for Robert every day, but Littlefinger still took some time to study and improve himself. Reading had changed his fate. The eyes hidden under the red hair shone with a dark light. Sansa said timidly, "I don't want to leave you." You studied with Cersei for a long time, didn't you?" Littlefinger pressed his mouth against her fluffy hair and said softly, "Cersei married Robert, still has a relationship with Jaime, and even gave birth to 3 children for him. My good daughter, how many are you willing to give birth to for me?" Sansa only said shyly, "Annoying," and didn't answer the question directly. Littlefinger was on fire. He pressed her head against Littlefinger and said, "I also studied the ancient books of Valeglia, and learned 9 kinds of spring cries, 2 more than the people of Cayuan. Come, I will teach you how to make a man unable to stop. I will teach you how to become the purest virgin in a man's heart again. If you can fool me and satisfy me, won't you be able to get an inexperienced little prince?" Sansa was very obedient. Uncle Finger was the largest brothel chain in the Westeros. His experience and skills in training bed slaves was something that even 99% of the wise lords of Cayuan could not compare to. In King's Landing, one of the most important tasks was to personally guide beautiful girls and boys, and make them his trump cards. Now, Sansa was slowly becoming his new trump card. Old Town, City of Knowledge. It was still the same meeting room. However, the number of people had decreased by almost a quarter. "It's confirmed. We have completely lost contact with Balin. After we caught him 2 nights ago, the mercenary knights immediately fled and took him away from Old Town," Scholar Galador said dejectedly. "Serves him right. Who told him to go out in the middle of the night to pee?" Professor Nolan said angrily. "Sigh, this world, even going out in the middle of the night to pee is dangerous," a professor sighed. "It's not dangerous to pee in the middle of the night. The danger lies in not wearing leather armor and not carrying a bow. 1,000 gold royals for 1 person. Those wild knights went crazy. From today onwards, do not spend the night outside the professor's dormitory. There are private bathrooms in the dormitory," the head professor said coldly. In the silence, a professor sighed and said, "The Dragon Queen has gone to Dragonstone Island again." The silence continued. A deathly silence. After a while, the head professor sighed and said, "Let her do whatever she wants. We're already like this anyway." Asterisk clang. Asterisk suddenly the door was pushed open. Sunlight shone into the dark meeting room along with a figure. Before the professors could curse, the person laughed and said, "Good news, Scholar Osley of Bravos has succeeded." "That's great." The professors cheered. The sunlight that shone through the door seemed to have swept away the gloominess in their hearts and the darkness in the room. Dorne Flowing Water Garden. Red blood oranges hung among the green leaves. The pond shimmered under the sunlight. Barefoot children laughed and played. What is she thinking? She's been to the Westeros so many times, but she's never looked for me. Under the shade of a tree beside the pond, Prince Dowling of Dorne sat in his wheelchair and sighed. "Father, you should take the initiative. It's not difficult to send a messenger crow to Dragonstone Island," said a short girl with olive skin. She was the heir of Dorne, Prince Dowling's eldest daughter, Araine Martell. After she failed to kidnap Messai and was arrested, Dowling told her his secret. The father and daughter came to an understanding and reconciled. Unfortunately, the beautiful lowly Messai was caught in the crossfire and had her face disfigured by the dark star. Look at the City of Knowledge now. The scholars are not trustworthy. How would I dare to tell them such a dangerous thing? Prince Dowling shook his head. The messenger crows were managed by the scholars. The job of delivering the letter could not be done without them. Even if Dowling trusted his scholars, he did not dare to trust Scholar Pylus, who received the letter on Dragonstone Island. Then arrange for someone you trust. My sisters are all willing to be the messengers, said Arain. Those sand snakes. Dowling nodded with a strange expression and said, they are trustworthy, but many people know the identity of the sand snakes. If someone saw one of them on Dragonstone Island, what would the King's Landing think? Arain frowned and said, you want to contact Danny Rise, but you are also worried about being discovered by the King's Landing. Aren't you being too cautious? Blame Danny Rise for not coming to find you. Since the end of the War of the Usurpers, Dorne has not resisted the Iron Throne. If I were her, I would also think that you are jealous of Rhaegar's betrayal of Auntie. Or perhaps you are not thinking of revenge for Auntie. I am being steady. Look at the Seven Kingdoms now. Stark in the north is dead, Tully in Hudgian is dead, Theon in the Land of Storms is dead, Jon's bloodline is almost dead in Irene Valley, Old Rose of the River Bend has offended the Dragon Queen and did not have a good ending, Lannister has also suffered heavy casualties. Only Dorne is intact. The people live in peace and have sufficient food reserves. If nightfall really comes, Dorne will not be afraid, said Dowling in a deep voice. Full beard and tail? Have you forgotten Uncle Oberyn so quickly? Arain complained in her heart but comforted him. If that is the case, continue to be steady. What are you worried about? I am worried about your brother. Dragon Queen went to Dragonstone Island but did not come to see me, which means that she has not seen Quentyn. But Quentyn has been gone for almost a year. Dowling shook his head and sighed. If I knew that Dragon Queen would ride a dragon to the Westeros, I would not have let him go so early. Take Sarella for example. She disguised herself as a man and studied in the City of Knowledge, but somehow she became the Dragon Queen's magic apprentice and went to Slave Bay before Quentyn, Yelaine said with a strange expression. Dowling smiled bitterly. Sarella is too far away, we can't count on her. Go ask the Sand Snakes who is willing to go to the Stone Island. Sarella said that the Dragon Queen has mastered the ancient Valeglia's long-distance communication spell. I am guessing that she can communicate with Sir Barristan from a distance. The Stone Island is just next to Dorne. If it is discovered, they can use it as an excuse to worry about the safety of their own sea. Arain rolled her eyes and smiled. Why don't I go there myself? It will be more serious. After all, it is Barristan. Dowling looked at his daughter and nodded. That works too. Actually, Dowling did not need to worry about his son anymore. In the past half a month, Quentyn and his companions had recovered. For the first time, Dany had a direct understanding of Kueishi's genius. The number one of the younger generation was not an undeserved title. Although Kueishi did not like this title that Lisbon had played with, it was the general evaluation of Asia's extraordinary world. She was able to develop the antidote for the grayscale disease and the gray plague based on the Dragon Queen's nonsense and the incomplete information provided by Bution. Was this not enough to prove her talent? However, when the Dragon Queen returned from Dragonstone Island, Kueishi and Bution would have to leave. You really don't want to stay and help me? In the garden on the top floor of the Great Pyramid, Dany looked at the blue-robed and red-masked witch and asked, You can win without me. The sealing project of Thunder Island's underground palace is waiting for me. Kueishi said calmly. All right, take care. Dany nodded and looked at the necromancer. Master Bution, thank you for this. The barbarian mage looked solemnly at the black dragon sleeping on the wall and said with a complicated expression, No need to thank me. You let His Majesty Big Black follow me to the barbarian land to treat the plague. I don't even know how to repay you. Dany, who was about to say a few more polite words with a smile, was suddenly stunned. She asked, You saw through it? You called him His Majesty? Yes, your black dragon is a demigod. I have poor eyesight and only understood after half a month. Bution secretly glanced at Kueishi beside him. Seeing that she did not show any strange expression, he sighed in relief. The old man did not see through it at all. It was Kueishi who told him. I see. Dany thought of the big sparrow who did not do anything, and a thought jumped into her mind. She rubbed her smooth little chin and whispered, I want to make a deal with you. Chapter 484. What deal? Bution asked curiously. Do you know that demigods can absorb the power of faith, Master? Dany asked. You want the faith of barbarian? Bution's expression changed and he said with a sour expression, We only believe in our own ancestral gods. Forget it. Dany waved her hand and laughed with a hint of mockery. Kueishi and I are good friends, I know everything about barbarian. Countless evil god churches are operating openly in Barbarian's capital. Why can't there be one more good god? In theory those evil cults are illegal, but... Bu Tian's beautiful white eyebrows furrowed into a bow shape. Well, we shouldn't wash our dirty linen in public, but for Dragon Queen this old man doesn't care about shame. Our Blue Dynasty's national power is declining, and we can't control Barbarian's political power. I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me, but Barbarian is about to change dynasties. Our Blue Dynasty wants to control the evil cults, but we can't, the old man said sadly. If that's the case, why don't we just let our Big Black become the Barbarian's Blue Dynasty's advisor? Dragon Queen didn't have any sympathy, and even wanted to take advantage of the situation. This is going against the tide. I think the whole country will rebel. The feudal lords are just lacking an excuse. The Blue Dynasty of the Blue Dynasty, which originally had 50 years of national fortune, will be finished in 5 years, Kueishi interrupted. That probably isn't wrong. The old barbarian wizard was embarrassed and helpless. It's different this time. In less than half a month, December will be over, and there will be a generation-long winter. Wizard Bu Tian, the long night is coming, Danny said with an exaggerated expression. Kueishi hesitated and turned to look at the old wizard, who was full of suspicion, and said, perhaps, this is an opportunity for your Blue Dynasty. Are you sure the long night is coming? Bu Tian asked in surprise. You know Asha's prophecy, it can't be wrong, Kueishi said with certainty. You're the child of prophecy? Bu Tian looked at Dragon Queen expectantly. If this can make you feel at ease, I don't mind having another title, Danny said honestly. Gah, the old man's face turned red from choking. I'll help your emperor make a plan. Danny paced back and forth by the pool 3 or 4 times. She stopped, raised her index finger and smiled. First of all, while my Dahe is treating the victims of the flattened land, the imperial court is wantonly publicizing the achievements of the great mighty heavenly dragon of the West. Then, when the people knew why they were alive, they took the opportunity to announce that the long night was coming, and the sky dragon was the savior. They believed in the 7 gods and chased away the cold. In the end, the public opinion was more or less ready, and the 7 divine dragons sect was established as the national religion. During the period when the long night officially descended, there would definitely be a rebellion among the vassals. But it didn't matter. They were already disloyal and would rebel sooner or later. It was better to rebel now than later. You can spread the word that it was precisely because the feudal vassals disobeyed the rules that led to the long night. When I end the long night and become the savior, I reckon that no one will oppose the 7 divine dragons sect anymore. Your Bo clan will be able to extend your reign for at least 500 years. Almighty Heavenly Dragon, 7 divine dragons sect, what are those? The muscles in Bo Tian's cheeks twitched. He was embarrassed by these awkward titles. I'm a devout believer of the 7 gods. Dahe will always be the dragon god protector under the 7 gods, said the Dragon Queen seriously. Since they had decided to let Dahe usurp the position of the 7 gods, they should stick to it until the end. They should not create a second church that would split the faith and divine position. Also, the 7 divine dragons sect in the flattened land was just a chess piece. The Westeros of the Undulls were the core of the church. Of course, if the customs of the flattened land are not suitable for the almighty heavenly dragon and the 7 divine dragons sect, you can change the name. As for changing the customs, I understand. Just do as I say in the doctrine. We can discuss the name later. Tell me about it first. Isn't my plan great? Said Danny. You make it sound great, but... The flattened wizard shook his head. But I'm not stupid. I'll believe whatever you say. Do you really think that the world operates according to your will? You said it yourself. You're not the child of prophecy nor the savior. We can try. Otherwise, the Bo family will not survive the long night, Kueishi interrupted. Bo Tian still shook his head and sighed. Even if there is the long night, even if the Dragon Queen can end the long night, this plan will not be realized. Why? Asked Danny, puzzled. It's simple. No matter how good a plan is, there must be someone who can execute it, right? Asked Bo Tian. You don't believe in my ability? Danny raised an eyebrow. It has nothing to do with you. However, only the wisest and most decisive monarch can gamble the fate of an entire dynasty on the table. Unfortunately, the one in my family is a fatuous monarch. He is the most mediocre monarch in the history of the flattened land, said Bo Tian confidently. Oh. Danny's mouth twitched. Are you kidding? If that bastard Bo Hao is not a fatuous monarch, why would he corrupt the Azure Court to this extent? Bo Tian said. Ugh, what he said really made sense. It's all right. I am strong enough to bring your Emperor Bo to the skies, promised the Dragon Queen as she patted her chest. Kuei-shi was annoyed by her miscalculation for a while. She sighed. You can't bring him along. Bo Hao is lustful, indecisive, cowardly. He has all the shortcomings of a fatuous monarch. He has none of the merits of a wise monarch. Can you ask Emperor Bo to give up his position? Why is your father unwilling to retire early and give his position to Liga? Kuei-shi mocked. Danny said unhappily, is there no other way? My request is not high. I only hope that the Seven Gods Dragon sect will become a mainstream religious force like the Red Gods Church. Just in time. You guys haven't left yet. As they were talking, they saw Tyrion holding a banner and climbing up the stairs. The little devil had lost a lot of weight. His eye sockets were sunken, his stork bones were protruding, and only a thin layer of skin was left on his cheeks. Under the sunlight, one could even see his moving tongue and teeth through this layer of skin. He looked exactly like a skeleton demon. Sorry, I was busy with work and came late. After recovering from the grayscale disease, he returned to the wildfire production workshop and continued his work as the wildfire general. He had not gotten off work yet, so he hurried back to the Great Pyramid to send off his savior. He had to thank Kuei-shi. Although there were strong symptoms of diarrhea before the potion matured, Kuei-shi said that except for Tyrion, the other patients did not have diarrhea. She had cured him before the disease spread to his legs. This saved his future happiness. Well, he was not sure if it was a psychological effect or a side effect of the petrification. Aegon was young, but he was as weak as a tired middle-aged man in his 40s. Dang 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 dang. Tyrion jumped to Kuei-shi's side and shook out the blue banner that was rolled into a circle. On it was written in the barbarian language, Best Wizard of the Young Generation in the East. Master Kuei-shi, I learned these words from Master Bo Tian. After practicing hard for half a month, they are still neat. It's not worth much, but it's a token of my gratitude to you, he said sincerely. Kuei-shi stared at Tyrion's skull-like head for a while before she said word by word, Very good, Tyrion. You are very considerate. She suppressed the idea of staying for a few more days to kill the dwarf and turned to Danny. When I finish the seal of the underground palace, I will come back to help you immediately. I will help you kill this little skeleton man. Okay. Danny nodded blankly. Master, take it. Tyrion stuffed the banner into Kuei-shi's hands. Looking at the words on the banner, Kuei-shi's heart was filled with hatred. Suddenly she thought of the instigator, Bo Cheng. The Dragon Queen told her that it was Bo Cheng who first announced her and Lisbon's title of Best Wizard of the Young Generation in the East and the West in Volantis. Actually, it was Tam. Master Bo Tian, I have an idea, Kuei-shi said. Oh, go ahead. In general, the Dragon Queen's plan is an opportunity for the Bo family. They can either take a gamble or be finished in a few years. I can imagine that when the long night comes, the vassals will definitely announce that the long night came because of the Bo family's rebellion, Kuei-shi said. Bo Tian's expression changed. His expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Kuei-shi was right. Under normal circumstances, the Azure dynasty could still hold on for a few more decades, but if the long night came, how strong was the Dawn Kingdom? It was a mortal kingdom built by the descendants of the gods. It was the first dynasty of the Barren Lands. It had lasted for tens of thousands of years, but it still could not survive the long night. The Azure dynasty was definitely not as strong as the Dawn Kingdom. Looking at the old master who was deep in thought, Kuei-shi had an idea. She said, why don't we split the Bo family into two and prepare for both sides? The main family, with Bo Hao as the leader, will continue to maintain the current rule. Bo Cheng will establish the Seven Gods Church as the leader of the branch family. Bo Cheng will bear all the pressure from public opinion. When the long night comes, the Dragon Queen will end the long night. Bo Cheng will be the savior's right-hand man, and the Azure dynasty will continue. If the long night does not come, or if the pressure from the other vassals is too great for Bo Hao to bear, he can kill Bo Cheng to vent the anger of the people. Holy shit, so ruthless. Danny could barely maintain her blank expression. Bo Tian was deep in thought. Now that the Barren Lands were divided into three, wasn't the restored Huang dynasty in Carcosa built by the Chai branch family? He asked curiously, why Bo Cheng? Bo Cheng is the number one of the younger generation of the Bo family. He's also an old acquaintance of the Dragon Queen. The Queen saved Bo Cheng's life. Bo Cheng went against the Dead Spirit Association's ban and secretly taught her the Encyclopedia of Fundamental Incantations, Kuei-shi said. Danny was stunned. What is this witch trying to do? What? that unfilial son. Bo Tian was shocked and angry, but he immediately suppressed his anger. The Dragon Queen was right beside him. The old man raised his eyebrows and gritted his teeth. Fine, let Bo Qing fill in the hole. When Blackie's figure disappeared into the eastern horizon, the little devil retracted her gaze and asked doubtfully, Your Majesty, you told me that Master Kuei she would like the banner and the praise on it, but I don't think she's happy. No, she likes it very much. She's just shy because of your praise, so she can't show it in front of everyone, Danny said seriously. She was the one who encouraged him to give the banner. General Wildfire had planned to buy a magic gem for the miracle doctor who saved his life, but he was fined half a year's salary and did not have that much money. So he went to the Dragon Queen and asked for an advance of a year's salary. After the Dragon Queen knew his purpose, she told him, according to the customs of the East, when the patient is grateful to the doctor, they should give a banner. The next time you see him, you can give him a haori with the words best in the world printed on it. If you have any difficult diseases in the future, I guarantee that you'll be cured. Is that so? The little devil had some doubts. Kuei was silent and mysterious. He could not see through her, but the Dragon Queen would definitely not be so nice to him. In the direction of the West Pier, a long and low horn suddenly sounded. Danny curiously stepped forward and came to the side of the wall that reached her chest. She saw the green carpet-like sea surface and dozens of white sails and black hulls slowly sailing over. The Titan Giant's flag fluttered in the wind. Tyrion jumped at the side of the wall. Finally, he moved a stool and stepped on it. It's the Iron Treasury. Chapter 485. The Undulls liked 7, and the guys liked 33. The Great Pyramid of Slave Bay, no matter how tall it was, had 33 floors, whether it was 100 meters or 200 meters. In addition to living people, most of the pyramid was used to store supplies. On the 9th floor of the Great Pyramid of Astapor, under the illumination of the fire, gold coins clattered as the shovels waved, reflecting an intoxicating brilliance. Hundreds of Unsullied, in groups of 2, wandered in the sea of gold, using shovels to send gold coins into the cart. When the cart was full, they pushed the cart to the outside of the vault. Beside the stone steps on the east side of the Great Pyramid, there was a funnel-like pool of 7 or 8 square meters. A pipe as thick as a bucket was connected to the bottom of the pyramid along the stone steps. The pipe was open and cast in copper. It was like a bamboo tube divided in the middle by a knife, 10 meters in one section connected to the other. The Unsullied pushed the wooden cart with gold coins to the side of the funnel-like pool and pulled open the tailgate. Crash! Like a golden waterfall, it poured into the pool and then flowed down the pipe below the pool all the way down. Beside the pipe, there was a bald man wearing only a pair of briefs on each step. They held brooms in their hands and stared at the stream of gold coins in the pipe without blinking. If they encountered a different colored coin, they would immediately pick it out. If the gold coin stopped rolling and blocked the pipe, they would sweep it with a broom. At the bottom of the pyramid there was also a pool of gold, a pool built with iron plates. There were 3 megalosaurus beside the pool, little white, little green, and little gold. Dragon flames spewed out, smoke rose, and the gold in the pool melted into gold liquid. The gold liquid passed through a screen and flowed into a pipe on one side, which was connected to dozens of molds. From time to time, the sound of cold water being poured on the molds could be heard. After the molds were filled with gold liquid, the Unsullied would pour water on them to solidify the gold. After that, someone from the iron vault put the giant gold nugget on the scale. 100 kilograms, acceptance platform A, 1,245 pieces. There was a senior manager of the iron vault guarding the scale. If the weight was acceptable, he would shout and record the word X on a piece of paper. Yes, the scholar from Slave Bay sat at another table and followed the record. Every 100 pieces, both sides checked the account. Then, someone came over to carry the gold nugget to a carriage on the side of the road. It had to be exactly 50 kilograms, no more, no less. Otherwise, it would mean that the gold was not pure because the mold was made with 50 kilograms of standard gold. Once there were 20 giant gold bricks on the carriage, the coachman would immediately drive them away. They would go all the way to the dock and load the warm gold onto the ship. On the docks, there was also a manager counting the number of gold ingots entering the cabins. With such an assembly line, Astapo's gold quickly flowed to the Iron Treasury's fleet. At the pier, there was a restaurant named Green Olive. The Dragon Queen was currently holding a banquet. Yes, after the epidemic, business in Slave Bay's hotel industry declined. In order to resume production, Dragon Queen not only took the lead in patronizing the hotel at the harbor, she also frequently gave out coupons to the officials and citizens. Before the banquet began, the queen pointed at the silver-haired youth on her left and said to the representative of the Iron Treasury opposite her, "This young talent is my eldest nephew Aegon, son of Rhaegar and Ilya, House Targaryen's colt." The representative who led the fleet to Estapo's Iron Treasury was called Taichu Nestos. He was a tall and thin man with 2 long legs. He had a tall and thin body, a thin and narrow face, and a thin and long goatee that almost reached his waist. "Mr. Nestos, nice to meet you." Aegon was polite, calm and elegant. "Prince Aegon, nice to meet you." Taichu bowed respectfully before he asked in confusion, "I remember Duke Tywin. It's all thanks to Count Varys." Dany smiled and told him about Varys' version of the orphan Zhao. "Your Majesty, congratulations on the reunion of aunt and nephew." A strange look flashed across Taichu's eyes. "Congratulations, Dragon Queen has a huge flaw. It is indeed worth celebrating. My nephew is young and promising and has great ambitions. He will definitely become a great man in the future. If not for the epidemic, I would have sent him to Meereen to train." Dragon Queen's expression was as happy and proud as a mother whose son had been admitted to Tsinghua University. Aegon also raised his chin proudly. Taichu's eyes flashed again. He was certain that the Dragon Queen cherished her nephew very much. Tyrion glanced at the amiable family of aunt and nephew and asked the representative of the Iron Treasury, "Mr. Taichu, you look haggard. You seem to have traveled a long way to get here?" "That's right. I came from Bravos and kept changing horses. I traveled thousands of miles in a day. I passed through the Norfoss Mountains, walked on the plains of the Rhone River, passed through Coer, arrived at Mat Aris and turned to Tolos. The people of New Guis had already received our messenger crows and immediately helped the Iron Treasury organize a fleet. When I arrived at Tolos, the Iron Treasury's fleet had already entered the Sea of Sorrow. In the end, we met at the estuary of Slave Bay and came to Estapo together." Taichu did not hide anything. He explained his itinerary and the arrangements of the Iron Treasury. "Did the people of New Guis tell you about the Allied army's plan to release the Grayscale Stone men into Slave Bay?" Tyrion laughed strangely. Taichu avoided the main point and said, "We have our own sources of information. We know that Her Majesty the Queen controlled the epidemic immediately. The epidemic did not break out at all. The Allied army's plan failed. The Iron Treasury is really powerful. The Allied army and the Queen are fighting a world war, but you can do business on both sides peacefully." The little devil gave a thumbs up and praised. "Our business covers the entire civilized world, and we serve all trustworthy people." Taichu did not care whether he was sincere or not. He accepted his praise as a matter of course. "Have you started preparing the food?" "It'll be winter in 10 days, Dany asked. A proud smile appeared on Taichu's thin and dry face. "The wheat that belongs to you has been planted for more than a month." "More than a month? Are you telling me that you've started farming right after we finished talking about business? Isn't that a little too efficient?" Dany said doubtfully. "The faster the messenger crows fly, the higher our efficiency." Tyrion had a thought. He asked, "Don't tell me you've contracted out the project of growing food?" "The Iron Treasury is a bank. It's impossible for us to grow our own land. Of course, we have to contract out the business of purchasing food to the big grain merchants of the major cities." Taichu nodded and said, "Then the big grain merchants will subcontract to the small grain merchants, and the small merchants will look for the manor owner? It's too easy to earn money." Tyrion's mouth twitched. Taichu glared at him and said calmly, "You can try. I dare to guarantee that even if you have 10 fathers who can pull gold, it won't be enough to make you lose." "Sir, you seem to be hostile towards me?" Tyrion was puzzled. "No, I'm just stating the facts." Dany pointed at the row of sailboats outside the window and said, "I see that most of your fleet are large ships and not many longboats. Can you guarantee your safety?" "Let me tell you, I can guarantee your safety in Slave Bay. But once you enter the Bay of Sorrows and the Sea of Summer, the safety of your gold has nothing to do with me." After hesitating for a moment, Taichu paid attention to Dragon Queen's expression and said slowly, "Once we leave Slave Bay, there will be Githa's iron fleet escorting us." "Wow!" Tyrion let out a strange cry. His eyes were full of ridicule as he looked back and forth between Dragon Queen and Taichu. Dany nodded in satisfaction and said, "If that's the case, I'm relieved." "Relieved?" Tyrion had a strange expression. Your Majesty, you're not planning to ambush New Gith while the Iron Fleet leaves the port, are you? Shut up. Dragon Queen growled. Taichu's expression changed again and again, becoming uncertain. Old Yamant saw this and quickly stood up. He raised his wine cup and said, "Come, let's drink, let's drink. Today's banquet has nothing to do with the war or the alliance. Sir Taichu is a guest from afar. Let's toast him." 50 million gold royals and 10 million gold royals worth of jewels sounded like a lot, but the total weight did not exceed 900 tons. In just one night and one morning, they were loaded onto 6 fast cargo ships equipped with 200 oars. Taichu seemed to be in a hurry to deposit the gold into the iron vault. After lunch, he led the fleet away from Astapor Pier. From start to finish, he didn't even spend a day in Slave Bay. Looking at the white sail fleet disappearing into the blue sky and blue sea, Tyrion retracted his gaze and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, how was my performance?" "So-so," Dany said with a calm expression. "So-so." Tyrion was very dissatisfied. "I've already tricked that goatee. The Alliance's fleet is gathering at New Gith. Illyria and Tolos' defense will be severely lacking." Yes, at the banquet where Taichu was received, Tyrion and Dragon Queen had cooperated to put on a show. They wanted Taichu to think that Dragon Queen was going to attack New Gith and cover up her true intentions. Dany had indeed planned to go south to New Gith. For this, the Crab's first fleet and Garth's second fleet had been training for a month. In the process of taking down Slave Bay, Dany had captured a large number of ships. After that, hundreds of ships belonging to the slave owners were confiscated. Dany had never been short of ships. In fact, in the past 2 years, Blackbeard Grollet had incorporated and built hundreds of warships for Dragon Queen. However, Grollet did not have the ability to command naval operations, nor did he know how to train sailors. These were all military skills that were monopolized by the nobles. Barristan had the ability, but he had been helping Dany train qualified army officers. He did not have the time or experience. The arrival of the Crab and the second son of the Hyder family changed this situation. The Crab was being trained as the heir of the Count. His home was an island, Crab Island. How could he not know naval knowledge? Garth Hyder had more experience. When he was young, he was an attendant under the commander of the Qingting Island fleet, Count Redwine. When he grew up, he had been in charge of the old town's coastal defense. Dany frowned and said, "With my current strength, I don't need to scheme to take down Toros. There's only one thing I'm not sure about. I can only change the plan and hope to disrupt the enemies while disrupting my own rhythm." "You're thinking too much. There are 5 dragons and wildfire. We'll definitely win if we wait at ease," Tyrion said. "The wind-blowing group promised to be my spy." "Now there's no news at all," Dany said. Even the Iron Treasury knew that she had controlled the epidemic in Slave Bay. It was impossible that the Alliance did not know. If the Alliance knew, it meant that the wind-blowing group knew as well. What trump card did the Alliance have that was more powerful than the Stonemen? Why did the wind-blowing group insist that Dragon Queen could not win? Tyrion's eyes flashed. He said in a low voice, "Only the Megalosaurus can deal with the Megalosaurus." Dragon. Dany fell into deep thought. "Aunt Dany." Aegon ran downstairs panting. "My cousin's gray disease has been cured. Can he be released?" Chapter 486. "What, you called me cousin, the son of Rhaega and Elia? You're not a liar, are you?" The honest-looking Quentyn looked suspiciously at the silver-haired man in front of him and said what was on his mind. The joy on Aegon's face of reuniting with his loved ones was like spring water under the cold wind of a long night. It quickly froze, cracked, and fell off layer by layer, leaving only shame and embarrassment. If it weren't for Aegon's reminder, the Dragon Queen would have almost forgotten about Quentyn's group in the quarantine area. There was a small boat delivering food there regularly. The Grey Plague virus was a mutation of the grayscale virus. According to modern medical analysis, since the 2 viruses were different, the special medicine should be different. But this was a fantasy world. The reason why the 2 epidemics were terrifying was mainly because the virus energy level was high and almost impossible to kill. The Grey Plague virus was a mutation of the grayscale virus. The 2 viruses were different and the level might not have changed. Therefore, the medicine to treat the grayscale virus was also useful for the Grey Plague virus. After staying in the desolate rocky beach 50 kilometers west of Astapor for more than half a month, Quentyn was finally discharged from the hospital. Originally, he and his friends were wondering why the Queen hadn't come to pick them up when they were all cured. Then someone came to pick them up. When they arrived at the queen's Great Pyramid, before they could salute the queen, a young man rushed over and excitedly pulled their hands, calling them cousin affectionately. Aegon let go of the black-haired youth's right hand, took 2 steps back and said dryly, "I'm really Aegon. My father is Prince Rhaegar, and my mother is your aunt, Princess Elia. I'm not dead. Count Varys saved me. It's too fantastical. It's unbelievable." The iron pillar-like youth on the side rubbed his big bald head and shook it vigorously. The yellow-haired youth also muttered, "Who dares to believe Varys's words? Besides, he didn't even inform Prince Dowling." Aegon's face turned green and red. He secretly swore in his heart that he must become a dragon knight. Only when he rode on the back of a dragon would his words be most convincing. When Dahe comes back from his business trip, I'll be more diligent and try to communicate with him every night to become his dragon knight. Well, since Dahe understands human nature and can speak human language, can I use my pitiful act to impress him? For example, talk more about my current miserable situation. Even my cousin doesn't recognize me. Isn't it miserable enough? Maybe Big Black would sympathize with me, and then, he pondered. After Aegon set Dahe as his target, he persevered. Every night when Dahe was sleeping on the wall, he would spend an hour or 2 with him. Knowing that Blackie could understand human speech, he kept saying things like, "I am the true dragon, I am the son of Rhaegar and Elia, and I am one of the 3 foretold heads." Dany didn't stop him from doing this completely useless thing. In fact, she was happy to see it happen. However, Aegon was not stupid. Now that he realized that the 3-headed prophecy was useless, he decided to change his approach. Acting pitiful? Your Majesty, what's wrong with this person? Cousin Quentin's words interrupted Aegon's reverie. He's pretending to be my aunt's child. Don't be fooled by him. Any rational person would know that if Varys saved my aunt's child, he would definitely inform my father. Quentin advised in a serious tone. Dany wanted to nod in agreement. This Prince of Dorne looked simple and honest, but he wasn't stupid at all. However, Aegon was about to vomit blood. "Aunt Dany, tell him," he said with a dark face. Dany was too lazy to say anything. She gave Tyrion a look. Well, after Clinton's right hand was healed, he officially became Dany's military advisor for the Western expedition. He also held the position of the commander of the cavalry, roughly fulfilling the duties that Barristan had when he was still around. As the former hand of the king who once had a 40-60 ratio with Robert, and the former reserve leader of the Golden Mercenary Group, Clinton definitely had this ability. Now he was very busy. He was busy helping the Queen reorganize the military and training cavalry officers. Duckfield also joined the cavalry and became the captain of Clinton's personal guards. After the Green Saintess was executed, Lamore became the Archbishop of the Seven Gods Church of Meereen and went to Meereen long ago. Even, scholar Cy Halden became Clinton's clerk. Only Aegon was still idle at home, doing nothing. Prince Aegon is probably your cousin, Tyrion said. Probably? Little devil, what do you mean by, probably? Aegon's face changed as he questioned loudly. When it came to matters of principle, he couldn't help but be agitated. I said the wrong thing. The little devil slapped his own mouth. Who told you to speak the truth? Prince Aegon is your cousin, he repeated. Little devil, you are a kinslayer, patricide and kingslayer. Your words can't be trusted. Quentin said straightforwardly. Do you see this? Tyrion's right thumb poked the 3-headed dragon emblem on his chest. You should recognize this, right? A second-rank official under the Queen, qualified to participate in the Imperial Council. No matter what I did in the past, I am now the Queen's most trusted official. That's enough. Dany waved her hand and interrupted their nonsense. Prince Quentin, introduce your companions. If Quentin's 2 companions were normal guards, there would be no need for introductions. But from their attitude towards Quentin, it was obvious that they were nobles. Nobles had to treat each other with respect. It was a tradition of this world. My apologies for my lack of manners. Quentin bowed to the Queen before pointing at the handsome and proud yellow-haired youth. Gareth Din Wat of the Dorndon Wat family, my close friend. Your Majesty, you are more charming than the violets in the flowing water garden. The yellow-haired Gareth bowed and smiled. Hello, Sir Gareth. My foster father's nephew, Archibald Ironwood. Quentin introduced the bald youth who looked like a pillar. Your Majesty, my hammer is at your service. Brother Taiju raised his spiked hammer and said, Hello, Sir Archibald. After the formal introduction, Dany led them from the solemn hall to the warm and comfortable living room. The guests took their seats and the maids served them tea. Aegon's identity is guaranteed by Sir Clinton and Lady Ashera. You should trust them. Dany did not directly endorse Aegon. She only explained how Aegon and the rest came to Astapor. During the War of the Usurpers, Dorne has always been on the side of the Targaryens. And my father is a cautious person. If Varys found him, Prince Aegon's identity would never be revealed. This is very unreasonable. Quentyn still shook her head. Aegon's face completely darkened. He always remembered Tyrion's words, "Don't always think of stealing from your aunt. Even if she recognizes your right to inherit, a vassal's vassal is not your vassal. Furthermore, she is not your vassal. Only Dorne is an ally that you can truly trust." That was why he had been paying attention to Cousin Quentyn's condition. Once they recovered, he would immediately find his aunt. If he had known this would happen, he would have let them continue to suffer in the barren rock beach. "Your Majesty, did you know about Prince Aegon before?" Quentyn asked. "No," Dany said. "Of course, the fewer people who know about this, the better." Aegon argued with a red face. Quentyn stared into Aegon's eyes and said, "Your Highness, I'm straightforward. Please don't mind me. Think about it, my father and Queen Dany are your closest relatives. Is it reasonable that even they do not know? Whether it is reasonable or not, you can find Varys in the future and ask him." "Prince Quentyn, why don't you tell me why you came to Slaver's Bay?" Tyrion asked curiously. After a moment's hesitation, Quentyn took out a folded craft paper bag from his pocket. He carefully opened it and solemnly took out a piece of parchment. He stood up and walked to Dany's side. The honest-looking youth handed the paper over with a red face. "What is this?" The little devil's necklace neck stretched out, but still could not see anything. Dragon Queen frowned as she observed the parchment. Her beautiful face exuded an aura that prevented strangers from approaching. Quentyn pinched his sweaty palms and said in a low voice, "This is 15 years ago. My uncle, Prince Oberyn Martell, secretly snuck into Braavos and signed a contract with Sir William Darry under the witness of the Sea King brother Felix." "Which William Darry?" Tyrion had just asked when he immediately reacted and exclaimed, "William Darry of Darry City? 7 levels of hell. My father was right." Dany closed the contract and asked curiously, "What did Duke Tywin say?" "And what's written on the contract?" Aegon looked at the parchment and asked. "See for yourself." Dany handed the parchment to him. On the matter of Princess Ilia, many people said that Oberyn Martell was weak and incompetent. Only my father believed that he was a scheming person and would not give up easily. That's why he did not value the alliance with Dorne, because the two sides would never truly form an alliance. Tyrion said with a complicated expression. He still remembered that night when he lost his nose and his position as the Hand of the King. He vented to his father, "I've done meritorious deeds for Lannister and bled for Joffrey's Iron Throne. You can't do this to me." When he was recounting his deeds, the first thing he said was to use the marriage between Myrcella and Chway Sidons, Quentyn's brother, to rope in the Dornishmen to support the Iron Throne. Then Tywin sneered, "A living lion will never be forgiven by the damned cripple, Dowlord. Viserys is dead." Aegon frowned and raised the contract. According to this contract, Viserys Targaryen is to marry Aeryn Martell. In return, when he lands in the Westeros and reclaims the Iron Throne, Dorne will fully support him. Viserys is dead. This sacred contract is no longer valid. Quentyn, why are you showing this to us? At this moment, Aegon was no longer licking his face and calling him cousin. Could it be? Tyrion looked at the blushing Quentyn, then looked at the beautiful Dragon Queen and laughed strangely. Second brother can't marry eldest sister, so he let eldest sister's brother marry second brother's sister. That damned crippled Dowlord, what a good idea. Bastard, how dare you insult my father? Quentyn was furious. She stood up and was about to pull Tyrion's hair. "I apologize. Kid, don't be rude in front of the queen." Tyrion shrunk his neck and shouted awkwardly. Quentyn glanced at the queen and sat back down angrily. "It's okay. Don't worry about me." Dany chuckled. "I apologize." Tyrion apologized again. "Damned cripple, is what my damned old man said. I was just reminiscing about my late father and accidentally said it. But I didn't guess wrong, right?" He smiled and asked the Dornishman. "Yes, that's what my father meant. I will marry Her Majesty as the continuation of this contract. Dorne will still support you to ascend the Iron Throne. Your Majesty." Dany, rise, what do you think? Quentyn clenched her fists and sweat dripped from her forehead. Although her voice was trembling, her tone was still sincere. I'm right. Chapter 487. Before the Dragon Queen could say anything, Aegon stood up and said loudly, I object. Quentin was mentally prepared to be rejected, but she did not expect the fake cousin to have the strongest reaction. Yellowhair Gareth asked, Why? Do you intend to follow the old Targaryen tradition and marry an aunt? I would like to, but my aunt is too Saint Belle. Aegon sighed regretfully and explained, Everyone knows that after the Blood Dragon dance, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms held a meeting and decided that the direct male line of succession has higher rights than the female line of succession. I am Rhaegar's eldest son, so theoretically my right to the Iron Throne is higher than my aunt's, and she has also agreed to this. Therefore, if this contract is to be continued, it should be me. I will replace Viserys and marry your sister, Princess Elaine. So this nephew is not only good at attracting enemy damage, he is also good at resisting lightning and filling holes. I did not eat her rice for nothing, nor did I live in her house for nothing. I can continue to take care of this cheap relative. Dragon Queen thought in relief. Brother Iron Pillar looked at the Queen and asked in surprise, Are you really willing to give the Iron Throne to this unknown person? What unknown person? I am Aegon Targaryen, the son of Rhaegar and Ilya. Aegon said unhappily. These Dornishmen are really stubborn, I have explained so many times, but they still refuse to admit that I am the true dragon. I am not giving it to him, I have sworn. Dany told them about the other ghosts again, leaving the three Dornishmen dumbfounded. Finally she said, My nephew is willing to fight the other ghosts with me, pass the Night of Eradication, and ascend the Iron Throne openly. Perhaps there is no need for marriage or Dornishman's support. Yes, I do. Prince Dowling is my uncle, I need his support, Aegon said hurriedly. All right, he needs it, Dany said to Quentyn with a wooden face. Then what should I do? I did not marry the Queen, and now even other ghosts have appeared. The honest-looking young man was at a loss. When they first set out, there were not three of them, but a noble heir to an earldom, a seasoned knight, and a learned scholar. Unfortunately, they encountered pirates in the land of strife, and the other three were all killed. Among them was the heir to the Count, who was his adoptive father's eldest son. From Volantis to Slaver's Bay, he was unlucky enough to catch the Grey Plague and narrowly escape death. In order to see the Dragon Queen, in order to fulfill the contract, in order to not disappoint her father, Quentyn had sacrificed too much. If everything went according to his father's plan, he would be able to unite with the Queen, bring the dragons and the Unsullied back to the Westeros, and take back the Iron Throne. No matter how much he sacrificed, it would be worth it. But now, Prince Quentyn, why don't I arrange for someone to send you back to Dorne? The divine contract has nothing to do with me, so I can't fulfill the contract. Why don't you go back and ask your father what we should do next? Dany suggested. I can't go back empty-handed. The confusion on Quentyn's face disappeared and was replaced by a stubborn look that was as firm as a rock. Aegon's eyes were alert as he reminded him, My aunt won't marry you. Quentyn said in a low voice, Before I met Her Majesty, I was loyal to my father and did my best to carry out his mission. I only saw the marriage as a responsibility. The journey from Dorne to Slaver's Bay was a feat worth bragging about. But it's different now. The cruel but real experience of killing the boys in the past has made me mature quickly. Now I understand what I need. Even if I can't marry Dany, Her Majesty rise, I can still build up my achievements. At this point, Quentyn knelt on one knee in front of Dany and said solemnly, Your Majesty, I'm my father's eldest son but not his first. According to Dorne's tradition, my sister Arianne will become the new princess. Now you've rejected me and I've lost the responsibility of the marriage. It can be said that I've fulfilled my responsibility to Dorne. You've saved me, and I respect your ideals of freeing the slaves and ending the long night. Whether it's out of gratitude or my admiration for you, I hope that you can keep me and let me serve you, a knight to a king. Admiration? Tyrion smiled playfully and said, Kid, the Queen still has 2 vacancies for white knights. Do you want to come? Without waiting for Quentyn to answer, Dany immediately said, Quentyn, get up. I do lack people here. If you and your companions are willing, you can work at Slaves Bay for a while. Although this place is thousands of miles away from Westeros, there are many Westeros here. You should be able to blend in quickly. I promise that I'll give you glory and the treatment that vassals deserve. If Quentyn was willing to be a white knight, Dany wouldn't mind giving him a spot. One of the white knights who died with Liga at Ruby Beach was from the Dornmartel family. But Prince Daolong's hope for Quentin was to be the queen's husband. If he knew that not only did she reject the marriage, but she also turned his son into a white knight who didn't marry and had no land, then Danny didn't care what Daolong thought of her, but that was under the premise that she didn't have anything to do with him. When Quentin really became her white knight, they wouldn't have anything to do with each other before, but now they would. As for taking Quentin as a vassal, that wasn't a big problem. Even in front of Prince Daolong, she could confidently say, "I have the right to take your son as a follower." And Quentin also had the right to be her vassal. To be honest, she wanted as many youths like Quentin who had received elite knight education since young. The more the better. She was never satisfied. Because Danny's most basic ambition was to conquer the continent of Ursos. In the future, she would take revenge on the many cities that had declared war on her in the Jade Sea. She needed a follower to follow her everywhere and help her govern the place. Aegon glanced at Quentin and said expectantly, "Actually, I also need a white knight." Quentin gave him a sideways glance and didn't say anything. "Sigh, you should first." Danny sighed and facepalmed. "Let's get Uncle Daolong to accept you as his nephew first. Not everyone is as easy to talk to as I am." The Dragon Queen wasn't easy to talk to. Regardless of whether Aegon's identity was real or fake, she wouldn't be completely devoted to him. She licked a pair of chopsticks on the table, tidied up a room in the pyramid, and sent him away. In fact, Clinton, Duck Knight, and Ashala were all Aegon's men. But they were all working for the Dragon Queen for free. Their wages were more than enough to offset Aegon's spending. No, she still had money to earn. But if he was really her nephew, Daolong would definitely be devoted to him. He would give him his daughter, soldiers, and money. He would work hard to ensure that he could ascend to the Iron Throne. The cost of their preparations was different. Naturally, the degree of caution in their investments was different. However, at this moment, Aegon definitely preferred the amiable Aunt Dany, who kept calling him nephew, instead of his stubborn old cousin Dwayne, who did not allow him to call him cousin. This was really... With the war coming, the sea trade in Slavers Bay stopped completely. The Dragon Queen officially announced that Slavers Bay had entered a state of war. The food and beverage industry, hotels, and other service industries were all closed. Other than the skilled workers in the manufacturing industry, the residents of the city, regardless of age or gender, had to follow the household registration system. Their entire family would join the final charge of the Great Leap Forward project. She didn't need these non-agricultural residents to plant wheat, rice, or other high-tech crops. They only needed to clear the weeds, plant sweet potato seedlings, and bury the sprouted potatoes. According to the scholars' calculations, there were only 10 days left until winter. Dany wasn't sure if the temperature would drop after winter. She could only plan for the worst. She gambled on crops with high yields and low growth periods. Other than the agricultural arrangements, Dany also officially sealed off Slavers Bay and completely shut down sea trade. Yes, there was a long and narrow island at the entrance of Slavers Bay. Dany named it Free Maiden Island. The island separated the sea from Slavers Bay into two straits. The eastern straits were narrow. Most ships heading to Meereen, Kayuan, and Astapor passed through the eastern straits. This straits was also called the Eastern Free Maiden Strait. The western straits were wider and closer to Taurus and Illyria. Previously, Dany only controlled the Eastern Free Maiden Strait because the western straits were on average 200 kilometers wide and couldn't be completely sealed off. Now it still couldn't be sealed off, but Dany began to repair the cities on both ends of Free Maiden Island. During the time of Valeglia, Meereen, Astapor, and Kayuan to the east of Slavers Bay belonged to Guys. Borash, Illyria, Tolos, and Free Maiden Island to the west of Slavers Bay belonged to Valeglia. There was a city on each end of Free Maiden Island, Gazai and Vanos. 400 years ago, Valeglia exploded, sank into the sea, and a terrifying tsunami spread thousands of kilometers. The entire Free Maiden Island was submerged, and almost all the residents on the island died. When the tide receded, Gazai and Vanos were also in ruins. The people of Guys were luxurious and depraved. They didn't even think about occupying a strategic location like Free Maiden Island. The north controlled Slavers Bay, and the south connected New Guys and the Summer Sea. When Dany became the queen of Slavers Bay, she began to incorporate the small fishing villages on the island into the new Free Maiden Island. The queen's authority was also officially manifested on the island. However, in recent years, the queen's national policy was to greatly improve agricultural production. She didn't spend much energy developing Free Maiden Island. When she began to move the first and second fleets to the southern end of the island, she barely managed to rebuild a small town with less than 1,000 residents. Free Maiden Island was more than 300 kilometers long. The small towns on the northern and southern ends were named Southland and New York by the Queen. The Dragon Queen really planned to erect a statue of Free Maiden holding a torch at the entrance of Slavers Bay. In fact, she originally planned to establish a country with horse people, get a big green apple, and change Slavers Bay's Astapor to London, Myrine to Paris, Kaiouan to Washington. London, Paris, Washington, Berlin, Moscow, Tokyo, Rome, Vienna, 8 major cities under the rule of the Big Green Apple. Seems very exciting? Alright, she later gave up on this idea. After all, she was the queen of this country. With the title of Queen of the Big Green Apple, while the Dragon Queen was disgusting to others, she was also disgusting to herself. However, New York was still retained. The statue of Free Maiden was more harmonious with New York. Southland was less than 300 kilometers away from Tolos. Therefore, it became the bridgehead for the Dragon Queen to attack the Alliance. Yep, she didn't plan to permanently occupy Tolos. The Dragon Queen wanted to learn from Pengyu. In the past, Pengyu scratched the Chu. Today, Danny scratched the Alliance. She wanted to scratch the Alliance until they couldn't care less about each other. In the end, she wanted to force them to reveal their trump card. She felt that the little devil was right. The Alliance might have a dragon. Chapter 488. It was the third day after the Iron Treasury left Astapor with Tai Chu. New guys. The blue sky was clear as if it had been washed by water, and 3 to 5 white clouds dotted it. White dragon, I saw the Megalosaurus. It's the white dragon, he's hiding in the clouds. In an ordinary clock tower 1 kilometer east of the Great Pyramid, a Guy soldier was both surprised to find the target and afraid that his guess was true. He shouted excitedly to his companions beside him. After a while, General Guys with a black and red buzz cut received the news and rushed over. He was a tall and majestic man with a dignified square face, thick eyebrows and big and spirited eyes. His left hand pressed on the dragon-slaying saber at his waist, and his steps were steady and powerful. He had the demeanor of a general who controlled the life and death of tens of thousands of people. General Grazadin, the commander of the Allied cavalry, has arrived. At the entrance of the tower, a guard of the Iron Army shouted. Well, he was the Kaiouan war god, Grazadin, who never compromised despite repeated defeats. A window was opened on the tower tile, allowing the telescope to extend out. On the clock tower, a telescope the size of a treadmill was set up. 3 days ago, New Guys received a warning from Tai Chu. Dragon Queen was about to attack New Guys. After the Iron Army's fleet escorted the Iron Treasury's deposit ship out of the port, the Dragon Queen's fleet would take advantage of the situation and take down New Guys. The higher-ups of New Guys had no doubts about this. More than a month ago, not long after the Stone Man incident broke out in Astapor, the spy sent the news that Devil's Tail Hattar was promoted to General of the South. South? Which South? Who was the south of Slave Bay? New Guys. Obviously, in order to take revenge on the Allied army for throwing the Stone Men into Slave Bay, the Dragon Queen wanted to attack New Guys. Then New Guys began to evacuate the residents, moving the citizens of the narrow port city to the nearby Jean Island. New Guys was less than 5 square kilometers, while Jean was 100 kilometers. As for the Great Pyramid, there were no fools in this world. When the news of Wings of Death plucking the stars and throwing them into the Sea Palace came, the people of New Guys immediately broke out in a cold sweat. For a few days, Grazadin's hands were shaking as he held the dragon-slaying saber. So that's how the meteorite came about. However, although the people of New Gith had escaped from the Great Pyramid and began to move into inconspicuous buildings nearby to work and live, they had never publicized the fact that Dragon Queen had attacked New Gith long ago. The Dragon Salyer was still the Dragon Salyer, the good omen of the Alliance. It really is a white dragon. The Kaiouan battle god sighed. Under the guidance of the observer, Grazadin quickly saw the white dragon looming in the clouds. The clouds were white and so was the Megalosaurus. It was easy to confuse them. As expected, the demon dragon mother wants to make a move on the New Guys. If you take something in advance, you must first explore it. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. It was a familiar style and a familiar smell. The Kai Abyss war god's eyes were glazed over. It was as if he had returned to the Kai Abyss battlefield. Soon he left the tower and gathered the commanders of the alliance in New Gith. He told them that the Megalosaurus had begun to spy on New Gith. In your opinion, should we call back Toro's fleet? Navy Commander Zanetti asked. Zanetti was the captain of the Gith Alliance's fleet. His experience fighting against the Dragon Queen was as rich as Grazadin's. He had besieged Astapor, led troops to support Kai Yuan, transported Mirine's yellow silk cloak to Kai Yuan, delivered the golden dragon egg to Kai Yuan, and led Kai Yuan's sage to escape at the end of the Battle of Kai Yuan. He had been defeated repeatedly and he never compromised. At this time, Zanetti was in charge of 1/3 of the Alliance's navy. He was the second fleet of the Alliance's 3 main fleets, and together with war god Grazadin, he was the twin stars of hope of New Gith. The two of them would lead the Gith people to a new hope and a new future, the hope of all the Gith people. No, don't. Grazadin shouted. Why? Another commander of the Alliance's navy, Kazero, was confused. Yes, Dragon Queen's first Queen's Wrath landed in the outskirts of New Gith and was forged into a sword and a blade. The dragon-slaying saber belonged to war god Grazadin, and the Daybreak Greatsword was controlled by Zero. Fight the battle in a daze and form a strong stronghold is the core strategy to deal with Dragon Queen. No matter what she does, no matter how many tricks she uses, we just need to ignore her and bury our heads like pigs. The generals of Jade Sea were stunned. Commander, are you serious? The representative of Kochang Island, who had provided 5,000 elephant soldiers for the Alliance, doubted his ears. Of course, this is my experience. War God's square face was filled with determination and seriousness. No, we can't do nothing. Zero Omolan slammed the table and said angrily, anyone with a little military knowledge will understand the significance of New Gith in this war. It is the transportation center of the Alliance's resources. Zero Omolan was a handsome man in his 30s. He had silver hair and blue eyes. He was a typical Valeglia. After Dragon Queen burned Reese's sports activity center, a large number of trading princes were burned to death. Zero Omolan succeeded and became the commander of the Three Sisters Alliance fleet. Yes, Linny's betrayed many noble Reese nobles in exchange for Dragon Queen to let her and her lover Zero Omolan go. Linny's was in New Gith now. She had succeeded and became Zero Omolan's wife. Prince Zero Omolan, what do you think? Zero asked. Zero Omolan's eyes flashed. Zero Omolan said excitedly, since we know she wants to attack New Gith, why don't we beat her at her own game? If Dragon Queen wants to attack New Gith, she will definitely bring out the fleet from Slave Bay. Otherwise, her Megalosaurus will have no place to replenish kerosene bombs. We can transfer Toro's first fleet back and hide in the open sea. We can find an opportunity to cut off the retreat of the Mother of Dragons fleet. Right now, New Gith has the second and third fleet. The 3 fleets add up to more than 300 armed warships. Even if we don't kill the dragons, we can at least set up an ambush and clean up the fleet from Slave Bay. We can seize absolute control of the sea in this war. We can better protect New Gith if we don't move. The god of war sighed. Zero Omolan's fighting spirit reminded him of himself in the past. He was also so passionate and intelligent. But reality is cruel. It teaches us to break away from our naivety and forces us to be mature. General Grazadin, listen to yourself. What are you talking about? If we don't do anything, why are we sitting here? The representative from Kochang Island was dissatisfied. It's not that we don't do anything, but we don't want to change the grand strategy, the god of war said with a complicated tone. Let's vote. Since we have different opinions, let's let our colleagues in the military committee vote together, Zero Omolan suggested. The god of war sighed again. There was a hint of sadness in his eyes. As expected, other than the Gith compatriots, no one believed in the god of war who had lost every battle. That afternoon, a few messenger crows carrying encrypted letters left New Gith Island and flew to Toros, which was more than 1,000 kilometers away. Danny did not attack Toros immediately. Blackie had gone to barren land and would be away for at least a week. Also, her strategic goal this time was not to take down a city. She wanted to know the ultimate trump card of the Alliance. Therefore, she used the tactic of Pengyu scratching Chu. But she was not Pengyu but Xiangyu. Not only could she scratch Chu, she could also plunder Chu. During this period of waiting, the merchant ships of Mirine, Kaiyuan, and Astapor began to gather at Southam Town. They would follow the Dragon Queen to plunder the neighboring cities. New Gith was the main logistics base, and Toros was the most important granary at the front line. From Volantis to Mat Eris, 2,000 kilometers, the army's food was transported from Volantis. At Mat Eris, along the Veleglia road to Borash, 1,000 kilometers, and then to Myrine, another 1,000 kilometers, the food was transported by sea from Tauros. Therefore, if the Dragon Queen really took down Tauros, she would definitely be able to plunder a large amount of food and military equipment. Therefore, the Alliance would definitely not allow her to take down Tauros. Therefore, whatever trump card she had would most likely be revealed in the battle with Tauros. Danny was waiting for Blackie, waiting for the troops to gather. At this time there were a total of 3 fleets in Slave Bay. The first fleet had 10 Galen warships and 20 paddling clippers, led by the Big Crab. The second fleet had 40 paddling clippers, and the flagship was Uluan's Red Shell, Serenity, led by White Knight Garth Hyder. The third fleet was led by Blackbeard Growlet, which had 100 clippers and 400 cargo ships. They were huge but their mass was mixed. The smallest ship only had a load of 30 tons. The Big Crab probably led the heavy cavalry, Garth was the light cavalry and Growlet was the militia. Every day after that, Danny would ride Little Green to Tauros 200 kilometers away in the evening, after the sky darkened, to observe the enemy's situation. At night, even the best telescope would not be able to catch the Green Dragon 200 meters up in the sky. However, no matter how dark it was, the docks had to be lit up. Danny could at least see the enemy's deployment of troops and the situation of the fleet. Danny had already changed into her military uniform. She thought that there would not be any more accidents in the war. However, suddenly on the 5th day after the Iron Treasury fleet left Astapor, she received an urgent message from Professor Marwin from Dragonstone Island. The little ghost had been kidnapped by human traffickers. Professor Peristan thought that he knew the bottom line of his old friends, so after sending a letter to Rando Tully explaining in detail about the ghost and Sam bringing the ghost to the City of Knowledge, he was confident that Sam's journey would be smooth, and the professor would not dare to harm him again. That's right, the professor did not dare to use the method he used on the others to make Sam disappear before reaching the City of Knowledge. However, they could make the ghost that Sam brought along unable to reach the City of Knowledge. Therefore, after Peristan told the City of Knowledge about Sam's journey, the professors immediately made arrangements. Before Gerald Dane arrived at Eastwatch with 80 ships, Sam took the Night Watchman's ship and left the Great Wall for Bravos. 2 chests of other ghosts, Gilly and Mansfred's son, Sam and Darion the Raven, and a sack of gold enough to hire a fast ship. John even arranged for the experienced Ulma to accompany them. They would only return to the Great Wall after Sam had safely boarded the ship to the Old Town. According to the original plot, the old scholar Yimont would travel with them. However, due to his illness, he would be delayed in Bravos for a period of time. Now that Scholar Yimont was gone, and this mission was too important, the Night Watchman should immediately hire a fast ship for Sam. Then, Sam would leave quickly and would not even stay in Bravos for the night. However, the City of Knowledge was messing with them, and the Night Watchman's flag was too obvious. They were targeted the moment they entered the docks. Chapter 489. Who was the most famous and honorable woman in Westeros? Cersei or Marjorie? Now the Dragon Queen might be included even if she did not appear much. Which woman was the most famous and the most attractive in the world? The Dragon Queen. She brought the Megalosaurus to the world, conquered Slavers Bay, swept the Guy's army, and forced the slave owners of the trading city-states of the world to unite. These legends were just legends. For the city-states on both sides of the Narrow Sea, the Dragon Queen was still too far away. But after burning Volantis and Lys, especially after the Wings of Death punished Bravos, the name of the Dragon Queen shook the world. In addition to countless people cursing the Dragon Queen behind her back, there was another industry that was affected and then quietly developed. Prostitutes and social butterflies cosplaying the real Dragon Queen began to appear like an explosion. Just like in the original work, Jorah Mormont was driven away by the Dragon Queen and went to Volantis to find a silver-haired, purple-eyed girl wearing the same toka robe as the queen in the brothel to find comfort. At this time, the brothels of Bravos were also full of silver-haired girls in grey plate armor or Cheongsam. Their business was very good. These fakes were not a big deal, but there were real dragons in Bravos. The Black Pearl, Bel Osiris, had a lot of friends recently and no one was an outsider. This dark-skinned high-level social butterfly was known as the niece of the Dragon Queen, and her career was at its peak. It was said that even the new Sea King Tormo Frygar secretly recruited the Black Pearl Bel Othello into the Sea Palace one night. Well, after Brother Freygar, the official Sea King was chosen by the doctors and guards. As for Copernicus, who had usurped the throne, launched a coup, betrayed the rights of the guests, and killed the old Sea King, the Dragon Queen certainly wanted him to continue to be the Sea King, but the people of Braavos were not stupid. If Copernicus continued to be the Sea King, how could they shirk the responsibility? But Copernicus was not dead. He was imprisoned in the dark prison deep in the Sea Palace. There were rumors in the aristocratic circle that Copernicus was actually doing well. After all, everyone in the industry knew that he was taking the blame for the big shot. Even if she had to bear the responsibility for her younger brother in the future, she still had to do her best to take good care of him. He had digressed. There was a reason why the Black Pearl Belle was so popular in Braavos. She really was a relative of the Dragon Queen. The mediocre king who stole St. Bailey's fiancée and announced that his illegitimate son had the right to inherit the throne, Aegon IV, had been lovers with Black Pearl Bay Legia I for 10 years. Yep, the first-generation Black Pearl also came from an extraordinary background. Mediocre King Aegon's tastes were quite picky. The first-generation Black Pearl was the granddaughter of the Sea King. Her mother was the princess of the Midsummer Islands, but she herself was a pirate, smuggler, and adventurer. The Black Pearl gave birth to 3 little dark-skinned children for the mediocre king. Among them, the eldest daughter, who inherited the name of the Black Pearl, had unique interests and went to Braavos to become a social butterfly. The descendants of the eldest daughter all inherited the name of the Black Pearl. They made a name for themselves in the social circle of Braavos and developed into a century-old shop. And this generation's Black Pearl had the same name as her ancestor, Bay Legia. In terms of seniority, she was Dany's niece. Thus, Bay Legia, who was already a high-class social butterfly, went one step further and became the queen of social butterflies in Braavos. She was admired by countless officials, nobles, tycoons, and commoners. Among them, there was a slightly famous thief nicknamed Red Rogo. After seeing the Dragon Queen and her Megalosaurus, he was madly infatuated with Bay Legia. This logic. In short, in order to realize his dream of becoming Bay Legia's guest, Red Rogo needed money. A large amount of money. Thus, when a man in a gray robe and a hood found him and asked him to assassinate a necromancer's corpse monster, he was scared to death, but he still gritted his teeth and agreed. 420 gold radiance coins. With his handsome appearance and skills that he had trained for a long time, Bay Legia would definitely be willing to accept the offer of 20 gold radiance coins when she was free. Red Rogo waited at the old clothes merchant's pier for 18 days. Finally, on a gray evening, he saw a simple sailboat sail into the harbor. On the mast hung the night watcher's black crow flag. On the deck, there were a few swordsmen dressed in old-fashioned black wool capes. The night watcher had arrived. He was still watching from the pier. His target was the 2 boxes in the cabin that contained the corpse monster. A fat man, a woman carrying a baby, and a handsome young man who looked like a singer were chatting and laughing as they walked onto the pier and entered the Magic Dragon restaurant. Ever since the wings of death descended on Braavos, many thousand-year-old shops had changed their names to something related to the Megalosaurus. The hotel that was named True Dragon Resort by the Queen was bought by a rich merchant for 100,000 gold royals from the Reserve White Knight. Not long after, another 3 men in black left the deck and went somewhere. They went to help Sam contact a ship to the old town. At this time there were only 2 people left in the cabin. Red Rogo sneered. 2 small crossbows slid out of his sleeves. He quietly sneaked onto the deck and killed 2 night watchers who were chewing on sour grass at the entrance of the cargo hold in the most experienced way possible. But Red Rogo guessed wrong. There were not only 8 people on the ship. There were also 2 night watchers who had been in the depths of the cargo hold and had never been on the deck. Fortunately, the cabin was narrow enough, and Red Rogo was a water dancer who was slightly famous in Braavos. Otherwise, the gray-robed man would not have found him. The gray-robed man also had crossbows and arrows. He also pulled the rope and pulled the bell on the deck. Red Rogo used his left hand to block an arrow. Half of the arrow stuck out from the back of his hand. His thigh was also scratched by the gray-robed man, but he still won. The iron chain on the small box was easily opened by him. There was a swaddling blanket inside. Demon Mother of Dragons. Red Rogo exclaimed when he lifted the woolen blanket. So cruel. It's clearly a living baby, but it lied to me that it wanted to kill a corpse demon. Look at those big ice blue eyes. How bright and lively. How cute its pouty mouth is. Its snow-white skin. It must be a noble of Roras. Only Roras have such white skin. Red Rogo hesitated. He would not hesitate to kill an adult, but this was a baby. He would never kill children or women. Dizzy. A cold light flashed in the dark cabin. Red Rogo turned his head and pierced the baby's chest with the dagger in his right hand. He still did not turn his head. He did not even pull out the dagger. He only used his slightly trembling right hand to pull the blanket and cover the baby's corpse. It didn't cry, it didn't howl in pain. It died peacefully. I'm sorry, I have to kill the Black Pearl once. Red Rogo sighed. Then he ran into one last problem. When he used his intact right hand to touch the bronze lock on the big box, it was as if he had touched a red-hot iron. There was a sizzling sound where his palm came in contact with the bronze lock, and white smoke rose from it. The gray-robed man's request was to kill the two corpse demons, one big and one small, and bring their heads as proof. Hence, Red Rogo was only shocked for a moment before he made a prompt decision to burn it. What corpse demons? They're all lies. No matter who burns in the box, he's dead for sure. Thinking of this, Red Rogo picked up the swaddling clothes from the small box and smashed 4 to 5 oil lamps on the big box. Boom. The fire burned fiercely and thick smoke filled the cabin. Red Rogo staggered out of the cabin and quickly jumped over the side of the ship. He dived into the darkness, leaving the smoking sailboat burning alone at the dock. In less than 3 minutes, the fire spread from the cabin to the deck. The sailors at the dock were alarmed. Fatty and the other 2 who were eating and drinking in the Magic Dragon restaurant, and the 3 night watchers who were searching for a ship at the dock, quickly rushed back after noticing the abnormality. Unfortunately, the night watcher's ship was small, old, and broken. It was on the verge of breaking apart and could not be salvaged. Boom. As Fatty wailed, the small sailboat broke in 2 and became a pile of floating torches on the surface of the sea. What no one knew was that a corpse at the bottom of the sea that had lost its limbs suddenly opened its eyes. An icy blue light flashed in the dark and cold seawater. The light grew brighter and brighter like 2 small flashlights. Unfortunately, the sea was covered in flames, and no one noticed the blue light at the bottom of the sea. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Pale blue light appeared on the corpse's empty limbs. The lines were like lines of muscles, and they attracted the surrounding seawater. What? The transparent water solidified into tiny ice crystals along with the light. Gradually, a pair of translucent arms and legs appeared on the corpse. At this moment, the strong blue light in its eyes was almost extinguished. Gurgle, gurgle. After spitting out a series of bubbles, the corpse seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. It closed its eyes, spread its limbs, and lay motionless at the bottom of the sea. Sob, 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 my deviant ghost, I've lost it. Sob, sob, I've let down the queen, I've let down John, I've let down the night watchers, I've let down the people of the 7 nations. I'm guilty, sob, sob. On the pier, Sam knelt on the ground and cried. This has nothing to do with you. Who would have thought that something like this would happen before we even finished our meal? Darien the Langcrow sighed. It's my fault for being greedy, Fatty howled as he pounded the ground. How is this being greedy? Find a boat to the old town and we'll set off tonight. What's wrong with resting and eating a full meal? Darien said impatiently. If Fatty was at fault, then wouldn't he, the one who suggested the meal, be even more guilty? Stop howling, it's useless. Let's go find the Sea King. We have 4 brothers on the boat and it's impossible for it to catch fire for no reason. It's obvious that someone sneaked onto the boat and killed Jean and the others, the old night watcher Alma said with a cold gaze. What's the use of looking for the Sea King? Darien asked, puzzled. Alma said coldly, the deviant ghost matter is very important. Other than you and Sam, the 7 of us are all elite rangers handpicked by the commander-in-chief. Jean even participated in a suicide mission to hunt deviant ghosts with the queen, so he's very vigilant. Normal people can't get close to him quietly. However, this is Bravos and there are the best water dancers. The Sea King must know how many powerful water dancers he has under his rule. Sam raised his chubby face full of snot and tears and said hesitantly, this isn't the Westeros. Would the Sea King be willing to meet a few small night watchers like us? He definitely wouldn't before, but it's different now. As long as we mention Her Majesty Dany Rise's name, no one in Bravos will dare to reject us, including the Sea King. Old Alma's tone was complicated. There was pride, but most of it was disbelief. He couldn't believe the news he had heard in Bravos. The Dragon Queen was so powerful that she could single-handedly subdue Bravos, the leader of the 9 great city-states. Without any hesitation, they immediately rushed to the Violet Harbor Sea Palace and reported that they were night watchers. Get lost. The guards didn't even look at them and started to chase them away from 3 meters away. Our men were killed by water dancer assassins at the harbor, Alma said again. Get lost, go find the sheriff. The guards finally lowered their nostrils and looked at him. Sigh, we are Dragon Queen's men, and we are on a mission for Her Majesty. Alma raised his head and sighed with his hands clasped behind his back. Sir, are you sure? The guards at the door came over together. We messed up the mission and the Queen is very angry. The consequences will be severe, Alma said calmly. Woo woo, the commander of the guards blew the horn that represented an emergency situation. After a while, the palace gates opened layer by layer, and the chief of the palace came to welcome them personally. Sigh, if we had known that we would be treated like this, we wouldn't have left the sailboat and looked for a boat to go to the old town ourselves, the night watcher said with a bitter smile. Chapter 490. The cat by the canal was still called Kitty, but she was no longer a servant for Brusco the fishmonger. The daughter of the noblest duke had been reduced to the lowliest fishmonger's maid. Going from noblest to lowliest was the best way to erase her past as Arya. When Kitty could do the lowliest things with a peaceful mind, Kitty's training by the canal came to an end. Half a month ago she had begun the next phase of her training. To observe with her eyes, to learn the movements and characteristics of every person, every type of person, and to integrate herself into that identity, to adapt herself to any situation that suited her current identity. She was the cat by the canal, the cat who sold oysters along the canal. Scallops, mussels, clams. That night, as usual, Kitty pushed a wooden cart along the canal that led to the old clothman's wharf, and whenever someone passed by she would shout, "Oysters, prawns, fat green mussels." She would smile at them. A smile was the best way to convey friendliness and lower one's guard. The kind man had taught her that. Kitty believed him. Many times, when faced with her now dry, long, black, ugly face, people would stop and buy a few oysters because of her smile. The kind man had also taught her that words could deceive a person's heart, but the slightest of expressions and subconscious movements could deceive a person's soul. A smile was also an expression that could deceive a person far more so than words. At first, only people with a heart of compassion would be affected by Kitty's ugly smile. Gradually, Kitty's smile became more and more varied. She was learning, she was imitating, she was summarizing, she was innovating. Her smile was natural and sincere. Now the cat can discern the likes and dislikes of people by their appearance and habitual little gestures, and can accordingly give sweet, pitiful, flattering, humble smiles that make the other feel noble enough to bestow upon the cat a few pennies, according to their liking. When she could see people's hearts and minds, when she could adjust herself to suit them, Kitty began to succeed. For example, there was an actress named Sloane on the opera ship, shrewd, stingy, and vain. She knew that most actresses would be miserable in their later years, so she put her salary in the bank for old age. However, she hooked up with Alaco and Quince, who were from the same theater, so that the two male companions could take turns paying for her luxurious city life. But even Sloy would often spend a silver coin to buy oysters from the cat. Another example was the Madam of the Happy Wharf, known as Mary Mary. Every time she saw a cat pushing a cart past the brothel, she would buy a dozen oysters and give them to the girls in the brothel. When the lanterns were lit, May Rueline was standing at the door, shaking the biggest breasts in bravos. Suddenly she saw the ugly girl smiling shyly at her. She waved her hand out of habit and shouted, "Kitty, give me a dozen oysters. Send them to the backyard and share them with my babies." Mao readily agreed. After leaving the happy pier, the cat did not have many oysters left. He could go home now. She began to walk in the direction of the Divine Islands. However, she would not go directly to the Divine Islands. It was still early and the kind people did not let her sell oysters. Instead, they let her see more people by selling oysters and teach her to become more people. She walked in a circle and continued to push the cart. Scallops, mussels, clams. Mao called again. She met an acquaintance. She often met him at the happy pier. He liked the 14-year-old blonde girl named Lana the most. May Rueline priced Lana at 3 times the price of an ordinary girl, and he never tired of it, because he was a very clever thief and assassin. He made money quickly. However, she rarely saw him recently. When she was delivering the oysters, little Lana asked the cat, "Have you seen Rogo? I haven't seen him for a long time." Mao was also very curious. Did Rogo have a new lover? So, she leaned over and showed the innocent charm of Lolita. Her face was thin and dark, but her eyes were big and bright. She knew that he liked this type. In the past, she had even used this smile to make him teach her his unique skill, the hidden sword in his sleeve. Go away. But this time Mao miscalculated. Red Rogo only glanced at her coldly and strode away. No, it was not a miscalculation. She knew that there would be such an ending. Through his steps that had lost the rhythm of the water dancer, and the faint murderous aura buried deep in his expression, she knew that he must have killed someone and was injured himself. She had seen similar situations several times. After all, he was a thief and an assassin. Of course, an assassin had to kill. If he did not kill, how could he find the money to find Lana? Mao looked at Red Rogo's figure and whispered, "The smell of blood is very fresh. The battle happened 2 hours ago. Left palm, right leg, an inch below the base of the leg. The injuries were treated by a doctor. His face was pale and he lost a lot of blood. There was a bag behind the cloak. Inside it was an object that weighed 10 pounds. He did not pay much attention to it. His mission should have been successful, but he is in a bad mood tonight." Her eyes flashed. Mao pushed the cart near the river. She looked left and right and lifted the cart. Crash. Lobsters, scallops, clams, and more than 10 oysters were all poured into the canal. Then she pushed the shabby cart into a side alley and tilted it beside a pile of messy wood. Pa pa pa. Mao patted her thin face a few times. Her clothes did not change, her face did not change, but the cowardly peddler was gone. Now, anyone who saw her would think that Mao was a little hoodlum on the streets. Before Red Rogo reached the next intersection, little hoodlum caught up with him and easily followed behind him. Mao's goal was never to sell oysters. As for kind people, if she could bring him a piece of information that even he did not know, he would not blame her for throwing 10 carts of oysters. Red Rogo was a powerful water dancer. But the person who followed him out of curiosity was a faceless. So, he did not know that a pair of bright gray eyes in the darkness watched him stop. He stopped at a stone bridge where there were few people. He untied the bag and hid it in the rubble under the bridge. Winter was coming and the canal had entered a dry season. Slippery rocks were exposed on both sides of the river. Mao did not follow Red Rogo anymore, because her curiosity about the bag surpassed the assassin's next move. When he left, she immediately walked over, looked at the rocks, untied the bag. Demon Mother of Dragons. She shouted a slogan that was currently popular in Bravos and used to express shock. Red Rogo, that bastard, even killed a baby? He often bragged in front of Lana that he was the most gentlemanly assassin, that even kings and generals would not tremble from his sword. But when faced with women and children, he always turned and left. Looking at the corpse of the baby whose skin had turned gray, and then at the featureless dagger in the baby's heart, Mao's expression changed. Mao returned to the dark alley, threw the bag on the cart, and pushed it to the island of gods. The black and white house received a large number of corpses every day, and was also responsible for dealing with the corpses that no one took care of. The wooden boat quietly approached and quietly sent Mao to the dock of the black and white house. During this time they did not say a word, and did not even give each other an expression. I was very curious, so I followed and finally found this. Every night when she returned, Mao would report her findings to the kind man, as well as the news she heard on the streets, on the dock, and in the brothel. Yes. The kind man smiled kindly. He was very satisfied with her performance today. He would not feel any heartache even if 100 carts of oysters fell into the river. Red Rogo killed a baby, he deserved to die, Mao said. The kind man was no longer kind, and the smile on his face turned into a stern expression. We kill people, but we have no right to judge, and we have no right to go over the God of Thousand Faces and decide the life and death of a person. Mao lowered her head and humbly listened to the lecture. But she was still punished. Mao stood on one leg, using the thumb of her left foot to support the weight of her whole body. Her left and right hands were holding a tray, and the vagrant kept adding and adding weights on the tray. Mao's body tilted, and the vagrant pinched the soft flesh on her buttocks. At 2 o'clock in the morning Mao tired and fell asleep. Actually Mao should have continued to follow him, because not long after, Red Rogo saw the gray-robed man who hired him in a narrow alley. Mao had guessed that he might have gone to meet the person who hired him, but she was not interested. You're late, Red Rogo said coldly. In the darkness, his expression could not be seen clearly, but the gray-robed man could clearly feel his mood. Very irritated, suppressed anger. I'm not late, I rushed over as soon as I received your message, the gray-robed man said lightly. Let the wings of death eat you, bastard. That's not a corpse demon at all. I've been to Koer and seen the stitched monsters of the necromancers. Red Rogo cursed softly. Then, what do they look like? The gray-robed man asked curiously. You don't know? Red Rogo raised his voice, his tone full of disbelief. Let me see the head, the gray-robed man said. Haha, you've been at the dock all this time, right? Didn't you see the fire? Red Rogo sneered. The gray-robed man did not deny it. He patted the money pouch at his waist and smiled faintly. I'll pay and you do the work. When you see the head, I'll pay. That's the agreement. Red Rogo's uninjured right hand unconsciously pressed on the hilt of his sword. He said softly, Sir's head is too big to carry, but I brought back the baby's body. Give me the money and tomorrow I'll leave a letter telling you where I hid the body. With my reputation, I won't lie to you over such a small matter. The gray-robed man took 2 steps forward, and his eyes flashed with understanding. He nodded and said, I see you're heavily injured. Red Rogo's right hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. He said in a low voice, I killed 4 night watchers before and now I can kill 2 more. No. The gray-robed man shook his head. I'm just stating the facts, nothing else. You're heavily injured and can't carry too many heavy things, I can understand. But you're too cautious. I only want them dead and I only want to see the bodies to confirm this. You don't have to hide the bodies to threaten me. I won't be greedy for your reward, and I won't kill you to silence you. Is that so? That's good. Red Rogo's right hand moved away from the hilt of his sword. The gray-robed man took off the money pouch at his waist and tossed it over. He said, 15 gold radiance coins. Pay me the balance and we're even. Red Rogo shook the money pouch and nodded with a smile. The amount is correct. We're even. Goodbye. As he spoke, he cautiously took a few steps back and turned to leave. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in the darkness and blood splattered. You. Chapter 491. You, of course I'm going to kill you. Hong Rogo sneered. Just as the man in the gray robe turned around and took 3 steps toward the other end of the alley, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. He looked down and saw that a rapier as wide as a fingernail had pierced through his heart. From his back to his chest, a foot-long blade stained with blood was exposed. Kill me? The man in the gray robe was confused. Idiot, can't you tell that I'm mocking you? Hong Rogo stepped forward and supported the man's body to prevent him from falling. He chuckled softly in his ear. You tried to kill me, so I killed you instead. If my peers know, I'll explain it this way. But I don't think they'll care because we've already completed the deal. I fulfilled my mission. What? The man in the gray robe spat out blood. What? Haha, in Bravos there were many assassins who would kill for a silver coin, or even for a good-looking cloak. And you gave me 20 gold coins. Then you should have at least 1 gold coin on you right now, right? 1 gold coin is enough for me to kill you 10 times over. As he spoke, Hong Rogo used his shoulder to push the man in the gray robe's body while his right hand quickly searched the man's clothes. Soon he found a money pouch, a dagger, a rapier, and an exquisite sheepskin pouch hidden in the man's inner pocket. Wow, what's this? You hid it so well? Hong Rogo tossed the pouch. It clattered and felt heavy in his hand. Bravos people can't be trusted. They even violate the rights of guests. I should have known. The light in the man's eyes began to fade. Hong Rogo's smile disappeared. He said coldly, Actually, I'm killing you because I'm pissed. This evening, I did something against my principles. I killed a baby. I've never killed children or women. Killing you will make me feel better. You, a hypocrite. The man in the gray robe was furious. Hong Rogo was stunned. He slowly laid the man in the gray robe flat and pushed out a small single-wheeled cart from the darkness. After half an hour of work, the man in the gray robe's body was tied to a rock and thrown into a canal called Abasad. Red Rogo squatted under the arched bridge and opened the money pouch with an expectant expression. Let the mother of dragons devour his soul for only 30 copper coins. He cursed in a low voice. Then he used the dagger to cut open the sheepskin pouch and took out a chain made of gold, silver, iron, copper, tin, and lead. The hope in his heart turned into a fragrant smell that gushed out of his mouth. Forget it. At least there's 1 section of gold and 1 section of silver. I can still sell them for some money after melting them. At last he cut off the chain, took only the gold and silver, and threw the rest into the river. Gulp. The chain fell into the water and coincidentally landed on the neck of the gray-robed man. You actually brought deviant ghosts to Bravos? Let the mystic dragon eat you. Sea King Tormo cursed angrily. The new Sea King was a well-built man in his early 30s. He was tall and sturdy with long, slender limbs. We're just passing by Bravos. We're going to the old town, Sam said. If we can find a boat, we'll leave tonight, Darion continued. At this time, a purple-robed general entered the guest room and reported to the Sea King, Your Majesty, someone at the dock saw a man in a green cloak leaving the Night Watcher's boat. He was limping and was holding a black wool package in his right hand. Ah, the deviant ghost didn't burn to death. Was he kidnapped? Sam exclaimed. Alma immediately bowed and said, Your Majesty, please help us. The Sea King frowned and said, I can help you. After all, the person was lost in Bravos. However, you can't announce that you're looking for the deviant ghost. Bravos is the world's largest and most prosperous harbor. There are many foreign merchants. I don't want the citizens and merchants to panic. Do you understand? Yes, Sam nodded. We'll just say that the thief kidnapped the baby. That night, the Sea King's purple-robed army began to patrol the city. They were looking for suspicious people. The old clothes merchant's wharf was almost locked down. After a thorough search, it was lifted before dawn. Whose child was kidnapped? Why is there such a big commotion? Some merchants were puzzled. It must be the Sea King's son. Someone swore. No, the purple-robed army said that the child was brought by the Night Watchers. What? The Night Watcher's son? 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. The more the news spread, the more out of control it became. The next day, when Kat was pushing the handcart to sell oysters in the canal, she heard the owner of the fruit stall and the owner of the sesame seed stall talking. Have you heard? A boat of Night Watchers died last night. The fire lit up the sky and even the boat sank, the old man selling fruit said. Yes, the purple-robed army even went to my house. I heard that the son of the Night Watchers went missing, the old woman replied. Sigh, in today's world, even the commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers has started to raise illegitimate children. The old man shook his head and sighed. The commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers, Jon Snow, has an illegitimate child? Kat couldn't help but interrupt. Seeing that it was a little girl selling oysters who didn't seem to be a competitor to their business, the old man and the old woman's expressions softened a lot. I don't know Jon Snow, but the Sea King did say that the commander-in-chief's illegitimate child was kidnapped, the old man said. The mother of dragons, Jon, is a Night Watcher and has an illegitimate child. Father is the strictest. If he's still alive and knows that Jon went back on his words, he might cut off his head with ice. Kat turned back into Arya and muttered in disbelief. What did you say? You know the commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers? The old woman shouted. Oh, I've heard of him. Arya's expression didn't change. She said calmly, I'm curious. Night Watchers can't have children. The old man sighed. The host can't violate the guest's rights. Now, the mother of dragons. The old woman screamed in horror. She stepped forward and covered the old man's mouth. Are you crazy? How dare you speak ill of the Sea King? Ooh, the old man blushed and struggled. Her chest was rubbed a few times. The old woman blushed and quickly let go of her hand. Her cloudy eyes flashed with shyness. I'm talking about the City of Knowledge. The old man noticed the expression on the old woman's face. His skinny old face became hot. He sneaked a glance at her. She was also looking at him. Immediately both of them looked away. The old man muttered, Aren't all the singers and poets in the streets of Bravos spreading the story of how the City of Knowledge killed the Dragon Queen? Oh, you said it clearly. I thought you were talking about... The old woman looked left and right. When she saw that there was only an ugly girl in front of her, she spat out the last 2 words. The Sea King. Arya was stupefied. But she understood what both of them meant. She didn't know why, but recently, almost every tavern in Bravos had a singer singing the story of the City of Knowledge's 7 deadly sins. Especially when the City of Knowledge violated the guest's rights. It made everyone recall the fear of being dominated by the wings of death. Ugh, Bravos was self-defeating. Hearing the story of how the City of Knowledge violated the guest's rights, the citizens and merchants thought of how Bravos violated the guest's rights. Big news could suppress small news, but the constant small news could only create an atmosphere and remind people not to forget about the big news. Compared to Bravos, the largest city in the continent of Ursos, Westeros was not the center of civilization. It was a rural place in the free cities. Who would pay attention to a remote city of knowledge in the countryside? If it wasn't for the Dragon Queen, the city of knowledge would not even be on the hot search list. Now, the Sea Palace had been buying hot searches for the city of knowledge. Naturally, Bravos itself had been on the headlines every day. In the process of the city of knowledge and Bravos hurting each other, Wade Fry was laughing. Why is the Sea King's Purple Army helping the Night Watchers find the illegitimate child? Arya asked. I heard that the child is the illegitimate child of the Night Watchers and the Sea King's daughter. Of course the Sea King is worried, the old man said. The woman waved her hand and said, No, the Sea King's daughter is only 13 years old. The child is the illegitimate child of the Night Watchers Commander-in-Chief and the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen's son is missing in Bravos. How could the Sea King not be worried? Do you want to die? The old man anxiously stepped forward and covered the woman's mouth. How dare you spread rumors about the Dragon Queen? Aren't you afraid of her eldest son, the Wings of Death? He is the dragon god who can pluck stars. Bastards, what are you doing? Just then, a loud shout came from the corner of the street. It was a white-haired old man with a hunched back, holding a lunchbox in his hand. Kapuan, how dare you hug my wife in public? Looking at the four old men who were fighting, Arya turned into a cat again and pushed the handcart away silently. Well, it was noon. The wife of the old man from the fruit stall came to bring him lunch. After that, the cat purposely went to the old clothes vendor's wharf. There were many guesses about the mother of the kidnapped child. The Sea King's daughter, the Sea King's sister, the Sea King's 7 aunts, the Dragon Queen, the daughter of a noble in the Northern Territory, Cersei, Marjorie, the princess of the barbarians. In short, the mother must be of noble status. Otherwise, why would the Purple Shirt Army help her find her son? That's right. Other than the Dragon Queen, even Cersei and Marjorie were innocent. Many of the citizens of Bravos had never been to the Westeros. They only knew who the Queen and Queen of the Westeros were through hearsay. It was all thanks to the Queen's parade that shocked the world. In the hearts of the citizens who were ignorant, it was as easy as the Sea King secretly bringing the Dragon Queen's niece into the palace to have a relationship with the King's Landing's queen and the Night Watchers on the Great Wall. The small island nation always liked to use their own way of thinking to infer the big country next door. Fine. The Westeros had a big territory, but it was not a big country. But regarding the child's father, almost everyone agreed, the Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchers, Jon Snow. In fact, the person who was looking for the child was the Night Watchers. Combining all the information, the cat was sure of one thing. Other than the child, 4 Night Watchers were dead, the ship was burned, and Red Rogo was the murderer. Then she was furious. Red Rogo killed a ship's worth of Night Watchers, and possibly Jon's son, her nephew. The House of Stark and the Night Watchers were very close. Every time a Night Watcher passed by Winterfell, Ed Stark would hold a banquet and lead the whole family to welcome the dirty and sloppy Night Watchers. Arya also inherited her father's feelings for the Night Watchers. Her uncle and brother were Night Watchers, and the Night Watchers had saved her before. Red Rogo, she muttered. Red Rogo had officially joined her death list. That afternoon the cat became Arya again. She took out the sewing needle hidden in the gap between the steps of the House of Black and White. It was a gift from Jon before he went to the Great Wall. All mortals have to die. Chapter 492. The second day after Jon's illegitimate child was kidnapped. Night. Cat pushed open the weirwood door of the House of Black and White and entered the hall. She was greeted by a pool of 10 feet in diameter. Along the wall there were 30 statues of different gods. Beside the feet of the statues, there were flickering candles. There were many holes in the wall, and in the holes there were dead people. A kind man stood by the dark pool, facing the door as if waiting for someone. You're back. He smiled kindly. The moon is dark, Cat said respectfully. The moon is dark was a slang used by faceless believers. It meant it's late, or it's late. Cat wandered the streets, so she was proficient in the slang of many professions. Between them, she could often determine each other's identity with just one sentence. The benevolent man nodded and said, Tell me the 3 things you learned today. The Night Watchers lost a ship's worth of people. In fact, only 4 died. They lost a baby, the one Red Rogo killed and I brought back. Cat said. The kind man's eyes flashed with a dark light. I see. Then Cat began to talk about the second thing. The Blue Lantern Theater planned to write a play called Death Wings Roar, but the Purple Army came and arrested the scriptwriter. Tonight, they will continue to perform the play called Dark Bat Layla. The kind man said numbly. I see. Seeing the man's face, Kat, who had practiced her reading skill to the max level, became nervous. Her hands clenched into fists in her sleeves, and she couldn't help but bite her lips. Slap. The kind man slapped her. Kat covered her cheek with one hand, more frightened than in pain. What happened? The person who has a habit of biting her lips when thinking is Arya Stark. Are you Kat or Arya of the House of Stark? The kind man asked. I'm a nameless person, Arya said alertly. At the same time she told herself for the nth time, you're Arya Stark, but don't let anyone know you're her. You can't bite your lips anymore. Tell me one last thing, said the kind man. She was going to tell him that Kapawan, the fruit seller at the fishing wharf, had an affair with Billion, who sold sesame cakes, and that their respective partners had discovered it. But at this moment she did not hesitate at all. Red Rogo is dead. He killed a ship's worth of Night Watchers and the illegitimate son of Jon Snow, the commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers. They pierced his genitals with one sword and slit his throat with the second. Then they wrapped a rock around his body and threw him off the Abathard Arch Bridge. The benevolent man kept a straight face and did not speak. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with the process of killing and discarding the corpse. Arya continued, they also took his new peacock feather cloak. Tomorrow or the day after, that cloak will appear in the second-hand market. The kind man said, beautiful cloaks are very popular among assassins. That's right. Arya grinned proudly. She gave the cloak and Red Rogo's purse to her former employer, Brusco the fishmonger. He was also a believer in the God of Thousand Faces. He knew what she meant without a word. She had guessed Brusco's identity herself. The kind man would not have given his apprentice to an unbeliever. But the next moment she realized that she was smiling. She stopped smiling. The kind man's favorite smile is not to smile, not to show any emotion. She warned herself. The kind man forgave the trainee's momentary triumph and did not slap her again. When Red Rogo's cloak appeared on another person's body, anyone who knew Red Rogo would know. Red Rogo had been killed and dumped in some canal. There were assassins and bravos who would kill for a silver coin or a new pair of boots. Similar things happened every night. No one cared for long. I wonder who they are and who has done this, asked the kindly man. Arya became the cat. Then she looked into his eyes and said, word by word, Arya of the House of Stark. So it was her. I thought she disappeared from Bravos long ago. The kind man smiled and nodded. Now who are you? The Nameless One, the Nameless One said. Wanderer, the kind man called out, and a short and pale girl walked out of the darkness silently. Give me 2 glasses of red wine. No, give me a glass of red wine. Our little friend Arya is still young. She needs a glass of hot milk, he said. Arya was a little startled at the glass her senior sister handed her. But it was only for a moment. She took the glass and gulped down all the milk. It was bitter. Go to sleep, cat, the kind man said. Early to bed and early to rise. Remember, Bess, all mortals must serve. Oh, I'm not cat anymore. From tomorrow on I'm Bess. Arya fell asleep with the anticipation of her new identity. She did not dream of the wolves. She was still in Bravos. Meow. On the old clothes merchant's wharf on the roof of Red Rogo's rented house, a black cat shook her tail and stood up, her blue eyes shining with a human light. Like a queen patrolling her territory, she walked gracefully, leaping from roof to roof, weaving in and out of the crowd, listening to the city's secrets. Arya was no longer a wolf. She was a cat. The Black Cat Inspector, or perhaps the Black Cat Killer. If she asked the waif for a bottle of Tears of Liss and smeared it on her paws, she could kill anyone, including the Sea King. But she couldn't do that. She risked exposure. She wasn't sure she could hide her thoughts from the kind man. Red Rogo wasn't worth it. Only Cersei, Walder Frey, and the Dragon Queen were worth it. No, cross out the Dragon Queen. She was too scary. Even wolves couldn't face her. Cats couldn't even get close to her. After a good night's sleep, Arya woke up the next day blind. At the same time she knew who Bess was. She was a blind beggar on the streets. You must see with your heart and feel with your soul, the kind man said. When Bess knocked on a blind cane and begged along the cobblestone street by the river, the kind man pulled out a stone box from a hole in the wall. Bravasto Island, but many of the islands were also mountains. The House of Black and White was built on a rocky hill, and there were countless tunnels dug inside. The main hall was where the believers were received. There were many caves dug into the stone walls on both sides. There were corpses waiting to be processed or skinned. The corpse of John's bastard son was put into a stone box and placed in one of the caves. The priests' and acolytes' bedrooms were on the first floor below the main hall. The servants slept on the second floor. Arya hadn't been qualified to change faces yet. She was both a trainee and a servant, so she lived on the second floor. The lowest floor was where the holy room was. The House of Black and White collected many faces for disguise and hung them on the walls of the rooms on the third floor. Except for the priests, no one was allowed to enter the third floor. At this time, the kind man brought the stone box to the third floor and put it on the stone platform. He carefully opened the lid of the coffin, revealing a cold corpse with gray skin. There was a dagger in the corpse's chest, but there was no blood. In fact, there was light blue blood, but it had evaporated. So this is a deviant ghost. The kind man looked from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. He looked left and right, front and back. It seems to be no different from a human being. The old priest was a little disappointed. He flicked the little deviant ghost with his finger. It was very elastic and bouncy. Then he noticed the dagger in the deviant ghost's chest. He reached out his right hand and held the hilt. Chi! The blade was pulled out. The ice blue blood on it splashed on the stone platform, and a drop fell on the face of the kind man. Chi! 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 The blood quickly eroded a light blue ice mark on the old man's face. Ah! The kind man exclaimed. His face suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, the original face appeared in his left hand. This is really a deviant ghost. Suddenly the little deviant ghost's closed eyes opened. There was a light blue glimmer in them, and the temperature in the basement dropped rapidly. It's alive? The kind man exhaled a mouthful of fog and took 2 steps back in shock. The little deviant ghost looked at him with its emotionless eyes, like a mentally disabled baby looking at a stranger. After a while, the kind man's beating heart calmed down along with the temperature in the room. He walked forward again and gently tapped the little deviant ghost's face. It was cold and bouncy. The little deviant ghost did not respond. The kind man was emboldened. He gently poked the little bird. It was cold and bouncy. The little deviant ghost still did not respond. This time the kind man was emboldened. He picked up the little deviant ghost and looked left and right. He looked up and down, pinched its butt and pinched its face. Other than its low body temperature, it was almost no different from an ordinary baby. 2 more days passed. The kind man found that the little deviant ghost did not eat, nor did it cry out in hunger. It did not seem to grow either. Facing such a fantasy creature, he became more and more interested. Other than eating, sleeping, and teaching Bess, the kind man spent the rest of his time studying the deviant ghost. He also collected a lot of books related to deviant ghosts. In those legends, a story fragment attracted him. Ghouls gnawed on the flesh of the living, deviant ghosts tracked pregnant women and swallowed their babies. Gradually, the kind man began to have an idea, to try to raise deviant ghosts. Of course, he was not blind. He found 4 faceless people, including himself, and everyone was wearing a steel sword. The Black and White House had this condition. Then, at the end of the deepest tunnel, he built a stone room with 4 layers of steel fences. The steel bars of the fence were as thick as a child's arm. There were 4 layers of doors, each guarded by a faceless person. The last layer had a hole dug above the door and buried a lot of kerosene and gunpowder. P.S. As for the little deviant ghost's food, every day there were believers of the God of Thousand Faces who came to the Black and White House to seek relief. Dying old people, patients tortured by diseases, bankrupt businessmen, hungry beggars. The kind man would represent the God of Thousand Faces and randomly provide them with a way to escape. But this time he took them to the deviant ghost feeding room. All mortals have to die and all mortals have to serve. Use your blood as a sacrifice to the holy son of the God of Thousand Faces. The kind man said. The old priest was not lying, nor was he confused. The god of cold was also a god of death. Wasn't the deviant ghost the holy son of the god of cold? In theory, the God of Thousand Faces represented all the gods of death, and the deviant ghost was the holy son of the Black and White House. I'm willing to serve, please help me. A withered old man knelt under the stone platform where the deviant ghost was worshipped, kowtowing devoutly. The faceless person standing on the side received a signal from the kind man's eyes and immediately walked forward. His sleeves hung down and a cold light flashed. With another wave of his sleeve, the old man's head flew up, and a thin mist of blood sprayed out from his neck, landing on the deviant ghost's face, lips, and chest. Smack! The deviant ghost licked the blood on its lips, and a strange blue light flashed in its eyes. Chapter 493. The ordinary people were guessing who the missing baby belonged to. However, the benevolent man was definitely a member of the upper echelons of Bravos, and he definitely knew that the night watchers were looking for the other ghosts. However, from the moment Arya brought the little other ghost back to the school of black and white to bury it, the benevolent man would never hand it over again. Not to mention that the little other ghost itself was a precious magic material, even the red-robed woman Melisandre was reluctant to send it away. Previously, the red-robed woman had been taking care of and studying the baby. Even if it was no different from an ordinary baby and was of no use to the benevolent man, the faceless man would still kill it with a steel sword. He would not send the other ghost back. Even 100 mouths would not be able to explain the situation clearly. The Night Watchers, the City of Knowledge, and the Westeros had nothing to do with the School of Black and White, so why would the benevolent man care about their lives? Therefore, after a week of continuous searching, the Sea King began to treat this matter lightly. The Purple Army was lazy, and even the Night Watchers like Sam and Ulma were numb and did not have any expectations. Send a letter to the Great Wall and Dragonstone Island. Let the Commander-in-Chief and Her Majesty Dany Alice deal with this matter. Ulma said dejectedly. Bravos only had a direct Raven connection with the cities with sea trade ports, and it could not reach Dragonstone Island and the Great Wall directly. To send a letter to the Great Wall, one had to transfer from White Harbor and use the route Bravos, White Harbor, and the Great Wall. To send a letter to Dragonstone Island, one had to go to King's Landing or Seagull Town first, and then ask the scholars of those two places to help deliver the letter to Dragonstone Island. When the Dragon Queen received the news, more than half a month had passed since the day of the incident. So, what's the use of looking for me now? Dany sighed helplessly through the glass candle. Could it be that the Braavosians stole it? Marwyn asked. Why not the City of Knowledge? Dany asked in return. When I received the news from Seagull Town, my first reaction was also the City of Knowledge. This is very much like the City of Knowledge's style. However, the City of Knowledge only needs to kill the other ghosts, there's no need to kidnap the little other ghosts, Marwyn said. So, you want me to burn Bravos again? That won't be necessary. Samwell said in his letter that the Sea King really did his best this time, Marwyn said awkwardly. I'm about to start the first phase of the anti-invasion war, Dany reminded him. To be honest, she was not too concerned about whether the people of the Seven Kingdoms could realize that the night was coming. First of all, she had done everything she could and could not do. She had already fulfilled 500% of her obligations. What else could she do? Secondly, she really didn't know what to do. If the deviant ghost was lost, they would either find it or go to the Great Wall to hunt for another one. Even the Sea King, that local dragon, could not find it. She knew magic, but she did not know the 1,000-mile tracking technique. Moreover, no one could be sure whether the little ghost was dead or alive. One had to know that after deviant ghosts died, they would turn into water and evaporate. Even their corpses could not be found. As for finding another one, no matter what, Dragon Queen would never go on a rampage beyond the Great Wall. Winter is coming. Are you going to deliver vegetables to the Great Wall? Finally, the war at Slavers Bay was about to begin. She did not have the time or energy to accompany the Westeros. Night Watchman Sam hopes that you can go to Bravos. If you really can't find the little deviant ghost, then go to the Great Wall to discuss the future arrangements with the Night Watchman's Commander-in-Chief. Marwyn could hear the impatience in Dragon Queen's voice, but he could only brace himself and repeat the contents of the letter. Did that fatso eat something wrong in his brain? How dare he give me a mission? Moreover, how would I dare to go to Bravos now? If I really go, I might violate the guest's rights a second time, Dragon Queen said cowardly. She did not tell Marwyn that she was not the one who went to Bravos the last time. Without the three-eyed crow's twisted will, Dragon Queen was more stable than anyone else. Are you going to start the war here soon? Marwyn asked. We can start the war at any time, but I'm looking for a better opportunity. Then, Dany explained her battle plan of plundering Toros, damaging the Alliance's naval forces, and drawing out the Alliance's trump card. Your Majesty, if you're fast enough, going to the Great Wall will be beneficial for you. Compared to the time you'll waste, it's definitely worth it, Marwyn said after some thought. What benefits? Shapeshifters. Marwyn said in a low voice. Dany's expression changed. She frowned and fell into deep thought. She did not know the power of shapeshifters? No, she knew a long time ago that even the weakest shapeshifters could change the direction of a war. But, for some reason she subconsciously rejected those who could easily take over people's bodies. Like normal people, Danny also felt that shapeshifters were monsters. However, shapeshifters could only be born in the Westeros. In the Ursos continent and Slavers Bay, the power of the old gods would be suppressed. Perhaps they could not take over people's bodies? My White Knight, Jiro Dane, is currently at the Eastern Sea Watch. He can represent me to discuss a solution with Jon Snow. Danny was still unwilling to make a trip personally for such a small matter. Marwyn also vaguely guessed that the Dragon Queen might have the ability to contact White Knights remotely, so he nodded and talked about another matter. Your Majesty, there are 2 other matters that are related to the Great Sparrow. Your bounty for the professors is very effective. Recently, the City of Knowledge has become the battlefield of the castle. Many wild knights call themselves honorable knights and sneak into the City of Knowledge day and night to capture the professors and scholars who were named by the Great Guardian of Light. 1,000 gold royals each. Jaime Lannister's bounty is only 500 gold royals. Now, 5 professors and 4 scholars have been captured and sent to the King's Landing Cathedral. Dragonstone Island has also paid the honorable knights 9,000 gold royals as promised. How can those professors be in good condition after falling into the hands of the Great Sparrow? They will soon all confess. Just violating the guests' rights and interfering in the politics of the 7 kingdoms is enough to take their lives. Thinking about how his former colleagues were hunted like rare animals by the mercenaries, Bull-Neck Marwyn sighed. Ha ha ha. Dragon Queen clapped and laughed. This is good news. Marwyn's mouth twitched. The Great Sparrow is extremely angry. He wrote to ask you how to deal with them. He strongly suggested that we kill them immediately or imprison them in the church's dungeon to repent for the rest of their lives. It would be a pity to kill or imprison them. Send them to the Great Wall according to the original plan, Danny said. Your Majesty is merciful. Marwyn heaved a sigh of relief. No, I am not merciful. I want equality between men and women. Tell the Great Sparrow that before sending them to the Great Wall, he will do the same to those professors as he did to Cersei. Danny said while holding back her laughter. Ah. Marwyn's expression changed drastically. He said nervously, but wouldn't that be too insulting? Danny sneered. Violating the guests' rights is the biggest crime in Westeros. If Cersei can parade, why can't the professors? You tell the Big Sparrow that it must be done beautifully. It doesn't matter if you adjust them for a period of time. But there must not be any martyrs who can't bear the shame and kill themselves halfway through the parade. I want every professor to walk the entire parade obediently, then go to Dragonstone Island and wait to be sent to the Great Wall. Before the parade, the professors have to stand on the podium and talk about their sins and the sins of the City of Knowledge. Every professor has to talk about it. It's okay to repeat the content, Danny added. So ruthless. Marwyn shuddered. When the City of Knowledge hears the news, the professors will probably commit suicide together. He sighed. Danny immediately said, then we will do our best to spread the news that they committed suicide out of fear of punishment. What better scapegoat than a dead person? I promise that every person who commits suicide will be famous for eternity and become an existence that surpasses Rat Chef. You can write a letter or pass a message. Try to let the City of Knowledge know this. Whoever commits suicide will be the scapegoat. Sigh. It was too tragic that they couldn't even die. By the way, what's with Jaime's 500 gold royals bounty? Danny asked. Jaime Lannister went missing in Hudgien for a few months. Prince Regent Kevin is very worried about him. Was he killed by Madame Stoneheart? Danny shook her head. She didn't have time to care about such trivial matters. The Great Sparrow was shocked that you could develop the Church of the 7 Gods in barren land, Marwyn said. Well, Bucheng was still in Volantis, but he told the Great Sparrow about being promoted to the Archbishop of the 7 Gods and helping the Dragon Queen develop the Church of Barren Land. Look at how powerful the 7 Gods plus Dragons equals 7 Gods method is. Not only did it establish a foothold in Slave Bay, but it also developed to barren land. Why don't you learn from me? Then is he willing to follow my method and put the dragon robes on the 7 Gods? Danny asked. He said that when he's free he'll find time to pray to the 7 Gods, Marwyn said. Danny facepalmed. Forget it. That's all for today. After ending the online communication with Marwyn on Dragonstone Island, Danny immediately contacted the reserve White Knights in Eastwatch. To facilitate transportation, I'll send 10 ships to the Stone Steps archipelago as soon as 10 ships are loaded. So far, 4 groups of 40 ships have been sent away. According to your previous request, the first batch of 10 ships will be filled with soldiers who can fight. They will also be fully armed and equipped with armor. However, the speed will be much slower in the future. The barbarians in Eastwatch are almost all gone. We have to wait for Mans Red to continue recruiting barbarians from beyond the Great Wall, Geralt said. Almost all? I remember that when I left, there were more than 15,000 barbarians at the Great Wall. How many can a ship carry? Danny asked curiously. It depends on the size of the ship. Our smallest ship can carry 400 tons and at least 500 people. The bigger ones can carry up to 1,000. That's a bit much. People aren't goods. They need space to live, Danny said with a frown. Geralt pursed his lips and explained, the barbarians are tough. They even set up tents on the deck. When it rains, they'll be forced into the cabin so it's not too crowded. Actually, this is Mansfred's suggestion. It's best to transport all the barbarians in one go. The sooner we leave Eastwatch, the more barbarians will survive. He thinks that the barbarians' food reserves are about to run out as the night is coming. There's probably no time for a second trip. All right. You can discuss it with Mans Red. Danny nodded and asked, how many shapeshifters are there among the barbarians who signed the 3-way rental agreement with us? Most of the shapeshifters who came to the Great Wall signed the agreement. Shapeshifters can't integrate into the Night Watchers. The Northerners see them as monsters. They've all been transported away? Danny frowned. Seeing her expression, Geralt's heart skipped a beat. He asked, you want to recruit shapeshifters? Is the battle at Slave Bay very tense? I want to add a trump card. Shapeshifters are the strongest among the barbarians. They left with the first fleet long ago, but I can ask Mans Red to help you recruit another batch. Then the reserve White Knight suggested, actually giants are not bad. They can put on iron armor and make heavy cavalry despair. You've captured the Giant King, and now there are more than 150 giant warriors loyal to you. 150 rice buckets. They're so big that even the Black Dragon can't transport them by air. Chapter 494. After Blackie sent Kuei-shi to Thunder Island, it circled above barren land for 3 days to promote the establishment of the 7 Divine Dragons sect. Well, Bucheng was still in Volantis, so Bution used his name to establish the 7 Divine Dragons sect. It wasn't the national religion of barren land, but it had more advantages than other sects, because the Bo dynasty officially supported this newly established 7 Divine Dragons sect. Blackie was like a loudspeaker with unlimited stamina, preaching believe in the 7 Divine Dragons, get the Holy Dragon essence in the sky of barren land. Redwood County was the place where the Grey Plague outbreak was the most serious. The Holy Dragon essence was an antidote to the Grey Plague made with dragon essence as the main ingredient. Blackie didn't just shout slogans, he also had the 7 Divine Dragons sect to cooperate with him to cure diseases and recruit believers. That's right, a large number of 7 Divine Dragons sect cultivators had appeared in barren land. They wore white coats with the emblem of a 7-pointed black dragon, set up tents, and treated the patients who believed in the 7 Divine Dragons sect. Every morning, noon, and night there were 3 prayers. The sect hadn't been established yet, so they prayed to the 7 wooden statues with black dragon tattoos. This was the effect of the official support. Those 7 Divine Dragons sect cultivators were mostly doctors arranged by the Bo dynasty, and there were even many necromancers from the Necromancer Association. They changed into the 7 Divine Dragons sect cultivator robes, and temporarily, until the epidemic ended, acted as fake cultivators. But fake cultivators could develop into true believers. Every barren person who was cured by a fake cultivator would turn into a follower of the 7 Divine Dragons. For example, Saint Danny was also a fake member, but under her rule, Slave Bay still had a large number of devout believers with a faith level of more than 10. Thinking about the development of the 100 Lotus sect at the end of the Celestial Dynasty, the Dragon Queen's 7 Divine Dragons sect was much stronger than White Lotus. There was the Holy Dragon essence that cured incurable diseases, and there was the Black Dragon that appeared like a god. 7 gods above, that Black Dragon could speak human language. If it wasn't a god, then what was it? Blackie and the anti-epidemic medicine were so effective that when Blackie was about to leave barren land, the Baron Prince Bohau secretly found him. Well, Danny was a good mother, she protected her son well. During barren land's time, Blackie never landed in a densely populated area with complicated buildings. It would either fly above 200 meters in the sky or meet the barren people at the peak of Dragon Mountain. Dragon Mountain, 5 kilometers away from the outskirts of barbarian country, was a 700-meter-tall mountain peak, the same name as the volcano on Dragonstone Island. From halfway up the mountain to the peak, there was not a single trace of green. It was a huge grayish-white rock. Danny asked for it from the Bo dynasty and it became Blackie's temporary residence in barren land. Emperor Bo, what for? Danny entered Blackie's consciousness and looked down at the fat king who had dark circles under his eyes. The giant dragon was lying on a wide rock that was 7 to 8 meters tall at the top of the mountain. Below it was a stone path that was 40 to 50 square meters wide that had been flattened out by the earthlings. The fat king on the stone path chuckled and said, "Dragon God, it's rare for you to come. Why don't you stay for a few more days? I haven't properly entertained you yet." Dragon Blackie Dragon. Tian was. Could it be that this fatty wanted to learn from the Bravos people? Danny became vigilant and reminded Dahe to keep its eyes wide open and look around. If there was any movement, it should immediately spray the fat man in front of them to death. This Emperor Bohao did not seem to be as bad as Kueishi and the others said. He dared to use himself as bait, and he was much braver and more decisive than the people of Bravos. She became even more cautious and vigilant. "Emperor Bu, how do you plan to treat this dragon god?" The fat king's eyes flickered and there was an unnatural expression on his face. He stammered, "Go to my palace. There are delicacies, beautiful women, thousands of acres of gardens, tens of thousands of palaces, and the Bo clan's treasure pavilion. I will give you whatever you like." Using a peerless beauty to lure a black dragon, even a pig would not say such a thing. He must be smarter than a pig, so he must be pretending. Well, this fat king was indeed cunning. He actually planned to lower Dahe's vigilance by pretending to be crazy. One could not judge a book by its cover. Bohao might be the legendary pig's face and fox's heart. Even Kueishi and Butian seemed to have been deceived. Danny became even more vigilant. "This dragon god does not need treasures or beauties. I will leave tonight." Then, the fat king looked hesitant and stammered, "Some of my officials want to see you. Can you let them come up?" Officials or fully armed dragon-slaying warriors. If he could not hold a hongmen banquet, he would kill by force. Let them come up. In the soul space, Dahe's 9-colored vortex was spinning rapidly. Magic power was surging and the dragon flame was ready to be released. Soon, more than 20 strong soldiers climbed up along the narrow mountain path. 2 of them carried more than 10 palanquins. They must have hidden the crossbows in the palanquins. How cunning. Unfortunately, the Dragon Queen had seen through everything. Dahe crouched on the ground and spread its wings on the rock. Its muscular legs were ready to move. The next moment he could use the dragon flame to clean the narrow stone path below the huge rock. The fat king noticed the megalosaurus movements and hurriedly said, "Dragon god, don't be in a hurry to leave." "Okay, I won't leave." The loud and rough voice suddenly became a little evil. Yes, he had switched to the role of Smog. "How can I leave without killing all of you bastards?" "What, dragon god is leaving?" There was a cry of surprise from the palanquin. The curtain in front of the palanquin was immediately lifted, revealing a few white-haired old men in luxurious clothes. Danny was stunned. Not the dragon-slaying crossbows? "Dragon god, don't leave. We have something to say." 10 elegant old men came out of the palanquins and jogged to the huge rock that Dahe was crouching on. They said, "Dragon god, we are willing to convert to the Church of the 7 Gods." What? Danny was stunned again. "It's like this." The fat king rubbed his hands and smiled flatteringly. "The Azure dynasty is not stable now, and we heard that the eternal night is coming. So we were thinking, can we make a secret agreement with the Dragon Queen?" He emphasized the word, secret agreement. "What agreement?" Danny asked strangely. Was it a deeper conspiracy or was she too sensitive before this? The fat king turned to look at the leader of the old men with a flat nose. "Prime Minister, I'm not good with words. You explain to Lord Dragon God. This old man is Moldo. Greetings, Your Majesty Dragon God." The old man with a flat nose stepped forward and bowed calmly. "Your Majesty Dragon God's wisdom is as deep as the abyss. We mortals do not dare to use clever words to deceive you. If the eternal night is real, the Alliance will lose, and the Azure dynasty will not survive the eternal night. So, we hope to borrow the power of the Dragon Queen to avoid this calamity." "Interesting. Danny was interested and said, "Tell me about it." "We hope that the Dragon Queen can marry the Bo family." The dragon aura descended as if it was real. The old Prime Minister bent his body and almost fell to the ground. President Bo Tian was not lying. "This is really a god." Moldo screamed in his heart as he explained, "Dragon God, please calm down. It's not that His Majesty Bo Hao wants to marry the Dragon Queen. It's a marriage between their children. The Dragon Queen is in her prime. Sooner or later she will have many children and grandchildren. His Majesty Bo Hao hopes that the Dragon Queen's daughter or granddaughter can marry into the Bo family and become the Empress." What's so special about the last Empress? Danny immediately understood two things. First, she seemed to have become a dragon startled by the bow, because she was repeatedly violated as a guest. The barbarians did not want to slay dragons and misunderstood Bo Hao. He was an idiot who was stupider than a pig. Second, the last dynasty of the barbarians wanted to rely on the Dragon Queen to prolong its life. As long as the Seven Dragons sect becomes the national religion of the barbarians and preaches the eternal night from now on, you can also survive the eternal night if you are brave. The holy dragon rumbled. The Prime Minister was silent for a moment and sighed, "We want to sign a secret agreement with the Dragon Queen. After all, the eternal night may not come and the alliance may not lose. The barbarians do not dare to stand on the Queen's side before the situation is clear." "Then that's it. I'm leaving." The holy dragon stood up and planned to leave. "How about the Queen's son comes to the barbarians to marry the Bo family's daughter and inherit the Azure dynasty?" An old man wearing a silver embroidered robe hurriedly said. "You are?" The holy dragon climbed down again. "I am the Bo family's great uncle." Danny noticed that although Fatty Bo Hao looked unhappy, he didn't say anything against it. "A sacred oath?" she asked. "The 9 ministers here come from the 9 famous clans. They and I are all witnesses of the oath," the great uncle said solemnly. She had no reason to refuse a free throne. No matter what the Bo family's plan was with this sacred oath, she could openly intervene in the matters of the barbarians in the future. In fact, if Danny knew more about the history of the barbarians, she would not have the slightest doubt. During the time of Valeglia, the emperor of the barbarians had a marriage alliance with the 14 Fire Peak families. Otherwise, how could the barbarians have survived the conquering Dragon King's dragon flames? A noble lady of Valeglia married the emperor of the barbarians, and her dowry included a dragon. The Bo family's Azure dynasty was really at the end of its rope. The emperor's decree could not even leave the walls of the capital. The country's power was now in the hands of a few hundred princes. Bandits, wizards and warlords ran rampant in the country. The people had no way to make a living. Anyone with a bit of intelligence could see that the country was about to die. If the Dragon Queen defeated the alliance, the Bo family who had a marriage alliance with her, would definitely be able to keep the throne. They would then use the Dragon Queen's power to sweep the world and revive the Azure dynasty. The great uncle was still hoping that when the son of the Dragon Mother came to the barbarians, he would also follow the old rules, and bring 1 or 2 dragons. It would be best if he could establish a family of true dragons. As for whether it was the son of the Dragon Mother or the daughter of the Dragon Mother, it did not make much of a difference. After 3 or 4 generations of marriage alliances with the Bo family, it was guaranteed that the descendants would not even have the silver hair and purple eyes. Soon, Prime Minister Mordo personally wrote 2 copies of the contract on the jade silk. Fat Bo Hao, the great uncle, the Prime Minister, and the rest of the 11 people signed together and stamped each family's emblem and seal. From then on, the future surname of the Azure dynasty would be changed from Bo to Targaryen Bo. For example, if Bo Cheng could live for another 40 years when Danny's grandson went to the barbarians, he would have to change his name to Targaryen Bo Cheng. Why does it sound like a country bumpkin like Nicholas Jiaoxi? Great Uncle Emperor Bo Hao, don't worry. During the long night, the Dragon Queen may not be able to provide much help to you, but as long as one descendant of the Bo family survives, the Azure dynasty will not be destroyed. The Holy Dragon used his finger as a pen and signed his and the Dragon Queen's names on the contract. That's great, the worry of the country being destroyed is completely gone. I can let go of my hands and feet and do whatever I want. Fat Bo Hao heaved a long sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His entire body was filled with energy. Your Majesty. The flat-nosed Prime Minister's face turned red as he shouted angrily. Sigh, don't you know what kind of person I am? In front of the Dragon God there is no need to pretend. The fat son of heaven waved his hand and said nonchalantly, all the ministers. Chapter 495. Other than the Bo family and the Divine Dragon, the other 9 ministers also represented their families and reached a secret agreement with the Dragon Queen. The reason why the 9 ministers came and why the Bo family was not worried about this deadly sacred agreement being leaked was because everyone here wanted to betray their country, together. We have to think about our families too. The Prime Minister sighed. We are deeply involved with the Bo family and the Azure dynasty. We are bound together for good or ill. There is also the deadly long night. As the leaders of our families, we have to plan early. As if worried that the divine Megalosaurus would look down on their betrayal, the Prime Minister also explained the relationship between the 9 families and the Bo family in detail. It was very complicated and Danny was confused. But it could be explained in one sentence. The relationship between this group of people was similar to the 4 families of Jia, Shi, Shui, and Wang in Dream of the Red Chamber. Now they wanted to live together. The Bo family sold the throne to protect the Azure dynasty, and the other 9 families sold the faith of the barbarians to ensure their prosperity. They transferred their children to the 7 Gods sect to build the framework of the 7 Gods Church for the Queen, at least 100 7 Gods churches. The Dragon Queen guaranteed the continuation of their families and allowed some of the children to take refuge in Slave Bay, ensuring their status and power in the barbarians in the future. In fact, Danny did not care much about the 7 Gods sect in the barbarians. She just wanted to take advantage of them and come up with a set of good revenue data to cheat the investors. Just like how a certain Lucky tricked the Americans, the Dragon Queen wanted to trick the Big Sparrow. Look at how good the 7 Gods add dragons is, why don't you learn? But the plan of Bo Hao and the 10 ministers did not seem to waste too much of her energy, so she could not find a reason to refuse. It was a true win-win situation, and the cost of both sides did not seem to be too high. Blackie flew for a day and a night, returning to the Great Pyramid of Astapor with a yellow cloth package. Only old Yamat was at home. Aegon, Tyrion, and Missandei had followed the queen to Nanan town. The old scholar raised the dragon, Little Red, received letters from Raven, and went to the yamen on the first floor to try cases in place of Missandei. His days were leisurely and fulfilling. 7 gods above, we Targaryen have another kingdom, and it's a world empire like the barbarian lands? Old Yamant felt like he was in a dream when he saw Dahe handing him a stack of documents. Becoming a king is so easy. Then why are we still cooped up in the Westeros? Coming back to his senses, the old scholar began to recall the dance of the blood dragon that would cause any Targaryen to feel pain in their hearts. He began to regret it. He regretted it for his ancestors. With dragons, the world is free to roam. Why exterminate the entire race for a broken chair that pokes in the butt? This was what the Dragon Queen had said back then. Now it seemed, Dany might really be able to turn the Targaryens into world royalty. The Alliance naturally had more than 300 warships. Volantis alone could gather 500 warships, and the various cities of the Alliance had more than 2,000 large ships. However, the Alliance only had 3 fleets at the moment. Each fleet had 100 ships, and they were a mix of paddling longships and large warships that fought for control of the sea. The reason was simple. The Alliance was formed by the Alliance of Vassals. The current situation was very much like the 18 vassals asking for Dong the United version. The Dragon Queen was Dong Feifei's role. The vassals' forces were united, but they would not hand over all the troops to Yuan Shao to command. Rhys' fleet belonged to Rhys, and the Alliance's fleet belonged to the Alliance. Although everyone had the same goal, they did not want to be cannon fodder. There were only 300 warships under the direct command of the Alliance's command. The Alliance countries that joined the Alliance provided varying numbers of warships for the Alliance's service according to their national strength. For example, Prince Rhys Treg brought 250 warships from the Three Sisters Kingdom to New Gith, but only 50 of them were distributed to the 3 major fleets of the Alliance. The remaining 200 were still under his command. On paper, Treg alone was comparable to 2 Alliance army fleets. However, in reality one could not calculate it that way. The fleets that joined the Alliance army had strict standards. Age, load, maximum speed, number of paddles, sailor configuration, etc. The 3 major fleets of the Alliance army had the heaviest responsibility, and they were the main force that was not afraid of sacrificing themselves. The various city-states also sincerely contributed their strongest warships to the war effort. In this aspect, the 18 vassals of the Alliance army version had more awareness and integrity than Yuan Shao and the others at the end of East Han. Of course, the pressure that Dong Feifei gave the vassals was far less than the pressure that the Dragon Queen gave the slave owners. If Dong Feifei had a dragon, even Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu, the 2 most selfish brothers, could also be as selfless as Chow Mingda. Old Chow was really hot-blooded during the period of the 18 warlords. The 18 vassals of the Alliance Army version did not have a leader, and they were led by many heads. Just talking about the Navy, the 3 heads of the Alliance Army were Commander Zanetti of the New Gith Iron Legion, Zaro of the 13 Heads of Quills, and Governor Ilias of Volantis. After discovering that the Dragon Queen's White Dragon had been spying on the port of New Gith recently, the Alliance Army's internal meeting decided to summon Toros' First Fleet back, ambush them in the open sea, and find an opportunity to cut off the Dragon Queen's fleet's return route. The highest goal was to kill a dragon, while the lowest goal was to clear out the Dragon Queen's fleet and seize control of the seas. The day he received the messenger crow from New Gith, Ilias immediately reorganized the army and ordered the sailors to load the ships with food and water. In the afternoon, he led the 100 warships of the First Fleet out of the harbor. That night, when she went to the Toros harbor to check on the enemy, the Dragon Queen found out about this. Late at night. Southam Town, the Queen's command post. All the generals gathered around the map table to discuss their next strategy. "Why don't we ambush Ilias' First Fleet first?" John Clinton said. To be honest, Danny also had the same idea. However, compared to the overall battle situation, she felt that the First Fleet was not that valuable. The giant crab pointed on the map and said, "We can wait for the enemy to be exhausted. We can ambush a fleet in the middle of Liberty Maiden Island and another in Southam Town, pincer attack. With the help of the Megalosaurus, nothing will go wrong." Garth nodded in agreement. "Although Ilias and I are proficient in naval warfare, this is our first time in Slaver's Bay. Our soldiers are brave but lack experience. Let us practice together and familiarize ourselves with the strength of the Alliance Army's navy." Hee. Tyrion, who was standing on the stool, laughed. Yes, he was now a rank 2 official and qualified to participate in the Queen's Imperial Conference. Danny glanced at him and asked, "What do you think, General Wildfire?" "Your Majesty, what is the purpose of this phase of the battle?" Tyrion asked. "Just say what you want to say. Don't talk nonsense," Danny said calmly. Tyrion shrugged and said slowly, "We are here to test the Alliance Army's trump card. That's why you moved the fleet to Southam Town. Toros is the Alliance Army's material transfer center. If we attack it, the Alliance Army's trump card will be exposed because they can't afford to lose it. The First Fleet only has 100 ships, so they can afford to lose it. When we encircled the First Fleet, our strategic goal was exposed. Toros will be more alert after receiving the news. When we take down the First Fleet and go back to attack Toros, the opponent's trump card may cause a lot of damage to us. It's not worth it." Clinton's expression changed and said, "I don't think there is any trump card that can reverse the advantage of the Megalosaurus, but the little devil's words make sense. Our goal in this battle is not to kill the enemy's fleet." Danny looked around and saw that no one objected. She said, "After a week we will attack Toros." "A week, is it to prevent the First Fleet from coming back? If we take down Toros, we can rob the Alliance Army's supplies." The big crab was deep in thought. "Yes, without the First Fleet our mission will be much easier. Other than that," Danny's eyes flashed and she smiled faintly, "we can also take this opportunity to get a few more helpers." Model worker Blackie left Southam Town that night and arrived at the Great Wall 1.5 days later. On the 3rd day he threw a corpse ghost into the Great Cathedral of Bel. On the 5th day he secretly brought back 3 shapeshifters, 1 man and 2 women. Gisela, a 30-year-old spearwoman with a face full of hardships, a weak shapeshifter with a goat as her partner. Because of her weak ability, she was not in the first batch of barbarians to go to the Queen's corner. Her ability was especially suitable for herding. She was now a shepherdess helping the free people manage the flocks of sheep. Polo District, a 55-year-old white-haired old man, a medium shapeshifter with a wild boar as his animal partner. The old shapeshifter had a stronger ability and was the right-hand man of the giant's nemesis, Tormund. After knowing that the Queen needed shapeshifters to fight, Mansred personally asked Tormund for them. Well, Tormund's team was found by Jon's crows. Seeing that the Dragon Queen kept her promise and brought 80 ships, Tormund immediately led his tribe to the Great Wall. However, Tormund was on good terms with Jon and did not plan to farm in the Stone Steppes archipelago. Instead, he chose to stay at the Great Wall and cooperate with the Night Watchers to defend against the deviant ghosts. The 3rd shapeshifter was White Mask Morona, a barbarian Chiliarch who had joined the Night Watchers temporarily. After knowing that Dany needed shapeshifters, she handed over the position of Chiliarch to her daughter and volunteered to come to Slave Bay to serve the Queen. She followed Jon Snow's path and used her shape-shifting talent to practice the shadow-binding meditation. After her last animal partner died 3 years ago, it happened that the magic revival happened. She focused on blood witchcraft and had not found a suitable animal partner yet. Dany held a bird cage in her left hand and a cat cage in her right. She said to the 3 barbarians who had changed into clean clothes, "Forget the goat and the boar. Tame a petrel first. If you have spare energy, tame a cat. If you have spare energy, tame a lobster." The spearwoman Gisela and the tall old man were not satisfied. However, before coming here they had already given up on the goat and the boar. They had to give up. The megalosaurus could carry people, but it could not carry wild boars and goats. Before they could get close to the megalosaurus, the goat was scared to death and the boar went crazy. "Queen, what's the use of the lobster?" Morona asked curiously. This Chiliarch was not only the first barbarian chieftain to sign an agreement with the queen, but she had also followed the queen to fight deviant ghosts. She was an old acquaintance. "Sharp blades are installed on its claws to help my white dragon clean the fishing net wrapped around it," Dany said strangely. The Dragon Queen's idea was beautiful, but the reality was very unfriendly. Even the weakest Gisela found a petrel and a cat as partners. Polo and Morona also contracted a meter-long lobster at the same time. The lobster was found by Blackie in the sea. It swam fast, strong, and tasted delicious. After the blades were installed, its claws were very inflexible and its center of gravity was unstable. By the time the lobster cut the fishing net on Whitey, the enemy's second and third nets would have been cast. However, Dany did not steam and eat the 2 shapeshifters' lobster partners. The lobster's efficiency in cutting the fishing net was low, but the effect of laying mines was worth a try. However, it was difficult for the lobster to detonate the wildfire jar. In the end, Dany promised Morona, "How about this? Take down Tauros first. If the lobster is really useless, I'll help you catch a few eagles." With the megalosaurus, the strongest and fiercest eagle in the world is not much different from a sparrow. Chapter 496. On the 8th day after the first fleet left Tauros, the white dragon that had been hiding in the clouds and secretly observing New Gis City disappeared. At this time, the first fleet of the Alliance army had already left Slave Bay and the Free Maiden Island, entering the wider Bay of Sorrows. That night, the city lord of Tauros, Baelor Terrylease, called all the city defense commanders over for questioning as usual before going to bed. Terrylease was also one of the 14 Fire Peaks and managed Tauros together with another Fire Peak family, Valoris. Originally, the city lord should have been Piero of the Valoris family. Piero was young and strong, and he was also Baelor's son-in-law. He was just right to deal with the Dragon Queen who was getting stronger and stronger. However, a month ago an invitation came from Mat Eris. It was a letter from Jenny herself. "We need Valeglia warriors with noble bloodlines." Tauros and Illyria, like Mat Eris and Orlas, were all directly under Valeglia. It was very strange. Compared to Mat Eris, Tauros and Tauros were closer to the 14 Fire Peaks, but these 2 cities were not affected by the curse at all. Even so, Tauros did not lose contact with Mat Eris in the Cursed Land. In the past 400 years, many living resources were transported from Tauros to Mat Eris along the main road of Valeglia. Thus, information between Tauros and the Land of Long Summer was not blocked. The people of Tauros knew about Jenny Belloris of Orlas and Benny Mirasis of Mat Eris. After receiving Jenny's letter, Piero did not hesitate. He led a group of young men with noble bloodlines to Mat Eris. The position of City Lord fell to the old but wise Baelor. "City Lord, everything is normal at the West Gate. No outsiders entered Tauros today," the commander of the West Gate reported. Baelor, who was sitting behind the red sandalwood table, scooped up a spoonful of human milk and lotus seed soup with a white jade spoon. He put it into his mouth and slowly swallowed it down his throat before asking, "Are the mercenaries in the West Camp safe?" Stirring up trouble as usual. Today, 3 more mercenaries stole the manor's sheep. 4 of them were strong, and one of them was a young girl of Valyrian bloodline. The silver-haired, purple-eyed garrison commander suppressed his anger as he spoke. Bang! Crush! The veins on the back of the old man's hand bulged. He suddenly swept the table and the soup bowl and spoon fell to the ground. "That group of trash will be sent to Meereen as cannon fodder sooner or later," Lord Baelor cursed. The West City garrison sighed inwardly. He understood the mayor's meaning. "We still need mercenaries to deal with the Mother of Dragons. Let's turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing." Then he silently bowed and left. Everything is fine in the northern part of the city. There are no disturbances, no spies, and the granary and armory of the northern barracks outside the city gate are also safe. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Shoemaker Gilo Regis Pike Regiment, a total of 1,600 pike cavalrymen and 4,000 infantrymen, came from Mat Aris along Valeglia Avenue. They also brought 500 Scorpion crossbows, dragon-slaying crossbows, reported the commander of the North City garrison. I know Jig the shoemaker. He's a guest at my mansion. A bowl of lotus seed soup was placed in front of Baylor. It was his habit to drink a bowl of breast milk every night before he went to sleep. Including the Pike Regiment, Toros has almost 30,000 soldiers and 2,000 Scorpion crossbows. Now I can finally sleep in peace, sighed the old mayor in satisfaction. After the North City garrison left, the South City garrison came. The south of the city faced the sea, and the South City garrison was also responsible for the safety of the harbor. Lord Mayor, 7 ships from New Guise entered the harbor today. Four of them were grain transport ships, and 3 of them were carrying Astapor liquor, white sugar and white paper. Very good. Lord Baylor nodded and smiled easily. Ever since the First Fleet left, I've been worried that the Dragon Queen would create a diversion. She likes to do this the most. For the past 8 days, the number of ships coming to Toros has been almost constant. This means that the sea route from Toros to New Guise has not been blocked. Lord Mayor, you are wise, praised the South City garrison. However, I heard that Slavers Bay has sealed off all trade. Can we still buy their white sugar and liquor? Asked the mayor curiously. The headquarters of the Alliance Army was too far away from Slavers Bay. Mat Aris did not produce grain, and the nearest Toros was more than 1,000 kilometers away from New Guise. Even if they went by sea, the cost of long-distance transportation of supplies was too high. Without a doubt, buying supplies from the Dragon Queen was not only cheaper, the Dragon Queen was doing a promotion, but the distance was also very close. If the Dragon Queen was willing to sell food, the Alliance Army would probably be overjoyed. Buying food from the Dragon Queen, transporting it to Toros on the other side, and then feeding the Alliance Army from Mat Aris to Myrine was simply too whimsical. The Dragon Queen never sold food. She sold olive oil, sweet potatoes, wine brewed from grapes, sugar from sugar beets, refined salt, textiles and even bronzeware. She did not sell iron, she only bought iron. However, she did not sell wheat or rice. She did not even sell potatoes or dried sweet potatoes. Yes, she sold high-concentration white wine brewed from sweet potatoes, but not dried sweet potatoes. That sounded a little weird. Because of that, Astapor was exceptionally prosperous. Merchants bought goods from the Dragon Queen, transported them to New Guise, and sold them to the Alliance Army. New Guise was only an island with a radius of 100 miles. It was unable to supply the Alliance Army with hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The wine that the Alliance Army drank was all from Astapor. The salt and white sugar that the Alliance Army ate also came from Astapor. The Alliance Army officers wore beautiful silk and brocade robes that came from Slavers Bay. Even the Alliance Army soldiers' monthly wages, copper and silver coins, also came from Slavers Bay, which was produced by the Dragon Queen's mint. Why did Danny do that? Because the sea merchants did not come to Slavers Bay empty-handed. They also brought things that Danny needed. Refined iron, finished swords, cooked cowhide, sheepskin, whale oil and even rice and wheat. That's right, there were sea merchants who sold the Alliance Army's rations. Because the Dragon Queen offered a high price, she even subsidized them. 100 caddies of rice for 10 caddies of high-concentration white wine, 10 caddies of white wine for 200 caddies of sweet wine. Because rice was a subsidized item, not only was it exempt from tax, they could also get a 30% discount coupon. For example, if Zhang San sold $100 worth of rations at Slavers Bay, he would buy $100 worth of white wine. Before leaving, the Dragon Queen would compensate him with $30 of gold. Who could resist the temptation of this business? Even the Alliance Army knew that the sea merchants were selling rations to the Dragon Queen. They turned a blind eye to it and even encouraged them. The reason was simple. Between transporting 100 caddies of rations from Volantis to New Guise and 200 caddies of sweet wine, which one was more expensive? After all this trouble, the Dragon Queen's rations actually increased. The military clothing also changed from high-value and low-cost silk cloth to low-value and high-value fur. Fur was the only way to survive the winter. Although Queers, Volantis, New Guys and other southern coastal city-states never survived the winter, they wore silk clothes and brocade robes. Coupled with the export of materials such as white paper, table salt and coins, even if the Dragon Queen crazily subsidized them, the gold in her treasury was increasing day by day. This was actually a win-win situation. Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. The city's South Guard said seriously. Oh, I've heard of this before. What does this have to do with us being able to continue buying supplies from Slavers Bay? City Lord Baylor asked curiously. Back then, the Dragon Queen had signed a contract with Volantis, New Guys and Queers. At any time, Slavers Bay would not reject VIP customers. Speaking of this, the city's South Guard could not help but sigh. The small merchants back then relied on the sea trade with Slavers Bay to grow into influential sea merchants in a few years. Take Volantis Fat Doxum for example. At first he was just a slave. Later, he became the son-in-law of a small merchant family. Now he has the qualifications to run for consul. Fat Doxum? I know him. That fatty is despicable. He benefits from both our Alliance army and the Dragon Queen, City Lord Baylor said in disgust. The city's South Guard shrugged and did not comment. He only continued, the Dragon Queen still sticks to her promise. Even if the city is sealed due to the epidemic, she still opens the exclusive port for VIP customers and continues to do business. I see. Baylor scooped a spoonful of lotus seed soup with Astapor white sugar and swallowed it in satisfaction. After the city's South Guard left, Baylor also finished the last mouthful of soup. He stood up and stretched his back. He sighed and said, it's another dull but stable day. I hope, boom, 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 3 consecutive explosions rang out in the silent city. Rumble. The castle of the city lord's residence shook slightly. Baylor's expression changed drastically. He turned to the window on the left and saw that about 4 streets away, an 80-meter-tall tower that could be considered a city landmark was burning. It was like a torch that had been lit. All the residents in the city could see it. That's the crow's nest. The crow's nest was being attacked. Baylor was stunned for a moment and exclaimed in shock, the demon mother of dragons is attacking. She wants to launch an all-out attack on Tolos and deliberately cut off Tolos's connection with the outside world. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out in the city. Accompanied by surging waves, a series of flames lit up the pitch-black night sky. He saw the demon dragon's figure flash past quickly in the flames. The speed was really fast. The 3 Megalosaurus did not hesitate at all. They seemed to be flying according to the planned route. They soared and changed their direction gracefully, looking for their target and spitting fire to burn the tower. In the instant that the old city lord was stunned, 7 or 8 towers were ignited. They were all towers. Damn it. They're all the towers that were built for the crow's nest in the city. After looking through the window for a while, the old city lord, who had lived in this city for more than 50 years, understood that the towers that were being attacked were all crow's nests. What did this mean? The old man shuddered. Boom, boom, boom. The fires in the city started to become irregular. Some places did not seem to have crow's nests. At least, that was the impression that the old city lord had. What the old city lord did not know, the 3 cats and 3 petrels would definitely know after a thorough search. In just 20 seconds, more than 40 stars, that were either bright or dark, rose from Tolos, who was covered by the black curtain. From afar, the burning tower looked like a flickering star. Then, boom. The old man's expression changed again. A mushroom cloud-like green flame rose from the dragon-slaying crossbow hidden around the residential houses in the west of the city. It was 15 meters tall and covered the city walls that were 6 meters tall. Almost all the nearby city areas were covered by the green flame. Even though they were a mile away, the flames reflected the pale face of the city lord. Wildfire. Baylor said softly. Chapter 497. That's wildfire. Dragon Queen is using wildfire to burn the crossbow formation? Mayor Baylor's face was distorted. In an instant he thought, if Dragon Queen can find every crow's nest in the city, even I, the mayor, don't know about the crow's nest, then it wouldn't be strange for her to find every scorpion crossbow position in the city. Yes, wildfire. Greetings to you on behalf of the Queen, a young girl's voice replied. In the next moment, the sharp blade pierced his flesh. A cold feeling came from his back, and all the strength in Mayor Baylor's body was sucked away by the bone-piercing cold. He turned his head with difficulty. In his blurry vision, he could only vaguely see a masked person who was as tall as his waist. Where did Dragon Queen find this dwarf? What an amazing assassination ability. He sneaked into the mayor's castle without a single guard noticing. Could it be the legendary General Wildfire? This was the last thought in the mayor's mind. His brain was damaged by the poison on the dagger. It was clearly a female voice. How could it be the General Wildfire? Could it be that the General Wildfire was already so famous that people subconsciously thought of him when they saw the dwarf? The light blue dagger returned to its sheath. The little assassin pushed down the candlestick. When the fire spread and the guards outside the door began to shout in panic, her figure flashed and disappeared outside the light. The 3 city defense commanders of the South City Guard, North City Guard, and West City Guard were unable to return to the garrison camp safely. Danny C. was not the only assassin who sneaked into the city. In the past, every good lord, great lord, and virtuous lord in Slave Bay had the habit of raising gladiators. These people had zero tactical ability on the battlefield, but they were all very strong in one-on-one combat. With a little training they could become top-notch spies or assassins. After they were liberated, they were indeed incorporated into Dragon Queen's assassin group. The mayor and the garrison were not the only targets. The shape-shifting cat knew the location of all the officers. Under the leadership of the cat, the assassins seemed to have opened a full-view map. All of them were 007. 50 dragon-slaying crossbows were in a group, and each group had a position. There were a total of 30 positions distributed in every corner of Tauros. It was impossible to cover the city with a radius of 2 kilometers, but with 2,000 ordinary crossbows, the barracks, granaries, armory, mayor's mansion, city walls, docks, and other key places were all protected within the range. Unfortunately, the little bird already knew everything. The Megalosaurus could not attack the crossbow formation like Burning Crow's Nest, but it could wait on the wildfire. Danny knew the location of every crossbow formation. In tonight's battle, Dragon Queen's side had complete air supremacy and complete information suppression. After the air raid, Tauros was engulfed in flames. The citizens who were caught in the fire were crying and fleeing. The city guards who had lost their leader were running around randomly. Under the leaden sky, scarlet dragon flames and demonic green wildfires illuminated the city in a hellish glow. Yes. Surrender and you'll be spared. Dahe roared after a round of burning. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless crossbow bolts flew in the direction of the sound, regardless of how far away the other party was. In the darkness, the fear in the hearts of the soldiers was as pervasive as the fire in the city, but their determination to resist did not disappear. You mortals are courting death. Danny decided to go on a killing spree tonight. She has the ability to do that. A few days ago, the animal companions of the 3 shapeshifters helped Danny draw all the military defenses of Tauros into a map. Danny herself had been monitoring Tauros for half a month. Even in the night, she was familiar with every position in the city. Compared to the military defense map, she could accurately attack the other party, but the other party could not see the Megalosaurus in the darkness at all. For example, at this time, the Megalosaurus was slowly passing by from 300 meters above the ground, like a ghost harvesting souls. A dark green glass bottle the size of a honeydew melon was thrown out from the queen's hand. After calculating the weight, the bottle containing 5 kilograms of wildfire fell right on the crossbow formation. Boom. The green flames rose 7 to 8 meters high and covered the surrounding 20 to 30 meters. Where the wildfire splashed, nothing could not be burned. The wooden crossbows burned in the flames, the bowstrings broke, and dozens of crossbowmen were covered in green flames. They screamed miserably, struggled and rolled, melted into meat juice and burned into skeletons. No, not even a bone would be left. Dragon Queen turned into a bomb maniac this time, and it was very similar to Dedale's style of riding a clay duck to attack the sand-hidden village. She tied a large basket on Blackie's back, lined the basket with rice grass, and covered it with a layer of crushed ice. The wildfire bombs were neatly stacked on top of it. When she encountered a crossbow or scorpion crossbow formation, she would quietly fly over, reduce her speed, and silently throw down a bottle. Flying bombs was a high-tech job. In order to make the wildfire bombs accurately hit the target during the flight, Danny also trained for half a month. At night, she would ride the dragon to scout the enemy camp, and during the day she would ride the dragon to practice throwing bombs. Even if she made 1 or 2 mistakes, it would not matter. Danny could turn around and throw another one. Well, if one was not enough, she would throw 2. If it really didn't work, she could throw a bottle of grape bombs. 10 bottles of grape bombs would always hit the target. At this time, the wildfire bombs could withstand 50 degrees of heat, and they would not explode even if they were shaken hard. Of course, they still could not be exposed to the sun for a long time. Under Dragon Queen's suggestion, the transparent glass bottles were replaced with dark glass. Dark brown, dark green, a bit like the brown bottles used to store pesticides in his previous life, which had a certain sunproof effect. And the wildfire general was not paid for nothing. Although he did not understand the principle of combustion requiring oxygen, he had seen with his own eyes that wildfire without contact with air was more stable. But it was very troublesome and dangerous to fill a wildfire bomb without air. When filling it, the wildfire must overflow, and then the cork must be slowly stuffed in. The person who did this was probably nervous and sweating, breathing heavily and breathing out close contact with the overflowing wildfire. Boom. To solve this problem, Tyrion designed a new wildfire filling model, a mixture of wildfire and olive oil. Wildfire was denser than olive oil, and the two were not compatible. So the wildfire sank to the bottom and the olive oil floated on top. There was no need to worry about the olive oil spilling onto the table, and there was no need to worry about the intense friction between the cork and the mouth of the bottle. Based on this principle, Tyrion designed a special insulating layer that could insulate, absorb heat and extinguish oxygen according to the fire-repelling ointment of the fire mages. Dragon Queen even named it Tyrion Oil to reward the wildfire general. Don't doubt it was invented by Tyrion himself. That guy's survival ability was very strong, and in order to survive, his potential exploded. Recently, he had been studying potioneering ointment, scar removal ointment, wildfire, white phosphorus, and so on. First, 4/5 of wildfire was added, then 1/20 of Tyrion oil, and finally 3/20 of olive oil. It was tightly sealed with a willow cork and sealed with wax. After a period of time in the cellar, even if there were rice-sized bubbles in the bottle, the wildfire was terrifyingly stable. The oxygen in the bubbles was reduced to other chemicals by Tyrion oil Dragon Queen's language. Thus, the wildfire bomb could be used on a large scale on the battlefield. Boom boom. Ha ha ha, explosions are art. Dragon Queen began to understand Dedale's happiness. Standing on Blackie's back, she had a wildfire bomb in her left hand and a string of grape bombs in her right. Looking at the balls of evil green flame mushrooms below, she was so excited that her cheeks turned green. The city gate tower, the crossbow machine formation, the camp outside the west gate, and the sentry post guarding the granary outside the north gate were all bombed. Balls of green mushroom flames rose from the dark ground, and the mercenaries and guards were turned into ashes in the fire. Tauros is finished, wildfire plus Megalosaurus, almost unsolvable. On the sea outside the port, the wildfire general stood on the bridge and observed the situation with a telescope. This was a fast ship transporting wildfire. The cabin was filled with waist-deep seawater, and green and brown bottles of wildfire were neatly stacked in the seawater. Even with such tight protective measures, it was floating alone on the sea, 1 kilometer away from the nearest ship. Until now, the Queen has already come back to replenish wildfire bombs 6 times, more than 500 kilograms. General, there's not much wildfire left in the cabin, the consumption is too fast. The fire mage Pogba frowned. It's okay, our people have already boarded the dock. Tyrion didn't care. Kill, kill, kill. Long live the Dragon Queen, long live Her Majesty Dany Rise. Megalosaurus is invincible. The shouts of the Unsullied came from the dock. Other than the 5,000 Unsullied brought to Meereen by Grey Worm, the remaining 3,000 came. Together with them were 10,000 Wings of Liberty, and 5,000 Marines. Cleaning up the crow's nest was the first step, and removing the 12 crossbow machine formations from the dock to the south gate was the second step. Then the 3 dragons split up. Dany rode Blackie and cosplayed as Dedale, burning the city with wildfire. Little White and Little Green changed classes to attack machines, spitting dragon flames at the dock area. The enemy no longer had dragon-slaying crossbows and ballistae, but Little White and Little Green wore undergarments from the neck to the chest. There was a layer of carburized steel scales, and ordinary arrows couldn't hurt their vital parts at all. There were thousands of ships outside the dock like a dense forest. Little White and Little Green opened up a path of fire in the forest for Dragon Queen's troop transport ships to enter. There were more than 100 large ships and 300 speedboats. The Big Crab and Garth led 2 fleets to seal off the port, and the troop transport ships were escorted by Little White and Little Green. Whenever an enemy warship attacked a troop transport ship, the two dragons would immediately descend from the sky and burn them into a group of torches on the water. Long live the Dragon Queen, long live the Dragon Queen. As the 18,000 warriors landed and spread out from the dock to the sea, the tens of thousands of Long army, participating in the battle, cheered loudly together. Surrender and you'll be spared. When the south gate was burned down by wildfire, the Unsullied began to enter the city, and Blackie persuaded them to surrender again. This time the effect was much better. The Tauros soldiers who had lost their commander resisted slightly. They were completely no match for the orderly Unsullied, so they put down their weapons and surrendered. The 20,000 Allied soldiers in the West Camp were composed of large and small mercenary groups. They refused to surrender, but they didn't resist stubbornly either. At this time, they displayed their mercenary nature and began to flee in all directions. However, the Pike Regiment in the north of the city had received orders from the Allied forces to garrison Tauros, and had just arrived at Mat Aris today. They were tired and couldn't escape, but they didn't escape either. Instead, they took control of the granary and the armory, and requested to negotiate with the Dragon Queen. The leader of the Pike Regiment, Shoemaker Gilo Regia, happened to be a guest at the City Lord's mansion tonight. After the banquet, he had a hangover and didn't return to the Pike Regiment's camp in the north of the city after the chaos. Dragon Queen, I know that everyone praises Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. As long as you release my father and a few deputy commanders, and swear not to pursue us, the Pike Regiment will leave Tauros tonight. Dany was preparing to take Little White, Little Black and 500 light cavalry Wings of Liberty, to chase after the mercenaries who escaped in the west of the city. The young commander of the Pike Regiment in the north of the city, Jack Rhea, rode alone and entered the city to negotiate. Chapter 498. At the top of the Blackstone Tower of Babel, Dragon Queen received Deputy Commander Jack. It was a young man about the same age as Aegon, with a hooked nose and a hint of stubbornness in his youthful face. His red eyes were clear and firm, and his thick body was covered in dark gray plate armor. He was tall and steady. If I don't agree to your request, what will you do? Dany, who was riding on Blackie's back, asked. I will order the granaries and armory to be burned. Before coming, I have already ordered my subordinates to pile oil barrels in every warehouse. You only need to throw down the torches and you will suffer a great loss. The shock in the young man's red eyes when he first saw the Dragon Queen disappeared quickly. His face was expressionless, as firm as a rock and as cold as ice. Clap, clap, clap. Dragon Queen clapped 3 times, and 2 Wings of Freedom immediately carried a stretcher over. Father? Looking at the stretcher, the young man's firm expression instantly turned into anger and grief. Looking at the young man who was holding back his tears, Dany said indifferently, Burn it, I don't care about that bit of food. It doesn't belong to me anyway. Jack's father was dead. He was assassinated by Dany's men before she attacked Tauros. The Long Spear Troop was a well-known large mercenary group. Therefore their commander and mayor were the top targets. After that, it was the 3 guards and the commanders of the West Camp mercenary group who entered the city to have fun. The commander of the Long Spear Troop, Shoemaker Gilo Regia, died in grievance. He traveled thousands of miles from Tauros to Volantis, recruited and trained for more than half a year, and traveled more than 4,000 miles east in a few months, passing through the Demon's Avenue and arriving at Tauros. In the end, he did not even see the Dragon Queen, nor did he even pull out his sword, and died in his drunken dreams at the hands of the little assassin Dany C. The hook-nosed Jack hugged his father's gray-green corpse, and his eyes were so red that it was almost dripping blood. After a moment, he turned his head and stared at Dany and said word by word, I will not let you get a single grain of rice. Brat, accept reality. Your resistance is destined to be futile. The queen has never lacked food. Tyrion could not help but say. For some reason, when the dwarf saw the young man risking his life for his father, hugging his father's corpse, holding back his tears and stubbornly resisting the Dragon Queen, he could not bear to see him die under the Dragon Queen's wrath. At least I can make her heart ache. If she doesn't cherish those resources, she won't waste her time meeting me here. Jack's face hardened, his eyes filled with determination. Are you sure you can leave this place and give your men an order? Little Aegon asked curiously. Yes, little Aegon had also participated in tonight's battle. The matte white steel armor on his body was splattered with dark red blood. His swordsmanship was not bad, he fought bravely, and his equipment was good enough, forged by the blacksmith Grandmaster Tobu Mat. He had killed 2 soldiers at the dock, so he had seen blood. I really hope that the queen will kill me right now. The young man smiled bitterly. What? Aegon asked with interest. Hurting the negotiator will hurt the queen's reputation more than the value of the food. He is willing to use his life to take revenge on the queen. Old Face explained to his adopted son in a low voice. You can go. I will return the corpses of your father and the deputy commanders, Dany said calmly. Jack gave her a deep look, then carried his late father's body and walked downstairs. When the hook-nosed man's figure disappeared, Dany ordered in a clear voice, Missandei, take the Unsullied and surround the warehouse in the north of the city. Morono, commander of the Wings of Liberty, take 5,000 archers and cooperate with Missandei. Missandei, stay in the City Lord's manor and temporarily take over the position of City Lord. Sir Clinton, take the sailors to clean up the dock and collect the unburned ships. Simon, commander of the Wings of Liberty, command the remaining soldiers to search the city and arrest the Tauros officials and nobles. In addition, collect the remaining Scorpion crossbows. Chui Luo, take 500 light cavalry and follow me to sweep the west camp. Yes. The generals promised. Wait a moment, Your Majesty. Seeing the black dragon get up and about to take off, Tyrion hurriedly called out to the Dragon Queen and quickly said, Why don't I suggest the long lance spear? Why don't you let me persuade the pike regiment to surrender? Just as the shoemaker's son said, it's always beneficial for you to obtain a batch of food and armaments. Dany looked down at the dwarf below, a faint smile in the depths of her violet eyes. You can tell the long lance spear that if they dare to burn a single granary, the demon mother of dragons will kill everyone. Hiss Blackie leaped and flew into the dark night sky. That night, the Dragon Queen let loose and went on a killing spree. The 3 dragons chased after more than 10,000 mercenaries in the night. Tauros had 3 city gates in the south, north, and west. The east side was higher, and there was no dock on the cliff facing the sea. The reason why the west camp was built outside the west gate was not because there was a large piece of land to the west, but because the west side was close to the dock and convenient for sea transportation. Therefore, when Tauros' control of the sea fell into the hands of the Dragon Queen, the mercenaries in the west camp could only run north through Valeglia Avenue to Mat Aris, or leave the avenue and enter the wilderness. The Dragon Queen chased along Valeglia Avenue and burned the troops with torches when she encountered them. She did not persuade them to surrender at all. She had done so long ago. The fact that they could run here meant that they had refused to surrender. It was too late to surrender now. She chased them until the dawn of the second day. They were 80 kilometers away from the city and almost at Mat Aris. Along the way they left behind an endless stream of charred corpses. Chui Luo, Little White will stay behind to help you. Capture the captives along the way and let the captives clean up the corpses. Chui Luo and the 500 light cavalry followed her for the whole night. They did not kill many enemies, but tied up several thousand mercenaries who surrendered. Dany returned to the mayor's mansion. When she was having breakfast in the bright and spacious hall, Tyrion came back with a face full of smiles. Your Majesty, I took down the warehouses in the north of the city for you. None of them were burned. There are at least 300,000 tons of food and thousands of tons of iron ingots. There are also 500 brand new Scorpion crossbows and tens of thousands of sets of steel swords and iron armor. Especially the elephant armor, there are a total of 5,000 sets. The dwarf said happily. Dany swallowed half a boiled egg with milk and asked, How did you do it? I secretly told Missandei not to arrange for the corpses to be sent to the north gate. You only promised to return them, but you did not say where, did you? Therefore Jack, who lost his father, could only go to the backyard of the mayor's mansion and find a handcart to push his father's and the other deputy commanders' bodies back to the pike regiment. At this point, Tyrion was so proud that he could not help but chuckle. I took advantage of the time difference and rushed to the warehouse station before Jack. I told all the mercenaries in the pike regiment that the young commander wanted to take revenge on the Dragon Queen. He wanted to use the lives of more than 5,000 people in the regiment to perish together with the supplies in the 20 warehouses. Ah, it seems that you also know the conduct of mercenaries very well. Dany chewed on the bacon and sighed vaguely. Of course. Otherwise how would I deal with Bronn? Tyrion shrugged and continued, The leaders of the pike regiment have all been killed by your assassins. The regiment originally only had 800 pike cavalrymen. Now their cavalry has doubled. At first they didn't even have any infantry. Now they have 4,000 more. They are all new recruits recruited in Volantis. Mercenaries have never had honor. At this time, the new mercenaries have no friendship with the old commander. Of course, none of them are willing to die under the dragon's flames. Even the old members may be willing to take revenge for the old commander, but they are not willing to perish together with a few sacks of wheat. I clearly told them that you do not care much about the grain. Everyone in the world knows that Slave Bay is engaged in large-scale grain production. Burning the grain is useless other than provoking the wrath of the true dragon. When the young commander huffed and puffed, sweating profusely as he pushed the handcart back to the camp, what welcomed him was the swords and chains of his comrades and my proud smile. That fellow only hates me and thinks that everything is the work of the deformed devil monkey. You do not know about this matter, so you are still glorious. Your honor is not at all affected. The dwarf quickly added. Dani wiped her mouth with a napkin and looked at him meaningfully for a while. She said, "All right, I will let him go. I will give him a bag of dry rations and let him leave at noon." Tyrion and Aegon were stunned at the same time. "You heard?" Tyrion asked. "Heard what?" "Then how did you know that the condition of the spear cavalry's surrender was to spare Jack Rhea's life?" Tyrion asked in surprise. "Didn't you go through all this trouble just to save that kid's life? Even if the spear cavalry did not state this condition, you would have given them this option." Dani said calmly. "Your Majesty is wise." Tyrion rubbed his nose that was missing its tip and said awkwardly, "Aunt Dani, how can you let him go now? Didn't you burn the crow's nest to cut off the news of Tolos from the outside world?" Aegon was confused. "We cannot stay in Tolos for long. It will take us at least 3 days to reach Mat Aris, which is 300 kilometers away on foot. It might even take us longer," Tyrion said hesitantly. When encountering a major event and having personal feelings in his heart, did the dwarf habitually do something stupid? Dani drank the milk in the glass and was deep in thought. The next morning around 10 o'clock. The weather was clear. The northeast wind was weak. Looking down from the sky, there was an endless stream of carriages between the warehouse in the north of the city and the pier in the south of the city. The soldiers of the Unsullied and the Wings of Liberty were like diligent worker ants. They carried rations, furs and iron ingots from the warehouse, drove the ox carts and carriages, and moved to the ships with the true dragon flag on the pier. Very good. The Mother of Dragon's troops have not left yet. They are rushing to transport rations. Piero Valoris put down his binoculars. He seemed to be talking to someone, but there was no one around him. "Mercenaries?" Piero muttered. He picked up the single-lens high-power binoculars again and looked carefully. At the original location of the West Camp, a pigsty-like camp was rebuilt. It was full of captive mercenaries, a total of 15,000 people. "Master Benny, the West Camp has become a captive camp. Only half of the mercenaries are left. The rest are either dead or escaped into the wilderness. If what Jack Rhea said is true, I guess most of them are dead. The Mother of Dragons slaughtered at least 10,000 people the night before yesterday." "What about the dragons? Did they notice you?" There was no sound, but this message clearly appeared in the mind of the Baylor City Lord's son-in-law. "I saw them. 3 dragons. The white dragon is above the north of the city. It seems to be guarding against enemies from the Valeglia Avenue in the north." "Aha, Mat Aris is north of Tolos, but who said we had to come from the north?" After laughing wildly for a while, Piero continued to report, "The black dragon is circling above the pier. The green dragon is lying on the top floor of my black tower, basking in the sun and sleeping." "Did you see that woman? You want to kill her?" Piero was shocked. "Give him a taste of his own medicine." "Ah, good. She used similar methods to kill many of our noble companions. She should be given retribution." Piero laughed excitedly. Chapter 499. Ka, the sky above the clouds was shockingly blue, revealing a clear vitality. A proud golden eagle spread its wings and soared. Below in the clouds there was a terrifying shadow. It was curious and wanted to explore, but the fear from the depths of its soul made it subconsciously stay a few kilometers away. After a full 15 minutes, Piero put away his binoculars and said regretfully, "I don't see the demon Mother of Dragons, but I guess she's in the main castle in the center of the city right now." Let's set off, burn the main castle first and then kill the 3 dragons. The first team will kill the white dragon. The second team will target the blue dragon. The rest will follow me to kill the black dragon. At the dock, in an ordinary house, White Mask Morona woke up from her coma. She said to the Dragon Queen who was sitting on the armchair with her chin resting on her hand, "They're here." Okay. Danny stood up and said, "You guys retreat through the sewers. Enemy attack." At the same time, Blackie roared in the sky above the ship. Yes, the Eastern Dragon language. Other than their own people who were informed in advance, no one could understand it. They only thought that the Megalosaurus was used to making cause. The people in the city didn't change. Those who were supposed to transport food continued to do so. The captives in the West camp were still tied up and sat listlessly under the sun. 5 minutes later. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sky above Tauros was covered by dark clouds. Clay pots as thick as water tanks fell from the sky. Dragons, so many Megalosaurus. The mouths of these Megalosaurus are a little weird. The Unsullied who were driving the carriages to transport food heard the roar of the falling objects and felt the sky suddenly darkened. They stopped and looked up. They were all stunned, frightened, and confused. The Megalosaurus were even bigger than the Black Dragon Queen. They were 40 to 50 meters long, and the left and right wings were more than 70 meters long. Their bodies were like giant whales leaping out of the sea. Moreover, it was not just 1 or 2 dragons but a group of 10, 20. There were a total of 30 Megalosaurus, and even the smallest of them was about the same size as the 30-meter-long black dragon. They were different from Megalosaurus. First of all, they were duller in color, grayish-white, grayish-green, green and white. Their scales were not as shiny as Megalosaurus. Secondly, their mouths were not as blunt as Megalosaurus. They were more like a bird's beak and looked more ferocious. Moreover, their leathery wings were wider and seemed to be able to cover the sun in the sky. Pterosaurs, they were all pterosaurs, a group of pterosaurs from Sosrath rainforest. The dragon's roar shook the heavens, and the Unsullied and Wings of Freedom below were all dumbfounded. Woo woo woo, suddenly the sound of a bugle horn pierced through the air from the back of the leading old green dragon, spreading across the land and sky. His voice was like a sharp blade, instantly cutting through the angry roars of the dragons, loud and fatal. The urgent screams made people's bones tremble. The sound waves drilled into people's ears like ocean waves, tightly grabbing onto people's souls, tearing them apart and chewing them up. It was as if someone had used a soul-manipulating technique on the long army below. Their faces were filled with fear and their bodies were stiff. They stood on the spot, unable to move. Boom 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 boom, beyond. The earthen jar, which was as thick as a water tank, finally fell and covered the main castle at the center of the city. The jar was smashed open, causing kerosene to splatter everywhere. White phosphorus burned, and waves of flames rolled as it exploded with a loud bang. One explosion. The explosion covered the entire building. The 30 Megalosaurus were much stronger than Big Black, and each of them carried 3 or 4 jars. The main castle, which had a radius of 100 meters, seemed to be covered in a layer of bright red fire. Raging flames and thick smoke billowed. Gardens, towers, fruit trees, lawns, and even fountains were burning. Good burning. Piero was riding on a grayish-white Megalosaurus that was the same color as the clouds. He laughed crazily and was extremely carefree. Woo woo woo, at this moment the bone-scraping and soul-scraping bugle horn still did not stop. 30 dragons suddenly appeared from the west and threw down version 1.0 kerosene bombs that were the same as the Dragon Queen's. Immediately, in the sound of the bugle horn, the team split into 3. 5 Megalosaurus rushed toward the white dragon in the north of the city, and 5 Megalosaurus only rushed toward the green dragon on the black tower of the Valoris family. The other 20 strongest Megalosaurus, under the lead of the old green dragon, spread out and surrounded the black dragon. Woo woo woo. The sound of the bugle horn suddenly became 10 times more terrifying. Previously it was like the wind of hell, bone-scraping and soul-crushing. Now it was like the sharp teeth of a demon, vicious and sharp, almost causing one's soul to scatter. Amidst the cries filled with pain and anger, the frozen people in the city felt as if they had been shot in the chest. With the sound of the bugle as the center, their bodies spread out like dominoes, radiating in all directions. The sound waves moved with the old green dragon, and the center of the radiation also moved toward the harbor. In the sewers, Morona, Polo and Gisella's reactions were far more exaggerated than the others. They covered their ears with all their strength and their eyes rolled back. White smoke with the smell of burnt blood came out of their mouths. Bo 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 bo. Outside Madera City, there was a cat in the Allied camp, 3 petrels in the northeast of Toro City, 2 cats in Toro City, and a prawn in the bay outside the harbor. The 7 animal companions all bled from their orifices and died on the spot with a cry. Only Morona's eagle, after falling a few hundred meters like a kite with a broken string, flew away with a will that was far stronger than the cat and the petrels. It escaped from Morona's restraints. Its soul was injured, but it regained its freedom. Bang, bang, bang. Like 3 dried reeds, the 3 shapeshifters fell straight to the ground. Their cries stopped and only wisps of white smoke came out of their orifices. Dragon's horn? No, it's 10 times stronger than Luan's dragon binder. In the bungalow at the harbor, Danny's expression was serious. Jenny had once told her that Valeglia had 3 authentic dragon's horns. They were Dragon Binder, Dragon Prisoner, and Dragon Slayer. All 3 horns could control dragons, but their enchantment skills were different. Dragon Prisoner could punish disobedient Megalosaurus with the sound of the horn, causing Megalosaurus to suffer. Dragon Slayer could kill disobedient evil dragons and wild dragons with the sound of the horn. Jenny had also said that the dragon's horn was the heirloom of the main family. It was destroyed in the cataclysm along with the 14 fire peaks. Then where did this horn come from? Was the horn on the back of the old green dragon a dragon slayer or a dragon prisoner? There was no time for her to think. 20 Megalosaurus had already crossed the harbor and chased after Dahe, who was flying south at a low altitude. The strange thing was that they were clearly several times bigger than Dahe, but their flying speed was not as fast as Dahe's. One had to know that Dahe was not at full speed yet. Should I go easy on him? Just as Danny was thinking about this, the sound of the horn changed again. Impassioned killing was no longer enough to describe its terror. The sound waves seemed to have turned into an invisible machete, slashing at Dahe's head. Woo, Danny, who was in the dragon spirit state, also felt a little pressure. Just the aftermath of the horn that killed 3 shapeshifters across the air, but it only made Danny feel a little pressure. This was not strange. Dahe was now a demigod, a dragon god blessed by the faith pool of the 7 gods. However, Dahe still pretended to be injured. He shook his head and slowed down by half. He seemed to be unable to hold on and was about to fall. In order to make room for the Long family army's ships, thousands of ships were densely packed on the deep blue sea outside the harbor. Under the attack of the horn, the black dragon swayed and swept over the ship with its body slanted. Because its flying height was too low, it broke 7 or 8 masts. As a result, its speed was even slower. Behind the black dragon, 20 Megalosaurus that covered the sky sped up. Like 20 dark clouds, they surrounded Dahe. It was very strange that they were within 30 meters of Dahe, but they did not spit out dragon flames. Not to mention the 2 magic dragons, Little White and Dahe, even Little Green, a muggle dragon, had a 20-meter dragon flame killing range. Ready. Dahe, who had dodged sideways to avoid the masts of the giant ships, suddenly shouted. Its voice shook the wilderness and was heard by the entire city. It was also the Eastern dragon language. Moreover, the voice carried the soul-suppressing meaning of the true dragon roar, which instantly eliminated the influence of the dragon horn within a few kilometers. In fact, the souls of Dahe and Danny in the dragon spirit state were already stronger than the dragon soul in the dragon horn. Benny and the others on the old green dragon's back were only stunned for a moment, but they did not care. They all knew that Dahe was a demigod, otherwise they would not have specially gathered 20 dragons to kill him. At the same time, these people did not understand Dahe's words. Even Balerion did not understand. They only thought that the black dragon was howling. Whoosh! Like a whirlwind, 21 pairs of huge fleshy wings flapped with all their might. The whistling wind blew the sails, masts and ropes until they were crackling. After roaring ready, Dahe's body turned sideways. Like an airplane that had lost its speed, it directly inserted itself between the 2 ships. Boom! With a splash of water more than 10 meters, the black dragon plunged into the sea. The waves caused by it caused the ships on both sides to shake violently. The 20 Megalosaurus that were chasing after it were at a loss because of their shock and bewilderment. Dozens of ships nearby suddenly had brick-shaped holes on the flat and smooth decks. A plank that had been laid on the deck was lifted. Whoosh 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 whoosh, scorpion crossbow arrows with barbs were densely packed together like spilled water. In the blink of an eye they hit their targets. The 20 megalosaurus were like dark clouds that covered the sky and the sun. They were also like large magnets that absorbed all the arrows that were shot at them. There were more than 1,000 ships and the cabins were empty. There were 800 scorpion crossbows seized from Toros. Of the 1,500 in the city, only 300 were usable. The remaining 500 came from the spear regiment. There were also 6,000 normal crossbows. 2,000 were seized from the Battle of Toros. The other 4,000 were shipped from Kaiyuan. The Gai's alliance had ordered them from Koer that day. This was a death trap. The dragons flying close to the surface of the sea barged in without any warning. Of course, Benny knew that the Dragon Queen had dragon-slaying crossbows, but he thought that he had launched a surprise attack. He thought that as long as he fought with Dahei, the Dragon Queen would not dare to shoot arrows into the sky. After all, their dragons were older and had thicker skin. Dahei would definitely die before them. Thud 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 thud. It was not the chi-chi-chi sound of an ordinary crossbow arrow hitting a human body. Instead, it sounded like the sound of an old cow's skin being pierced. Occasionally there was also the sound of cloth being torn. It was the sound of the barbs on the crossbow arrows tearing the flesh membrane when they pierced through the wings. An endless rain of arrows and 7-foot steel crossbows pierced the 20 dark clouds in the sky into hedgehogs. Golden sunlight shone through the holes in the wings and fell on the sails and the deck together with blood. Roar, the dragons cried out in grief. Dark red sticky blood splashed out. It dyed the sails, the deck and the nearby sea red. Chapter 500. Kacha-boom. A 50-meter-long green pterosaur beside him wailed. It lost its speed and crashed into the mast, smashing the deck and the side of the ship. Ah! Wood shards shot out like bullets and the red seawater splashed everywhere. The pterosaur fell into the sea like a plane that had lost its speed. The dragon knight on it was pressed against the ship and rubbed against it. It was like a mosquito on a thigh that was suddenly slapped and rubbed. It became a pile of flesh and blood on the red dragon's back. The sea waves surged and the deck of the ship split open, revealing the panicked but excited crossbowmen inside. They were the Wings of Liberty, dressed like mercenaries in all kinds of leather armor. Benny's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. In just a few breaths he saw several pterosaurs fall. They were either hit in the eyes, neck or other vital points, or their wings were torn apart. They were heavily injured and could no longer fly, so they fell down. He didn't even know how many of his companions were left, but he was sure that his old green dragon was about to die. Although after the mutation he immediately flew higher, hoping to fly above his teammates and use their dragons as shields, there were too many arrows and the distance was too close. The crossbow bolts could easily penetrate the double layer of flesh wings. The old green dragon he was sitting on was not seriously injured, but its flying wings were like a cicada's wings that had been burned. It was like a bedsheet that had been hung outside the house in the wind and rain. In the past 10 years there were holes everywhere. The old green dragon was panting rapidly. It flapped its wings hard, trying to fly higher, but the surface area of its wings was reduced. Trap, this is a trap. The spear regiment betrayed us, Jack Rhea betrayed us. Benny roared in grief and anger. There's no time to care about this now. Go, leave this place quickly. This was Jenny's voice in Benny's mind. High Priestess, my lord, protect me. Benny seemed to have grabbed onto his last life-saving straw, and cried out eagerly and expectantly. You've already rushed out of the ambush. Head west immediately. There's no time to go back to Mad Eris. Go to Illyria 50 kilometers away. There's a garrison there, a scorpion crossbow base and the Grand Cathedral of Beleriand. If the Black Dragon dares to follow, he'll never return. Jenny warned. Benny pushed his sweaty silver hair away and looked around. Only then did he realize that there was a vast expanse of blue in front of him. The sea was vast and there was no more demonic rain of arrows below. Even he himself could not believe it. The green dragon had withstood the flying arrows like locusts and flew past the crossbow formation set up by more than 1,000 ships. But when he looked left and right, his heart sank. There were only 2 companions left beside him. The abdomen of the megalosaurus they were sitting on looked like moldy bread. Black hairs grew on it, and they were all arrows that pierced through the hard scales. They must have used their teammates as shields to avoid this fatal trap. Evil dragon, where do you think you're going? Boom. With a splash, The ferocious black dragon leaped out of the sea like a missile launched from a submarine. It chased after them at twice the speed of the old green dragon. Steve, Windrow, it's your turn to sacrifice yourselves for the revival of the great Valeglia. Using Jenny's faith channel, Benny gave his two companions an order. No, I don't want to die. I'm Prince Keyless. I have thousands of acres of land and many beautiful concubines. I'm the richest in the world. I still have countless riches to enjoy. I know. No matter how Prince Keyless Windrow shouted, his mount changed direction in midair and fearlessly pounced on Blackie. No, your majesty Balerion, my value is greater than Benny's. I'm from the Keyless royal family. I have the wood throne in the Keyless palace. The platinum dragon flame gathered in Blackie's throat. Before it was spat out, the pressure wave that belonged to the gods made the souls of Windrow and the Megalosaurus tremble. At this point, Dany did not hold back anymore. She would not save the power of faith. She had already regarded the faith pool of the seven gods as her own. She knew that power was hard to come by, so she was usually very frugal. With the blessing of the great guardian clergy, the blood-red dragon flame turned into platinum subdivine power, power level lower than a true god, higher than ordinary magic power. The power of the dragon flame now compared to before was like the difference between the magic of Naruto, Rasengan and ordinary Rasengan. The power had at least doubled. Damn it, divine power, this is divine power. Where did the black dragon get such strong power of faith? Feeling the terrifying power wave behind her, Jenny in Benny's sea of consciousness was shocked and angry. This change made her more afraid and fearful than the mother of dragons, knowing in advance that the dragons were coming and reminding her to set up a trap. Although the pterosaurs were rare, as the ancestor of Valeglia, she was too familiar with their habits and gathering places. If she could find one nest, she could find another. As long as the bloodline of Valeglia was not cut off, she could have as many pterosaur knights as she wanted. But the black dragon had become a true demigod, with a stable source of power of faith, which meant that the other party was of the same level as her. If it was just an ordinary demigod, Jenny would not be afraid. But Blackie also cultivated the perfect inheritance of the great wizard. There was no doubt that he would not be invincible in the future. After all, the Dragon Queen did not receive the full set of inheritance and had internal techniques. At this time, Blackie was still 2 levels below Balerion. Prince Quills Windrow shouted in horror, "No, Dragon Queen Black Diamond, don't, we are acquaintances. Your mother even walked through my back door." Back then in Quills, Dany gave him 777 gold coins as a gift and asked him to put in a good word for her when she met the royal family. In the end, this guy took the money but did not do anything. Now he even had the face to talk about old times with the Dragon Queen. But Prince Quills was smart enough. As he shouted, he unbuckled the leather buckle on the dragon saddle. Before the dragon flame attacked, he flipped his body and smashed into the deep blue sea, creating a bright white splash. Then it was a 50-meter-long pterosaur versus a 30-meter-long black dragon. Boom! Before the collision, the platinum dragon flame covered the pterosaur's head, like a welding torch spraying aluminum ingot. The azure dragon's fist-sized sky-blue eyeball immediately exploded into a ball of green-red juice in the dragon flame. Its tough dragon skin, which could withstand arrows, actually melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dragon's angular face dripped with juice, like a braised lion's head that had been simmering for 2 hours. Bang! The azure dragon's body tilted and fell diagonally downwards. Its wing bones touched Big Black's body, causing it to stagger. Big Black's body tilted, and its speed slowed down. Benny took the opportunity to distance himself. The azure dragon could not breathe fire, but its physical strength was stronger than Big Black's. It was overwhelmingly strong. Dany, in her dragon spirit form, instantly understood that she could not fight the pterosaurs head-on. "Steve, it's your turn," Benny ordered his last companion. Benny had let 2 of his companions attack together, but Steve's dragon was more seriously injured than his and Prince Quill's dragon. It was not fast enough and it was not high enough. Its movements were very difficult, and it was 1 or 2 kilometers behind Windrow. Now, it was desperately trying to increase its altitude. Otherwise, it would not be able to be cannon fodder. Big Black would fly over its head. "Don't give up on me, Great High Priestess Jenny. My surname is also Bellerus. You are the main family and I am the branch family of Mill. We are of the same family, and our blood relationship is closer than that 2-headed monster Benny. Let him fill in the hole, save me. Steve wailed. Idiot, you are a branch family of Belarus, how can you be more honorable than me, a direct descendant of Mirasis? Benny sneered in his heart, but in his mind he was urgently shouting, High Priestess Jenny, the black dragon is fast. It will catch up with me in 20 minutes, but it won't reach Illyria in 20 minutes. If it does, I will blow the dragon slayer's horn, but it may not work. If it doesn't work, you should face the sacrifice calmly. Jenny said calmly. Benny, squeak, Little Green wailed. Danny, who had been hiding in the basement of a bungalow at the docks, suddenly heard Little Green's dragon cry behind her. He was injured. Anxious, Danny activated the double dragon spirit and brought the second soul into Little White's body. Little White did not send any warning, so she did not use the dragon spirit with him. Little White was indeed not in danger. Since she knew that the opponent was going to ambush her, how could Danny not make preparations for Little White and Little Green's safety? There were thousands of ships at the harbor to set up traps to protect Big Black. There were also 100 Dragon Slayer crossbows around the Black Tower where Little Green was sleeping. There were also 100 Dragon Slayer crossbows and 500 ordinary crossbows hidden in the warehouse in the North City. Danny knew that the opponent's main target was her, and the secondary target was Big Black, so she hid and let the 3 dragons separate to disperse the opponent's forces. As for attracting all the dragons to the bay, that was not realistic. If too many pterosaurs gathered together, they would form overlapping spaces. For example, the Megalosaurus on the lower level would block all the arrows for the upper-level Megalosaurus. In fact, 20 pterosaurs were already overlapping. Otherwise, with thousands of crossbows shooting within 100 meters, how could 3 dragons escape? Little White and Little Green did not need to kill many enemies, as long as they could keep their lives and at the same time, they would have completed their mission. The surveillance along the way made Danny understand that her dragon flew faster than the other party. There was only one thing that she miscalculated. The old pterosaur's skin was too hard, and the Dragon Slayer crossbows were not effective. She was tricked by the finale of Game of Power, again. In the last episode of Game of Power, Yuluan's scorpion crossbow shot through Little Green's neck and head from hundreds of meters away. It was as easy as shooting a chicken with a normal crossbow. She had underestimated the power of the Dragon Slayer crossbow against the Megalosaurus. She had overestimated it. Of course, Danny had the Dragon Slayer crossbow, but she dared to experiment with her 3 dragons? Alright, Danny did not overestimate the scorpion crossbow. Little Green was still a 3-year-old dragon, so it was not strange for it to be shot through the head. However, the dragons led by Benny were all adult dragons. The biggest difference between pterosaurs and Megalosaurus was that pterosaurs had no magic power, while Megalosaurus had magic power. Their physical fitness and physical resistance were almost on the same level, except for demigods. Pterosaurs were to Megalosaurus what Baristan was to Danny. Danny knew magic, but old Bart did not. Danny's swordsmanship and physical strength were in the category of ordinary people, and so was old Bart. Therefore Little Green was in for a tragedy. When the 5 pterosaurs rushed over, the hundreds of scorpion crossbows that were lying in ambush all hit their targets. However, the 5 pterosaurs were all injured but not killed. They blocked Greenie's escape route. Danny could not fight Greenie's dragon spirit. Greenie could only fight by instinct. At first, Little Green had the geographical advantage. It spat out a mouthful of dragon flame and killed an old pterosaur with little HP, and beat the other 2 to a pulp. The dragon knights on the opposite side were even more miserable. 4 of them were burned to death on the spot. But then, the pterosaurs also landed beside him, and Little Green had to engage in a cruel hand-to-hand battle with them on the Black Tower. Little Green's dragon flame kept burning the opponent's skin and flesh. The pterosaurs had low magic resistance, but they were strong and their claws and teeth were sharp, scratching bloody marks on Little Green's body. Little Green was young, and its physical skills were not a match for the pterosaurs. In a moment, its scales were broken, its muscles were torn, its wings were broken, and it cried out in pain. Fortunately, there were 100 dragon-slaying crossbows nearby, and Little Green was barely on par with the 2 pterosaurs. The problem was that the old dragons had a long HP bar, so even if they were on par, they were the ones who gained. Now Little Green could not stand it anymore and began to call for help. He had not forgotten that he had 2 brothers and a mother. Chapter 501. At this time, Little White had already kite 5 pterosaurs with 7 or 8 arrows in their abdomens 15 kilometers to the east. Come back and save Little Green. Danny called Dahe. Give up chasing the old green dragon with Beleriand's aura and come back to pick her up so they could save Little Green together. Dahe didn't turn back immediately. He still had an opponent to deal with, the gray-green pterosaur. Dahe was small but very fast. Before they collided, he suddenly jumped up and flew over Steve's pterosaur head. Bang! A black thunderbolt flashed across the sky. When Dahe flew over the pterosaur's head, he suddenly whipped his tail like a sharp axe and a bladed whip at the pterosaur's neck. At the same time, Dragon Knight Steve was split into 2 and the pterosaur's bones were broken. Then, Dahe easily circled behind the pterosaur that had fallen into the sea. His pale golden eyes flashed with bloodlust and he swooped down like a sharp arrow. Bang! He actually rode on the pterosaur's back and grabbed its 2 wing bones with his 2 claws. He opened his mouth and bit the pterosaur's neck crazily. Cracked scales and minced meat flew into the sea. Blood was like tap water that had been cut off. Yes. Ow ow. The pterosaur screamed in pain but couldn't struggle. Dahe, don't. Danny was about to persuade it to leave it alive. Dahe's claws were full of power. Rip! Like a child tearing a piece of hard leather paper, the pterosaur's wing that was bigger than Dahe's body was torn off by him. Trash, how dare you challenge me? Dahe had minced meat in his mouth and hot blood dripped from his lips. He roared ferociously and his voice spread everywhere. Danny gaped. She had not taught him to do it. She had not taught him to say it. What Dahe did now was all out of instinct. She felt the terrifying anger in his heart like a volcanic eruption. It was the anger of the mystic dragon after being insulted. You damn kid, hurry up and save third brother. Mother Dragon was stunned for a moment and immediately scolded him. Idiot wastrel, is it cool to bite off a wing? Isn't it good to use it? You bit my dragon to death. A pterosaur is also a dragon. The hostility in Dahe's heart was like a pool of water that had been opened. It quickly poured out and spat out the minced meat in its mouth. It didn't eat raw meat, so it lowered its head and flew to the dock dejectedly. When Dahe passed by the tower on the city wall, Danny, who was waiting at the top of the tower, jumped down and landed on Dahe like a swallow. When he arrived at the black tower of the Valoris family, Xiaolu was being pressed to the ground by a grayish-white scaled pterosaur. Lil Green's dragon breath didn't stop, burning the other party's butt and wings. The 2 dragons rolled into a ball, their flesh and blood badly mangled. It was a complete mess. The other pterosaur was struck in the eye by an Unsullied lying in ambush nearby. It was easy for the crossbow formation to kill the 2 pterosaurs. They were within the encirclement, but the Unsullied were worried about accidentally injuring their allies, so they were very cautious. However, seeing that Little Green was at a disadvantage, they had no choice but to take a risk. Under the premise of avoiding Little Green's vital points, they attacked the pterosaur's vital points. Well, Little Green's flesh wings were also pierced a few times. Roar, submit. Dahe pounced forward, roared, and spat out dragon flames. This time, Danny was present. The dragon flames turned into a golden rope of light, accurately wrapping around the pterosaur's wings, legs, and neck, roasting it with a sizzling sound. Little Green was rescued and dragged its injured leg to the side. Submit or die. Dahe roared again. Gee, the pterosaur was still struggling desperately. Seeing that its milky white eyes were turbid, Danny's heart stirred. Dahe cooperated with the second soul to launch a soul attack. Howl, the soul storm easily swept into the pterosaur's spiritual space. Roar, a mini red dragon came over, exuding an ancient aura and a trace of divine pressure. It let out a soul-shaking roar at Danny and Dahe. This is the dragon soul in the dragon horn? No, it's just a spiritual imprint. The other party is also a demigod. Danny was surprised. How did the other party control the pterosaur with a spiritual imprint? With a thought, she opened her mouth wide and swooped over. Like an ordinary person eating a shrimp, she swallowed the mini red dragon opposite her in one bite. Well, in the spiritual sea, the volume was determined by the quality and quantity of the soul. The next moment, she and Dahe left the pterosaur's spiritual sea and returned to her own spiritual space. The mini red dragon's eyes lost their luster after being swallowed by her, as if a real dragon had turned into a toy dragon built with building blocks. Crack, crack, the building blocks fell off one by one, and the mini red dragon scattered into a pile of runes in Danny's spiritual sea. The Leglia's runes. Danny knew all of them, but she could only remember 1/3 of them. In reality, the pterosaur's eyes regained clarity, and it no longer struggled. It only crawled in front of Dahe and wailed. It was surrendering to Dahe, voluntarily surrendering. Danny was excited and urged, "Go to the south. My 5 pterosaurs want to escape." One day later, 1,500 ships raised their anchors and raised their sails. Like patterned blankets on the blue sea, they were slowly being dragged to the southeast by the gods. The ships carried food, iron, gold, cloth, and other valuables plundered from Tolos, 70,000 Tolos slaves, 45,000 sailors and sea merchants who served the alliance, and 20,000 mercenary captives. When the ships completely left, there were only 20,000 Valeglia's free citizens left in Tolos. The first phase of the plan against Tolos had never been to take over the city. Tolos was too close to Madaris. It was only 200 kilometers away, and it was connected by the convenient Valeglia Avenue. If it was a fast horse, it would take half a day. If it was a pterosaur, it would only take an hour. However, Tolos was too far away from Danny's headquarters. It was 600 kilometers to Astapor, 700 kilometers to Kayuan, and 900 kilometers to Mirin. It was too difficult to provide support. Therefore, Tolos was never Danny's first choice for the final battle. The main goal of this battle was to find out the opponent's trump card, which had been completed. The secondary goal was to plunder the alliance's supplies, which had been perfectly achieved. Since both goals had been achieved, Danny had to leave. However, even though Tolos could not be taken over, the slaves in the city had to be liberated. This was Danny's responsibility as the shackle breaker, the Misha of the slaves. There were 2 types of captives, the Dragon Knights and the nobles of Tolos. Even her old friend, Prince Windrow, was not given any preferential treatment by Danny. She directly sent him to the hands of the Whip of Dugu, and interrogated him for all information related to the pterosaurs and Madaris. The centaur Meijichi secretly told the Whip of Dugu that Windrow had taken 777 gold radiance coins from Calixi. Calixi was very unhappy. Then, the other type of captives were the mercenaries. Not a single one of them escaped, and all of them were sent away. Before the ransom was paid, before the war ended, they had to obediently farm in Slave Bay and work as coolies. It was the same for the sea merchants and sailors who served the alliance. 45,000 sailors and 1,300 ships were basically the main artery for the alliance army's hundreds of thousands of troops. The sailors who were slaves would regain their freedom and join Slave Bay. They would be given houses, land, and wives. The free sailors would become captives and be treated the same as the mercenaries. As for the merchants, "Let me go, I want to see the Dragon Queen. My father is Faust Doxum." The captives and plundered resources were all shipped to Astapor. The 10,000 soldiers of the Wings of Liberty and 2,000 Unsullied also left Tolos, but Danny remained in the city. Danny and a group of officials, 1,000 Unsullied and White Knight Garth's Second Fleet were temporarily stationed in Tolos. Big Crab's First Fleet went to the south, New Gith. The city lord's mansion was burned, and Danny temporarily stayed in a hotel by the docks. "Unless your father is Targaryen." This was Tyrion's playful voice. "Let him in." Danny left the map table and walked to the door to order the Unsullied. In the courtyard, a young man in a blue velvet sweater with a standing collar was struggling to be pressed to the ground by 2 Unsullied. The Wildfire General with a green helmet, green armor, and green cloak stood by the side with a smile. "Your Majesty, is this kid really someone you know?" The dwarf asked in surprise. "My father is Faust Doxum. He has the supreme VIP card of Slave Bay and can request to see the Queen." The young man was still shouting. Danny immediately lost the mood to exchange pleasantries with the son of an old friend. She waved her hand in disdain and said, "Forget it, get him out. I still have to eat lunch later." "What's the use of the supreme VIP card?" The dwarf walked to the door and asked curiously. "It can exempt you from being a prisoner of war. Merchants who have this card, even if they serve the enemy of Slave Bay, can leave without charge after being caught by me. They can even get compensation. Of course, meeting the Queen is also a privilege." Danny smiled. The fact that the young man could walk to the Queen's courtyard meant that he had escaped punishment with his special identity. The other sea merchants were loading their ships and preparing to ship to Astapor. This is really..." Tyrion's mouth twitched. "You're really confident. You're not afraid that your goods will feed the enemy." He actually wanted to say, "You're really a weirdo. You should be asking what's the condition to get the supreme VIP card." Danny smiled faintly. In this country where iron ore was scarce in Slave Bay, who did she rely on to forge 10,000 sets of fine steel armor, 20,000 iron plows, and 300,000 swords, including kitchen knives and hatchets, in just 2 years? The young man was struggling again. He struggled and refused to leave. He begged, "Your Majesty, give me some time. I have something to say, something important." "What do you want to say?" Danny raised her hand and stopped the Unsullied's movements. Fat Faust's son didn't even bother to pat off the dust on his body as he jogged over with his messy hair and reported, "Your Majesty, I've been requesting to see you since last night, but your Unsullied kept stopping me." "I already told them that I have a Supreme VIP card. Your father has the card, not you. Let's get down to business. I'm very busy now," Dragon Queen said impatiently. "Are you going to send the merchants to the labor camp to farm?" he asked. Danny nodded. "Your Majesty, I want to ask you for a favor. Can you let those merchants go? And those merchant ships, there are more than 1,000 of them. You have no use for them. Why don't you return them all?" Little Doxum smiled fawningly. "Do you have a big face?" Danny said faintly. Little Doxum's thin face turned red. He said awkwardly, "Your Majesty, the merchants are weak. They eat a lot but do little. It's better to exchange them for money. I guarantee in my father's name that the ransom will not be a single copper coin less." "What will your father get?" Danny asked curiously. Little Doxum rubbed his hands and said proudly and shyly, "My father plans to run for the next senator. Most of those merchants are from Volantis. They have votes." "Senator from Volantis?" Danny had a strange expression. Fat Faust was born a slave. "Yes. Then did your father join the Tiger Gang or the Elephant Gang?" Danny asked again. "The Tiger Gang. In recent years the Tiger Gang has a strong attitude towards Slave Bay. It's easier for them to get votes," Little Doxum said seriously. Tyrion's mouth twitched. Danny thought for a while and nodded. "That makes sense. I'll give your father face. Those merchants are free. When they reach Astapor, as long as the ransom is paid, they will be released along with the ships." "Ah, thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty." Haha. Little Doxum did not expect the Dragon Queen to be so reasonable. He was so excited that he could not control himself. After he left, Tyrion touched his chin and said thoughtfully, "You're going to make a move on new guys next? What do you think I'm going to do?" Danny smiled. Tyrion smiled proudly and said, "After the merchants are free they can only go to new guys. Just like how you hid the crossbows in the cabin to ambush Matari's pterosaur unit, you'll let a group of merchants leave one after another. When the guys' people let down their guard, you'll send a few transport ships over to take over new guys' port." "Good idea." Danny nodded with a strange expression. "Right, I still don't understand. How did you know that Mat Aris has pterosaurs?" Tyrion asked. Chapter 502. You knew when the pterosaurs would come, where they would come from, and even guessed their tactical arrangements like a mind reader. "How did you do it?" the little devil asked curiously. "Why don't you ask me how I know every crossbow formation and every hidden guard in Tauros?" Danny asked. "For the past half a month, you've been riding a dragon to Tauros every day to gather information. Isn't that how you got it? But yesterday when the pterosaurs attacked, the 3 dragons didn't leave Tauros, but you knew exactly when they would arrive," Tyrion said with certainty. "I'll take you to see a few people." Danny greeted Miss Sand, Morono, and the other generals in the hall and announced the end of the meeting. She then took the little devil to a spacious room on the 2nd floor. There were 3 beds placed side by side in the room. There were mats on the beds, and on them lay a fierce-looking middle-aged woman, a masked female mage, and a white-bearded old man. The 3 of them were pale and their lips were dry and cracked. If it weren't for the hot environment of the bay and the lack of rotten smell, Tyrion would have thought they were dead. "Who are they?" he asked. "Shapeshifters." Tyrion was from the western region. Grandma rarely told stories about shapeshifters, so he was stunned for a while before he found the name and its meaning in the corner of his memory. "You must be joking. Are there really shapeshifters in this world?" He said so, but he couldn't smile. "After the first Allied fleet left, I sent Blackie to the East Sea to find 3 shapeshifters. The 3 of them found 3 petrels, 3 cats, a lobster, and an eagle as their animal companions. After seeing the efficiency of shapeshifters, Danny decided to let them join the regular army, so she didn't plan to hide their existence anymore. Shapeshifters can really turn into beasts like the legends say? That's not wrong. Their bodies don't change but their souls do. Then, Danny told Tyrion about the abilities of shapeshifters. The dwarf was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. I understand now. You never intended to cut off the communication between Tolos and Mat Eris. Setting the crow's nest on fire was just a smokescreen to make everyone think that you were trying to buy time to move the supplies out of the warehouse. If the higher-ups in Mat Eris knew about this, they wouldn't allow you to leave so easily. However, your main goal in attacking Tauros was not to plunder resources but to test the Alliance's trump card. Since the trump card is not Tauros, then you have to continue probing. Otherwise, you won't be able to achieve your strategic goal. So, even if I didn't let the young leader of the Long Spear Regiment go, you would have purposely leaked the news. At this point, Tyrion's expression was dejected, and he smiled bitterly. To think that I was trying to be clever in front of you. You must be laughing at me, right? No, I admire you. Danny shook her head. Do you appreciate my sympathy for a young man who has lost his father? The dwarf mocked himself. Can't I? In this world, it is rare to be able to sympathize with people who have nothing to do with you. Tyrion shook his head without saying anything. Danny skipped the topic and said, I didn't have to purposely leak the news because this matter couldn't be hidden at all. Tauros is the center of the Alliance's supplies. Every day there will be food sent to Mat Eris, and every day there will be mercenaries coming to Tauros. The young leader of the Long Spear Regiment needs 3 days to walk to Mat Eris, but he will meet mercenaries or caravans coming to Tauros in half a day at most. I see. Tyrion was enlightened. After that, Morona's eagle sent the Black Cat from the Polo district to the outskirts of Mat Eris. The Black Cat found the Blowing Wind Regiment. I think that since the Blowing Wind Regiment dared to bet on the Alliance, they must know the Alliance's trump card. Unfortunately, the Blowing Wind Regiment's camp was filled with small fries. The higher-ups who knew the secret lived in the city, but the Black Cat couldn't enter. Luckily there was the eagle. At this point, Danny couldn't help but feel relieved. The ordinary soldiers and generals of the Alliance didn't know that Mat Eris had pterosaurs. For example, the mayor of Tauros, Baylor, only knew that a month ago, Mat Eris sent a letter to recruit a group of nobles with the bloodline of the 14th Fire Peak family. However, Baylor didn't know that these people were going to Mat Eris to train the dragons. Unless they had the bloodline of the 14th Fire Peak family and were selected as Dragon Knights, the Alliance's big shots like War God Yuan Kai were also kept in the dark. Moreover, the training camp for the Dragon Knights wasn't in Mat Eris. It seemed to be on an island in the Sea of Sighs. Danny didn't dare to let Morona's eagle enter the land of long summer. Just like what Tyrion said, only the Megalosaurus could deal with the Megalosaurus. Danny guessed that the Alliance had dragons. Even if Lalo could really help them hatch dragons, they wouldn't be able to mature in a short period of time and become enemies with Danny. Then Danny thought of the dragon worms. If Jenny could control the dragon worms, then could she control the pterosaurs? Everyone knew that Soros had pterosaurs. However, Soros was full of miasma and plagues. Ordinary people would die if they went there. Soros' rainforest was too vast, so it was difficult to find the place where pterosaurs lived. It was said that they lived in a swamp where no one could walk. However, Valeglia had Jenny. She would definitely know where the pterosaurs were. Danny had her doubts, so she arranged for the Black Cat to sneak into the mercenary camp outside Mat Eris. She arranged for the Eagle to patrol between Illyria and the Land of Long Summer, and arranged for the Petrel to guard Valeglia Avenue in the south of Mat Eris. Other than the Black Cat, the mercenaries also raised cats. The Eagle and Petrel didn't enter the cursed Land of Long Summer. After the cataclysm, the level of magic radiation was too high. There were no living birds there. Actually, there were ravens. It was too conspicuous for an eagle to enter rashly. Nevertheless, the birds managed to keep watch on the path from Mat Eris to Tolos. A group of pterosaurs covered the sky. It was difficult to not see them. Of course, Danny also considered the possibility that there were no surveillance cameras to attack the enemy. The Unsullied and Wings of Liberty, who were transporting supplies from the warehouse to the dock, were all mercenaries. They wore the t-shirts of the Long family army. The white dragon circling in the sky above North City and the black dragon above the dock were actually supervisors. The mercenaries didn't know that the Allies had pterosaurs, and they didn't know that the dragons would attack Tauros. They were very obedient under the surveillance of the Megalosaurus. The mercenaries in the West Camp were all residents of Tauros who had changed into prison uniforms. After the young captain of the Long Spear Regiment entered Mat Eris, Danny hid. Her civil and military officials who didn't need to command the battle also hid. This way, even if the enemy's air force suddenly attacked, it wouldn't cause much damage to her army. Why can't the black cat enter Mat Eris? Tyrion asked curiously. Dany pointed at the shapeshifters on the mat and said, "See? They can't withstand the dragon's horn. Entering the residence of a demigod is courting death." The shapeshifters' ability to steal information was very strong. Their animal companions were almost undetectable by ordinary people. Even most mages couldn't detect the shapeshifters' souls in the animals. But nothing was absolute. If a mage's mental power was strong enough and knew soul attack skills, not only could they sense the shapeshifters peeping through the animal skin, they could also damage the other party's soul from thousands of miles away. For example, the red-robed woman. Even the powerful Six Forms person, Valamir, couldn't hide in front of her. With a few hundred meters between them, she could beat him to a pulp with just a look. I also heard the horn. It's so scary. The little demon was frightened. Before yesterday, I never knew that magic could be so powerful. It was powerful enough to change the situation of the battlefield. Dany's eyes flashed and said lightly, "That horn is very unusual. It's most likely a dragon slayer, and it's driven by a demigod's divine power." In the end, they gave up chasing Benny's old green dragon because Little Green was in danger. But at that time, she wasn't on Blackie's back and was worried about Blackie facing Balerion alone. Why do we ordinary people only feel dizzy but shapeshifters almost die tragically? Tyrion asked. I don't know. Dany shook her head. She had a guess. When the shapeshifters were attacked by the dragon horn, they subconsciously entered the state of sparrow spirit, or cat spirit. As a result, after the soul left the body, there was no protection and they were directly exposed to the dragon's power. This was equivalent to the shapeshifters using their own souls to fight against the demigod dragon's soul. Wasn't it suicide? If they were like ordinary people and just held their heads and wailed, they probably wouldn't have been so miserable. Of course, at this time, the shapeshifters' souls were shattered and they were unconscious. Dany's guess couldn't be verified. General Wildfire looked at the shapeshifters on the bed and then looked at the hesitant dragon queen. He asked curiously, "You didn't call me up just to see the shapeshifters, right? Even your white knight, Jorah Mormont, didn't come with me. What confidential matters do you have to tell me alone?" So obvious? Dany was a little embarrassed. Tyrion nodded and said, "It's obvious. You've never been so kind to me in the past, and you've never explained to me in such detail." Then he put on a vigilant look and said firmly, "Your Majesty, I'll make it clear in advance. Helping you with Wildfire is already the limit of my tolerance. I won't do any more dangerous missions. I'll resign." You think too much. What mission can be more dangerous than Wildfire? Dany's eyes flashed and she smiled. I heard that Mat Eris is a city of monsters. There are many dwarves and two-headed monsters. Maybe you want me to be a spy and go to Mat Eris to find the location of the Alliance's dragon nest, General Wildfire said with a straight face. Don't underestimate yourself. You're quite famous in the Alliance now. That's why I said it's more dangerous than Wildfire. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. You know that I've captured 6 pterosaurs, right? Dany stopped smiling and said seriously. Of the 20 dragons that surrounded Blackie, 17 died in the trap except for Benny's old green dragon, while the other 2 were burned and bitten to death by Blackie. Little Green's wings were broken, and a few pieces of flesh were torn off its thighs. Deep wounds were all over its body. However, it was still a true dragon and was very fierce. The other 5 dragons were in a worse state. 4 of them died, and the last remaining pterosaur was frightened by Blackie. Little White was unscathed and completed the mission of restraining the enemy perfectly. When the 5 dragons realized that something was wrong and were about to escape, Dany had already rushed over on Blackie. Blackie was too fast and the 5 dragons were ambushed before. Their wings were torn by the arrows and their speed was reduced. The 5 pterosaurs didn't dare to fight and scattered. If it wasn't for Little White, 1 or 2 of them might have escaped. When Blackie got close to a pterosaur, Dany controlled the dragon flame to burn through the pterosaur's wings and make it lose its ability to fly. Then, when the 5 dragons landed, she used the true dragon roar with the black dragon spirit to break the control rune in the pterosaur's mind. At the same time she learned the rune. In this way she gained 6 pterosaurs. You can control the pterosaurs? Tyrion was surprised and expectant. Yes. The principle of using the dragon's horn to control the pterosaurs was very simple. She only needed a dragon soul that could frighten them. She used the spiritual power of the dragon soul to draw the rune and imprint it in the pterosaur's spirit ocean. Dany once had the dragon binder and compared it with the rune in the pterosaur's spirit ocean. She easily learned how to control the pterosaurs. However, she was the mother of dragons and had 5 true dragons to choose from. She didn't like the pterosaur that looked like a megalosaurus but only knew how to fight. "I need a pterosaur knight," Dany said. Chapter 503. Pterosaur Knight? Don't tell me, you intend to make me a pterosaur knight? Tyrion pointed at his black nostrils and said in shock. As if he was afraid that Dany would change her mind, he did not wait for her to answer and quickly said with a flattering smile, "Your Majesty, I am very willing to serve you. Even if you want me to ride a pterosaur and fight the other party's dragons, I will be brave and fearless." A pterosaur was also a dragon. Ever since the grayscale disease was cured, Aegon regained his ambition and had been communicating with Blackie. He even sent him food, fed him personally, and told him about his difficulties in an attempt to move Blackie. In the end, even though his mouth was sore, the other party did not even look at him. Even Aegon could not become a true dragon knight. He, a Lannister, could only ride a dragon in his dreams. Now, the pterosaur had no magic power, and its speed and endurance were not as good as a true dragon's. Its color was not as bright as a true dragon's and it could not breathe fire. Its wings were also too big. But at a glance, the pterosaur was not much different from the megalosaurus. It was older, stronger and stronger. The pterosaur was his best choice, and his last hope to realize his dream of riding a dragon. Dany looked down at the dwarf with admiration and said, "Tyrion, you are very smart, that's right. I have taken a fancy to your loyalty and your bravery. That day you were conferred by me in the great cathedral, together with Aegon, you were conferred as an honorary knight by Dany, and swore to be loyal to me. Today you have perfectly fulfilled your oath. So I want to reward you. With your loyalty and bravery, I will confer you as a holy knight with a pterosaur as a companion. How about it?" Plop. Without another word, Tyrion knelt in front of the queen. He was so excited that his ugly face was contorted. His nostrils flared like 2 black holes that absorbed light, unconsciously attracting the attention of others. "Your Majesty, I swear to you again to be your most loyal subject, from today until eternity. I swear to give you honest advice and absolute obedience, to protect your rights and honor. No matter how difficult the future is, I will always fight by your side." Tyrion swore that he had never been more sincere in his life. If the Dragon Queen was willing to give him a dragon and treat him as a vassal, he was truly willing to pledge his loyalty to her. Dragon Queen pulled out her sword and patted his shoulders. She smiled happily, "Very good, I can feel your loyalty. You are now my paladin, Wildfire Dragon Knight. Follow me to the Dragon Cave later and pick your favorite pterosaur." "Thank you, your Majesty." Tyrion grinned foolishly. He stood up and rubbed his hands. "Your Majesty, I'm Lannister. I'm still wearing a lion helmet. Can you not call them Wildfire Dragon Knights? You can even call them Lion Knights." Tyrion's green helmet was in the shape of a lion's head. His green cloak was still fastened to his shoulders by the green lion head statue biting on the clasp. Although he killed his old father and was considered a traitor, he still followed the Westeros custom of using the symbol of a lion on his clothes. "You are still the Wildfire General. You are in charge of the production of wildfire. In the future you will be riding a dragon and throwing wildfire bombs. In view of this, you should think of a way to increase the scale of wildfire production. We need more wildfire," Dragon Queen said earnestly. "All right." Tyrion nodded reluctantly. Since he had become a pterosaur knight, he also had the awareness to throw wildfire bombs. In the battle with Tauros, the queen had used up all the wildfire that had been accumulated for months. Now that there were 6 more dragons, it was indeed time to increase the production of wildfire. Dragon Queen's expression suddenly became very serious. She said in a low voice, "After you become a paladin, there is still an important mission to complete." It was indeed not that simple. However, he had already thought of it. What was to come had finally come. Tyrion sighed in his heart and also felt relieved. He nodded as if he had accepted his fate. He clenched his teeth and said, "Please tell me, I will do my best." "Have you heard of the story of, 'An old horse knows the way'?" Dragon Queen asked. "Never heard of it. However, this phrase, I can understand it. It is very interesting," Tyrion said thoughtfully. "Westeros. Oh, wrong, it is the barbarians. There was a scholar Guan in the barbarians. He followed the emperor to the grasslands in the north to fight with the zebra people. However, the terrain was too complicated. They lost their way and could not find the way back. Scholar Guan comforted the emperor and said, "An old horse remembers the way back." So he picked an old horse from the army and put it in front. The army followed behind. As expected, they quickly found the way back. Dragon Queen gave him a meaningful look and asked, "Tyrion, are you willing to be my Scholar Guan?" Tyrion's face suddenly turned pale. He said with a trembling voice, "You want me to ride an old pterosaur to the Sosros continent to find the pterosaur's nest? Enough ants can kill an elephant." Dany gave him an appreciative look and sighed, "If I hadn't set up an ambush in advance and let 30 pterosaurs besiege my 3 true dragons, I reckon the outcome would have been very tragic. Therefore your mission is very important. Find the pterosaur's nest. With more dragon knights, we will have a certain chance of winning this battle." But Tyrion's ugly face twisted into a ball. He stammered, "The Sosros continent is full of rainforests, shrubs and swamps. It is called the Green Hell. It is also the origin of the world's plagues. There are only named plagues. There are boiling blood, green blood, sweet rot, copperhead disease, red death, grayscale disease, brown leg disease, worm disease, sailor's disaster, pus, butterfly fever, yellow anthracnose." Stop, stop, stop. A series of strange names made Dany's head hurt. Who did you hear it from? Is it that exaggerated? The area next to Slave Bay is called the Red Hell. Didn't I walk out of it? Words are like the wind. Rumors are not to be trusted. She pressed her temples. Dr. Ambrose wrote about it in Plagues. Let's put it this way. There is no need to enter the depths of the Sosros rainforest. Just entering the bay and stepping on the coast, there is a 90% chance of being infected with plagues. Half of them will not survive, Tyrion said seriously. Fake news. Oh no, fake information, fake books. The doctor's words can't be trusted. Everyone knows that, Dragon Queen said. If it's fake, why don't you go there yourself? Tyrion said with a straight face. I have a lot of things to do every day. I'm very busy. Dany obviously knew that the plagues in Sosros were not fake. The truth was even more terrifying than what Tyrion said. Many plagues directly wiped out an entire city. The people outside did not even know or understand. Cities as strong as Giscali and Valeglia had built fortresses along the coast of Sosros. However, there had never been a city that could survive on its own. People kept dying in the city and had to be replaced by outsiders. You have already been infected with the grayscale disease. You are immune, Dany said again. This was not a lie. Although the grayscale disease could kill hundreds of people, if the person was lucky enough to survive, he would be immune to almost all plagues and viruses. Your nephew, Prince Aegon, has also been infected with the grayscale disease. Why don't you let him go? Tyrion said. I want to, but can I agree to that? You said it yourself. He is a prince. How can you let a prince take the risk? Don't forget you made an oath before. Dragon Queen said bluntly. Tyrion's vision turned black. He wanted to faint immediately. Sigh, facing the strong and powerful Dragon Queen, he could only faint. He did not dare to flip out or throw a tantrum at her. Otherwise he would be the unlucky one. Then Dragon Queen's voice became gentle again. Don't worry. The Alliance army did not have dragons before. They walked there. Didn't they be fine? You can ride a dragon and fly in the sky. It's safer. I'll give you a bag of dragon essence to drink daily. I'll also give you a big pot of dragon essence sun wine to wipe your body and disinfect. Wear a leather coat that covers your whole body. Don't let mosquitoes and poisonous insects bite you. You won't get infected. The so-called sun wine was a high concentration of white wine and alcohol. After soaking in dragon dung, it indeed had a strong germ-suppressing effect. It had almost become the Dragon Queen's standard antiseptic and anti-inflammatory medicine. The dragon cave was not inside the cave. Instead, it was an open square. In the Valoris family's mansion. Blackie lay in the center of the square. Opposite the wall, there were 6 sharp-mouthed pterosaurs lying side by side. Blackie, this is the meat from the pterosaurs. Do you want to try it? Aegon was attentive. Blackie closed its eyes and pretended to sleep, ignoring him. Blackie, why don't you teach me Draconic? Blackie did not say a word. Aegon sighed. He sat on the stone opposite Blackie's head and said, Blackie, have you heard of the prophecy of the dragon having 3 heads? My aunt said it herself. She saw the prophecy in the Immortal Palace. She also wrote a letter to Illyrio, asking about the meaning of 3 heads. She also hoped to find a dragon knight for her dragon. Without a doubt I should be one of the heads. You are like the reincarnation of Beleriand, the king of the sky who was born in the Westeros. I'm also Aegon. My current situation is very similar to Aegon's in the past. We can go home together to the Westeros. There is the Iron Throne that we Targaryens must fight for. This is my responsibility and also your mission and glory. What do you think? Blackie, why aren't you saying anything? Laughter came from behind Blackie. Aegon suddenly stood up and shouted, "Who is it? Little devil, is that you?" Dany and the dwarf walked around Blackie's huge body with strange expressions and came to Aegon. Aegon blushed and glanced at Dany's aunt, then immediately turned to the dwarf who was smiling. He said angrily, What are you laughing at?" "No, I am not laughing." The dwarf grinned and waved his hand. "You are still laughing. I'm not stupid. I can tell that you are mocking me," Aegon said. "This." Tyrion was also embarrassed. He wiped the smile off his face and said seriously, "Your Highness, Blackie did not even look at you. This is very telling." "Why don't we change our target?" "Change our target?" Aegon's bitterness was about to freeze into ice. He was not stupid. He could sense the mockery on Tyrion's face and naturally he could also feel Blackie's coldness towards him. However, Blackie was only cold. The other dragons were completely hostile towards him. Little Green directly burned him with dragon flame. Whitey was also majestic and awe-inspiring. He had used him as Blackie's spare tire, but in the end, facing Whitey's cold and bloodthirsty pale golden eyes, he was dumbstruck in the draconic aura. He was sweating profusely and was almost speechless. Even Little Gold, that 1-year-old little dragon that could barely carry a person, did not even have the time to say a word when he approached before it flapped its wings and sent him stumbling. Therefore, in comparison, Blackie was the friendliest to him. Blackie is just a loner and doesn't talk much. It will be fine after spending more time with him, Aegon said to Tyrion, but it also seemed like he was saying it to himself. Then he changed the topic and asked, "Aunt, it is almost lunchtime. What are you and the little devil doing here?" "I want to become a dragon knight too." Tyrion puffed out his chest and said proudly. Chapter 504. You want to be a dragon knight? Do you have the bloodline of a true dragon? Could it be that you are the illegitimate child of the Targaryen family? Aegon's lips curled up as he said with a hint of mockery. Tyrion was not annoyed. He turned his head and looked at the Dragon Queen with a grin, asking, "If I were an illegitimate child, would Her Majesty give me a true dragon?" "Whose illegitimate child are you?" Dany asked with a playful smile. "Definitely not my father." Aegon sneered. "I'll be your uncle?" Tyrion teased. Aegon scolded angrily, "You really are a bastard. Even if you don't care about your father's reputation, what about your mother?" "Mother?" Tyrion was stunned and said sadly, "I don't think there has ever been a mother in my life." Aegon was also stunned. He remembered that the dwarf's mother had died in childbirth when she gave birth to him. After a while he sighed and said, "Me too. I've never seen my mother." Dany wanted to add, "Me too," but she really could not empathize with the two people in front of her. The three motherless children were silent for a while before Tyrion spoke first. "I want to become a pterosaur knight. Why don't you come with me, Your Highness? I'll give you the biggest one." "Pterosaur?" Aegon was suddenly enlightened. Looking at the 6 pterosaurs lying on the ground like obedient cats, then looking at Blackie who was still majestic even in its sleeping state, the excitement on his face gradually disappeared. He said calmly and firmly, "No, I'm a true dragon. I'll only ride a true dragon and be a true dragon knight." Tyrion shrugged indifferently and said, "All right then, the biggest one is mine." As he spoke, he strode with his deformed short legs and ran to the side of the 40-meter-long green and white striped pterosaur on his left. Hiss! The pterosaur opened its eyes that were filled with hostility and growled ferociously. It even opened its beak, eager to try and bite the dwarf in front of it. The joy on Tyrion's face disappeared, and his face turned pale with fright. Dany's purple eyes flashed with a bright red light as she snorted coldly. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The pterosaur was like a mouse that had encountered a fierce tiger. It actually lowered its head and its entire body trembled like a sieve. Its mouth also whimpered and it was full of pleading. "What's going on?" Tyrion took a few steps back and asked in surprise. Dany's footsteps were light, her long and slender iron boots clacking on the stone floor. She came to Tyrion's side and said indifferently, "You're very knowledgeable. You've read a lot of books about Sosros. Don't you know the habits of pterosaurs? Sosros was so dangerous, plagued by plagues and countless monsters. It was known as the Green Hell, but the pterosaur was still the overlord, an existence at the top of the food chain. Although it was easier for Dany to tame a dragon than it was for her to tame a horse, in fact, be it a true dragon or a pterosaur, they were the most ferocious and dangerous creatures in the world. The Targaryen family had reared dragons for more than 6,000 years. They couldn't be more familiar with them, but there were still a large number of dragon tamers who were devoured by dragons while taming them. Pterosaurs had low intelligence and were untamed, making them even harder to tame. In fact, everyone in the world knew that Sosros had pterosaurs in the rainforest, but no one had ever thought of taming one as a mount. Apart from the people of Valeglia, there weren't even any pterosaur knights. For example, in the thousands of years of Earth's history, apart from unverifiable myths and legends, who had ever heard of a general using a lion or tiger as a mount? Even lions and tigers were difficult to tame, let alone pterosaurs that were 100 times stronger and more savage than lions and tigers. What should I do? Tyrion looked at Dany. Since she had let him be a dragon knight, it meant that she definitely had a way for him to control it. At this moment, Dany's expression was a little strange. After imprinting the runes in the pterosaur's mind, she could control them at will, and even remotely control the pterosaur within a certain range. Just like how Jenny forced the pterosaur to fight Blackie from dozens of kilometers away. However, in order to transfer control to a dragon knight, there was an additional requirement. The dragon knight had to have a bloodline or faith connection with the demigod, who controlled the Megalosaurus. Therefore, Jenny sent out hero invitations, and gathered the young elites of the 14 Fire Peak families from all the major cities to come to Mat Aris for Dragon Knight training. For example, Linny's husband, Prince Trego Molan of Reach Trade. After Dany burned down the Passion Garden, he almost became the most powerful person in Reese, and the fleet of the Three Sisters was commanded by him. Steve Bellerus, who had been whipped into two by Blackie's tail, was just an ordinary noble of the Mill family. In terms of position and status, Steve was far inferior to Treg. However, Steve had become a dragon knight, and Treg of Newgith didn't even know that there was an army of pterosaurs. This was because Treg, like Illyrio of Pentos, was a newly risen prince of trade who relied on sea trade. Steve, on the other hand, had a pure bloodline. The Yuan-Kai war god Graz, Dan was a little better. His ancestors had also been married to a noble of Valeglia. However, it had been too long ago. Looking at his long black and red hair and copper skin, one could tell how thin his Valeglia bloodline was. After the dragon battle yesterday, Dany had captured more than 10 captives. Of course, the captives didn't know the blood witchcraft that transferred the control authority of the pterosaur, but they did know that they had become dragon knights through blood witchcraft. The next step was simple. The Dragon Queen used violent methods to break through the captives' mental defenses, enter their soul space, and plunder the blood witchcraft runes. After making 4 idiots, she successfully gathered the blood witchcraft runes. Then she contacted Kuei-Shi and asked the big shot of blood witchcraft for advice. Dany herself had also helped Jia Kuan create the neither human nor ghost spell, and her knowledge of magic had increased greatly. In this way, in just one night, she created a blood witchcraft that was different from Bellerus. Yes, an improved version too. 0, clang. Dany pulled out the clear sky sword from her waist, walked in front of Blackie's head and tapped between his eyebrows. Crack. There was a trace of dark red dragon scales in the black, and a few drops of dark red dragon blood with faint white gas seeped out. Dany stretched out her hand, and a small light golden flame flew out of Blackie's nostrils, and wrapped around a bean-sized dragon blood, floating in the air. Come here. She waved to the dwarf who was standing aside. Oh, what should I do? Tyrion asked in surprise. Lie on the ground and close your eyes. It might hurt a little, but bear with it and don't scream, Dany said. Tyrion was at a loss, but he did as he was told. Dany held the dragon blood in her hand and chanted a spell. The blood gradually twisted into countless small runes that were invisible to the naked eye. When the small runes formed a complete QR code charm, she squatted down and pressed the rune between Tyrion's eyebrows. Hiss. Like a red-hot soldering iron, she pressed it hard on raw pork. Sizzling sounds. White smoke mixed with a burnt smell filled the air. Ah! Tyrion screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He struggled to get up, but his body could only twitch uncontrollably as if he was having a seizure. What's wrong with him? Aegon on the side trembled in fear. One can only rise above others after experiencing the worst of hardships. Without the bone-piercing pain now, how can you have the glory of riding a dragon in the future? Dany's aunt said lightly. When Dany retracted her right hand, a dark red pattern appeared between Tyrion's eyebrows. It was a square rune the size of a thumbnail. Huff huff huff. Tyrion opened his eyes and panted in a daze. What's wrong? It hurts. My brain split open. It's like a dragon has crawled inside. It's swollen and painful. It's a dragon. It's a brand formed by a trace of Blackie's spiritual power, Dany said with a smile. The spiritual power that had been activated by the divine power of the seven gods' faith also had the indestructible characteristic of the Green Prophet's soul. Other than Dany herself, or one day when Tyrion's ability surpassed her and Blackie's combined, or he received the help of a true god, no one could erase that spiritual mark. In other words, even if Balerion came personally, he could not take away Tyrion's control of the pterosaur. This was a kind of anti-theft insurance. Dany was happy that she had easily taken away Balerion's 6 pterosaurs. She did not want her dragon. Even if it was a pterosaur, to be taken away by someone else. Yes, the right to use the pterosaur belonged to the Dragon Knights, but the final right to explain it belonged to the Dragon Queen. Go and try again, she encouraged. Try what? Tyrion was in so much pain that he was a little confused. Try to tame a pterosaur. Get close to it and press your head against its head. Put your forehead against its forehead and tell it that I want to be your partner forever and ever, even until death do us part. Oh. Tyrion got up and rubbed his swollen forehead. After coming to his senses, he said strangely, Are you sure? It wanted to bite me just now. If I put my head over, will you compensate me if it breaks? I'll compensate, Dany said. Tyrion looked at Dany carefully. Although she was smiling, her expression did not seem to be joking. Blackie, be careful. Don't let it bite me to death. After muttering a few words to Blackie, the little devil tried to take a few steps forward and slowly approached the green and white striped pterosaur. It did not bite him. It only stared blankly at the dwarf, who approached it cautiously with its bowl-sized eyes. The little devil reached out and touched its nose. The pterosaur snorted. Phew. This time he really heaved a sigh of relief. Following the Dragon Queen's instructions, he put his head over and said nervously, Pterosaur, I want to form a partnership with you forever and ever until death. Just as he finished speaking, Tyrion's short body trembled. He felt a strange substance in his body flowing from his head to the other side. His swollen head suddenly relaxed. Then an ice-cold liquid flowed from the other side and spread from his head to his entire body. It was so comfortable that he could not help but shiver. At the same time, the square rune on Tyrion's forehead was like a group of small tadpoles that were squeezed together. It quickly crawled and formed a pterosaur that spread its wings and flew high. 7 gods above, I feel a little... Tyrion hugged the pterosaur's head and looked into its big eyes. He said in shock, I feel that I can command it and communicate with it. Hiss, the pterosaur let out a low cry and tapped Tyrion's helmet with its sharp, hard beak. It's not an illusion. I can really command it. Tyrion was wild with joy. He shouted to Dany and Aegon, Did you see that? Pecked my head. I told it to do so. As if worried that they would not believe him, the dwarf emphasized, I swear, believe me. He could not transmit specific information to the pterosaur, but he could roughly understand what it meant. It was higher than a beast tamer's control over a beast's language and body language, but lower than a dragon spirit's control over a megalosaurus. How is that possible? Aegon muttered. Dany said matter-of-factly, This is my blood magic. If I can't communicate with the pterosaur, how can I be a dragon knight? Chapter 505. Tyrion's relationship with the pterosaur was not that of a dragon spirit. A dragon spirit could not be created with blood magic. Otherwise, everyone in Valeglia would be a great wizard. Similarly, Tyrion was not a shapeshifter. In fact, ordinary shapeshifters could not control the pterosaur. Just like Gisella's animal companion was a goat. Did the barbarian spearwoman not want crazy beasts like the direwolf and the shadow lynx? She definitely wanted to, but her strength did not allow her. Well, she did not have enough talent. Without a doubt, the The pterosaur was stronger than the shadow lynx and almost impossible to subdue except for the Green Prophet and Stark's family bugs. The Dragon Queen added a part of the Green Prophet meditation runes to the contract mark, which was far stronger than Balerian's. It was not that Balerian's ability was not as good as Danny's, nor was it that he lacked experience in terms of knowledge. Balerian was probably the most knowledgeable in the world. After ruling the world for 6,000 years, Balerian had mastered almost all the meditation and witchcraft secret techniques in human history, including some of the Green Prophet and the Red Priest's meditation techniques. But mastering knowledge did not mean that one could use it. High school students knew Newton's laws, but could high school students know Shinra Tensei and Wanxiang Tensei? Obviously not. Balerian did not have the talent to become a Green Prophet, and even if he was given a meditation technique, he would not be able to practice it. Just like Black Sister Larissa, Danny taught this disciple with all her heart, hoping that she could help her control the Royal Mage Legion in the future. But Black Sister could not even master 1% of the Great Wizard's meditation technique. Danny was different. So, she could surpass Balerian, who was not good at the path of the soul, and create a contract mark that could communicate with the pterosaur's mind. Haha, I am a dragon knight, my dream has come true. Uncle Jillian, Brother Jamie, and Dad, do you see, I am riding a dragon. Tyrion was so happy that he lost his composure and shouted. Is this the Otherworld's version of Fan Jean passing the Imperial examination? Danny's mouth twitched as she thought to herself as she looked at the gnome who was squirming crazily on the pterosaur's back. Tyrion screamed for a while, then shouted to Danny, Your Majesty, can you undo the chains? I can control it. The pterosaur's leg was tied with an anchor that was taken from the ship. The anchor was buried 7 to 8 meters deep into the ground. Danny was confident in her control runes. They would not escape, but she was worried that Balerian would attack again and take away the pterosaur without a dragon knight. Yep, with the dragon knight and Tyrion's partnership, it would be very difficult to steal the pterosaur away. Can't you see? Its wings are so tattered that it can't fly. Danny reminded him. The battle between the dragons yesterday was exceptionally cruel. 23 pterosaurs died tragically, and the 6 that were captured had steel crossbows stuck in their abdomens. Their wings were like the fabric of a beggar's costume with holes everywhere. Some were pierced by arrows, some were bitten by Little Green, and some were burned by Danny's fire control spell. He did not think that the pterosaur was so miserable before, but now it had become his little companion. Tyrion looked at the holes on the pterosaur's wings, the wounds on the pterosaur's abdomen that were still bleeding and the broken scales. His heart ached so much that he almost cried. 7 gods. Your Majesty, you're too cruel to hurt my dragon like this. He howled. Get this straight. This is my dragon. Danny sneered. Oh. Tyrion smiled sheepishly. I'm also one of your people. Danny's mouth twitched. The injuries are too serious. Can they be healed? He asked worriedly. Don't worry. When my Little Green recovers in the afternoon, I'll start healing them. Danny's eyes flashed as she said confidently. How do you heal them? Aegon asked curiously. Blood witchcraft. You don't understand. Danny gave a perfunctory reply, then turned to Tyrion and said, Now that this pterosaur is your companion, give it a name. A name? Tyrion was stunned. How about Tywin? Won't it be fun to ride Tywin for a spin? Danny teased. Is my dragon male or female? Tyrion bent down to look at the pterosaur's crotch. He looked at his own first, then lowered his head to look at the pterosaur beside him. After a while, he straightened his back and said with a strange expression, It seems that mine is a female dragon. It's strange. True dragons don't differentiate between male and female. They can give birth without mating. But the pterosaur has a second brother. Aren't they close relatives? The difference is huge. True dragons did not need to reproduce sexually. Even before laying eggs, Megalosaurus did not have genitals, only a steel door for defecation. The life imprint of a true dragon came from the heavens. There was no such thing as parental blood. The dragon egg was just a medium for them to come to the world. Although the pterosaur was also very strong, it was still a magical beast in the end. A true dragon could be considered an innate god. Embryo. Why don't we call her Tessa? Perhaps the Tessa I've been looking for is here. Tyrion stroked the pterosaur's head, a complicated expression of disappointment and gentleness gradually rising on his face. But as the pterosaur shook its head in response to his caress, the disappointment on the dwarf's face disappeared, and it became unprecedentedly bright and relieved. The real Tessa might have died in a corner long ago. The hellish experience back then was enough to kill anyone. His, "Where is Tessa?" was more like a confession than a real attempt to find her. Even if he found her today, was she still the Tessa in his heart? It was time to let it go, Tyrion said to himself. After lunch, the last pterosaur's corpse in the bay had been dragged to the pier. The 23 dragon corpses almost occupied a long street at the pier. The free people of Tauros were driven by the Long family army to gather firewood and pile it on top of the pterosaur's corpse. At the same time, an open area was cleared out in the west of the city. It was filled with the mercenaries, soldiers, and civilians who had died in this battle. A third of the mercenaries had died, more than 10,000 people, and hundreds and thousands of civilians. The Long family army had almost no losses this time. There were less than 100 casualties, and half of them died from the fall of the pterosaur. Well, when the pterosaur was shot to death by the crossbow, it fell from the sky like a plane that had lost its momentum. It just so happened to smash onto the ship below, killing and injuring the crossbowmen hidden in the cabin. The day before yesterday, they had captured Tauros in the early hours of the morning. Yesterday the pterosaur attacked, and today they had finally collected all the corpses. "It's winter now, right?" Tyrion asked the old man beside him. The corpse was rotten and smelly. He was wearing a linen cotton mask and his voice was muffled when he spoke. "Yes, Aegon, 300 years passed a week ago. According to the Westeros calculation, it's winter now." Clinton pulled at the mask that was uncomfortable to the point of his cheeks and said sullenly. He was not used to this feeling, nor did he understand the meaning of the Dragon Queen's so-called mask to prevent disease. Instead, he felt that the Queen liked to torment people and waste precious cotton cloth. "Look at the weather, the temperature hasn't dropped at all. The corpses have only been here for 2 days and the stench is unbearable. Does it look like the long night is coming?" Tyrion pointed to the pile of corpses below. The two of them were currently standing on the sentry tower of the western city wall, watching as the Dragon Queen commanded the White Dragon, Black Dragon, and Gold Dragon to spit fire and burn the corpses. Thick smoke billowed, flames soared into the sky, and the stench of charred flesh and the strange fragrance of barbecued meat filled the entire city. From this point of view, the mask at least blocked the nauseating smell of smoke. "What do you want to say?" Clinton said. "Perhaps the deviant ghost is real, but the long night will not come. It is very likely that the deviant ghost has always been living in the land of Everwinter, and the Queen also said so," Tyrion said. Clinton's heart skipped a beat and he said thoughtfully, So, let me ask you, sir, are you a subject of Prince Aegon or a subject of the Dragon Queen?" Tyrion asked in an inaudible voice. Clinton's lips squirmed a few times and he said in a deep voice, "They are both Targaryens and I work for Targaryens." Hee. Tyrion chuckled. Clinton's face turned cold and he said sternly, "The Queen just gave you a pterosaur this morning, didn't she? Is this how you repay her?" "That's because you don't know what she wants me to do," Tyrion complained in his heart, and the playful expression on his face disappeared. He said seriously, "I am not trying to sow discord between the Queen and the Prince, I am just reminding you to recognize reality. The Prince and the Queen are not the same kind of people. You should have made arrangements for the Prince earlier, and not let him call you foster father, for more than 10 years in vain." "Sigh, this is fate." Clinton sighed and shook his head. "When Illyrio sent us here, he did not know that His Majesty would go to the Westeros, did not know that there were deviants beyond the Great Wall, and did not know that His Majesty would make an oath to end the long night as king. Even if I wanted the Queen to ride a dragon and bring the Prince to the Westeros, I would not do so. I cannot force the Queen to break her sacred oath, and the Queen herself will not break her oath for the Prince. We all know what you said. The key now is what the Prince will do next," Tyrion said. Clinton had already considered this question and almost without thinking he blurted out, "The Prince is still young. He can wait a few more years, wait for winter to pass, wait for the next summer to come, wait for the war at Slave Bay to end. In this way the Queen's oath to end the long night as king will be completed, and her dragon will be stronger. In a few years the Prince will be able to tame a dragon. At that time we will fight back to the Westeros together. After all, the Queen has already promised to recognize the Prince's priority to the Iron Throne." "A very beautiful idea, but you have made a big mistake," Tyrion said. "What mistake?" "Placing all your hopes on the Queen." Clinton said seriously, "Her Majesty has a noble character, is upright, and keeps her promises. She is fair and compassionate. She is practically the most perfect ruler and also the most typical knight. I cannot find any reason to doubt her. Perhaps. Tyrion shrugged and said briskly, but what will the nobles and people of the Seven Kingdoms think if she sits on the Iron Throne with her strength alone? How will they look at the prince on the Iron Throne? This. Clinton asked hesitantly, what's your plan? Tyrion smiled and whispered into Clinton's ear, while the Seven Kingdoms are in chaos, we will first occupy a piece of territory such as Storm's End Castle. Then we will join forces with Dorne. There is an engagement. Together with Dragonstone Island, the three parties will be enough to form a force that can contend against the Iron Throne. No matter what the Queen of Slave Bay thinks, Dragonstone Island will definitely not stand on my uncle's side. In this way, Prince Aegon will no longer be a beggar being helped by Ant, but a ruler. What can you gain? Clinton said coldly. Tyrion whispered, I want to leave Slave Bay legally, reasonably, and reasonably. Let me be Prince Aegon's Hand of the King. Have you seen my wisdom and experience? I am still a winged dragon knight and I know how to make wildfire bullets. I can help the prince easily take over most of the castles in the Seven Kingdoms. What? The Queen just made you a winged dragon knight this morning and you even swore loyalty to her. Why did you come to me in the afternoon to tell me this? Clinton was unmoved and continued to ask. Chapter 506. Tyrion sighed and said, when I see the slaves wailing under the whips of the slave masters, I feel sympathy. But I won't hack the slave masters to death for the freedom of the slaves. This world is full of oppression and slavery. Maybe it's just that the name is different, it's not called slaves. Just like the contract workers of Pentos, they are free people in name, but in order to live they have to work and sign labor contracts with the rich. But the income from labor is often less than what they need for food and clothing, and they live under the master's roof and have to pay rent. Their income can't make ends meet, and their debts grow day by day, never to rise again. Even the Westeros. You and I are both from noble families, and should understand that the farmers under the Lord's rule are no different from the slaves of Essos. But we're used to it, aren't we? We're nobles, but we lead the slaves to overthrow the nobles. It sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Are you mocking the Queen? Clinton didn't have much of a reaction to Tyrion's previous long speech, neither objecting nor agreeing. But the dwarf's last sentence made him put his hand on the hilt of his sword. A true knight will charge at the enemy to protect the Queen's honor. Old John was a true knight, and he was now serving the Queen. Hey, don't get excited. Tyrion waved his hand and quickly explained, how would I dare to mock the Queen? I'm just saying I'm not even interested in freeing the slaves. The war at Slavers Bay doesn't belong to me. Well, it doesn't belong to us, you, me, Prince Aegon, and maybe us from Dorne Quinton. Clinton shook his head slowly and said solemnly, little devil, you'll never become a true knight. Sorry, I can't agree with you. Tyrion poked the plate armor in front of his chest and said proudly, I'm not only a knight, but also a glorious holy knight, a winged dragon knight. The old man acted as if he didn't hear it and continued, the highest honor of a knight is to follow a great king and become the sharp sword in his hand, to cut through all obstacles for him, to help him realize the justice in his heart, and to pursue the highest glory together. Tyrion sighed and said, okay, I'm just a rider with armor and a mount, not a knight. However, I am not without honor. If it weren't for the fact that my life is in danger, I would be happy to stay in Slaves Bay for a few more years. I would be able to eat and drink well, live comfortably, and also be able to witness the Queen's elegant demeanor of sweeping away the slave masters. Why is his life in danger? Clinton asked doubtfully. Tyrion smiled bitterly and said, General Wildfire is already walking on a tightrope on a cliff. Becoming a Pterrorsaur knight is like dancing on the tip of a blade. The Alliance army had sent 30 Pterrorsaurs yesterday, and they could send another 30 tomorrow. At that time I, as a winged dragon knight, will have to go up. Also, the Queen intends to send me to the Sosros continent to search for the Pterrorsaur tribe. You should know the mortality rate of those who set foot on that continent, right? I don't want to die. Previously my life was worthless and I wasn't afraid of death. Now that I've finally realized my dream and become a dragon knight, I don't want to die anymore. That's why I hope to leave Slaves Bay as soon as possible without angering or betraying the Queen. You said yourself that you serve Targaryen. If I work for Prince Aegon, I won't be breaking my oath. The Queen should be able to forgive me. She has many capable people under her, and she doesn't need an ugly dwarf without a nose like me. Tyrion told the truth to John Clinton. You're really hopeless. You don't have any sense of honor at all. To think that the Queen thinks so highly of you. Clinton's eyes were filled with disdain. If it were you, would you go or not? 90% chance of infection, half chance of death? What's the difference between that and sending yourself to your death? Tyrion said angrily. I'll go. Clinton said resolutely. You don't have to play such tricks. I'll volunteer myself to the queen later. Let me replace you and go to the rainforest to search for the pterosaur nest. Tyrion was stunned for a moment before he sighed and said, That's right, we're not on the same path. We've never been on the same path. Clinton laughed coldly and turned to leave. In the courtyard separated from the crematorium by the city wall, 6 pterosaurs were crawling on the ground side by side. The miserable-looking greenie was opposite them. There were 3 stretchers in the middle, and on them lay transfigurines with shattered souls. Outside the city, more than 10,000 corpses and 23 pterosaurs were burned. Spiritual substance fell into Greenie's body like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. The broken scales on his body, the cracked wounds, and the torn wings slowly but surely healed. Type B active spiritual substance could strengthen the activity of the body's cells, but when used to heal injuries, the effect was not as immediate as the real holy light. Dany really hoped that she could add the power of faith to it. It would be best if she could modify it into a recovery spell, or even a great resurrection spell. Unfortunately, she could not do it now, so she could only make do with it. When the spiritual substance rain began to decrease, Dany began to divide the spiritual substance into 2. Through the contract mark, she divided the Type B active spiritual substance to the 6 pterosaurs, and absorbed the Type A willpower spiritual substance herself. The remaining spiritual substance was 70% for Blackie, 20% for Little White, and 10% for Little Gold. Little Red did not follow. In the short term, Little White would not be able to absorb divinity, and its strength was limited. It was better to let Blackie continue to improve. If Blackie could surpass Balerion, it would not matter if Little White and Little Gold were weak. If they advanced together and were all mediocre, it would be better to nurture an absolute powerhouse with all their strength. The Type A willpower spiritual substance seemed to be very effective in strengthening the strength and toughness of the soul, but Dany had a limit to the amount she could absorb. Soon her soul was full. Thus, she brought the second ring in Little White's dragon spirit into the mind of the white mask Morona. There was no obstruction at all. It was like a gust of wind blowing into a courtyard with collapsed walls and collapsed doors. Morona was in a worse state than the spearwoman who was possessed by the 6 forms person. The spearwoman's soul was only shattered, like a piece of crystal that was shattered into thousands of pieces. Morona's soul, on the other hand, was like a house that had caught fire. All that was left was the pitch-black ruins. If Dany had not used the spiritual substance to keep them alive since yesterday, the corpses of the 3 shapeshifters would have been smelly by now. Today she gave them pure Type A willpower spiritual substance. After confirming that the shapeshifters had powerful information-gathering abilities in the war, Dany naturally wanted to take the 3 of them in for her own use. She would not deliberately distort their wills just to ensure their loyalty. Well, if they were just 3 ordinary shapeshifters with their strength that could be replaced by others at any time, Dany would not have to use such a small trick. If she excluded the Type A willpower spiritual substance, she would not be able to use Dany's whisper on the 3 of them. But she planned to give the 3 of them an opportunity. After the spirit bestowing spell repaired their soul realms, she could continue to bestow them with spiritual substances in the future and strengthen their souls, just like how Dany improved her own soul strength. The spiritual barrier of ordinary people was like a fortress that would block the invasion of external spiritual power. This was the natural self-protection characteristic of the soul. But the 3 shapeshifters' soul realms were repaired by Dany, which was equivalent to her repairing a house that was on fire and building walls and doors. She built the castle, so of course she could enter it at any time. She could even quietly send something in, such as the Type A willpower spiritual substance. In this way, these 3 ordinary shapeshifters had the possibility of surpassing the 6 forms person Valamir. She had to control them in her hands. Hey, it's only been a few hours, but the holes on Tessa's wings seem to have recovered a lot. In the evening, the large crematorium outside the city gradually extinguished. Tyrion and Clinton came together. Stroking the pink scars on the pterosaur's wings, Tyrion was very surprised. Look at Little Green. In the morning there were 2 wounds on its legs that could be stuffed with thumbs. Now it's filled up. How did you do it? Clinton pointed at Little Green on the other side and asked. Blood witchcraft, Dany said lightly. Tyrion remembered that she said in the morning that she would use blood witchcraft to heal the pterosaur's wounds. He suddenly said, I didn't expect blood witchcraft to be so strong. I wonder when they can fly. In a few days when we retreat they will naturally be able to fly, Dany said. At this time, only 1,000 Unsullied and the Second Fleet of Garth stayed in Toros. Dany stayed here for 3 purposes. First and most importantly, she took on the task of covering the retreat. More than 1,500 large cargo ships transported nearly 100,000 captives and newly liberated freedmen, as well as hundreds of thousands of tons of supplies. They almost covered the entire sea. If no one stayed in Toros to cover the retreat, if the Allied army suddenly attacked, it would be more tragic than the Japanese sneak attack on Pearl Harbor. Secondly, Dany could not let go of the corpses of more than 10,000 undead mercenaries. Lastly, the pterosaur and Little Green were more seriously injured and could not fly for the time being. Noticing that Clinton wanted to say something but stopped, Dany guessed that he probably had something to say to her. She took the initiative to ask, "Why did you come to me?" Before Clinton could say anything, Tyrion said, "Your Majesty, Sir Clinton also wants to become a pterosaur knight. He is willing to become your scholar Guan, and go to the Soros rainforest to find the dragon's nest. Your Majesty, it's not that I'm afraid of death. It's just that Sir Clinton's swordsmanship is superb, his strength is strong, and he has many years of experience as a mercenary. His survival ability is higher. Let the carpenters do the woodwork, the farmers farm, and the warriors go to the battlefield. This is the most reasonable arrangement." Clinton frowned and looked at the dwarf. He nodded and said, "Your Majesty, I am willing to die for you." Dany was a little troubled. Although the seal of contract had a unique function that surpassed Balerian's original blood magic, the root of the problem was still the same. There had to be a relationship of blood and faith, a relatively pure Valeglia bloodline or a believer in Balerion. Well, it was not necessary to believe in Balerion. The pterosaur knight had to believe in whoever subdued the pterosaur. For example, John Clinton did not have the Targaryen bloodline. If he wanted to become a pterosaur knight, he could only believe in Blackie and establish a channel of faith with Blackie. It was similar to the witch's blood sacrifice to the evil god. The witch provided the evil god with blood, and the evil god lent the witch's power. Another example was the Red God Church. The red-robed monks obviously could not revive the dead with their own power. The divine spell came from their faith in Lalo. Lalo and the priests had a channel of faith, and could bestow their power to their believers. It's a little complicated. Dany was a little helpless in the face of Clinton, who had a heroic expression. "How complicated? Isn't it just a blood witchcraft?" Tyrion said hurriedly. "Your Majesty, you don't want me to die, do you? How did I offend you? Blood witchcraft is one thing and faith." Dany glared at the dwarf. "I'll deal with you sooner or later." Then she turned to Clinton and asked, "Sir, what do you believe in?" "Of course it's the 7 gods," Clinton said without hesitation. "How dare you say you believe in the 7 gods when you have a crush on Rhaegar?" Dany complained in her heart. "Raising the 7 gods sect, you..." Suddenly Dany's body stiffened. She was pulled into the dragon spirit state by Blackie. Her consciousness entered a white light and crossed thousands of miles in an instant. When the white light disappeared, she saw the big sparrow praying devoutly. Chapter 507. As soon as Dany told Bution about the plan of the 7 God sect, the president of the Necromancer Association understood her plan to obtain the power of faith. While Bution was not right. Blackie had already occupied the faith pool of the 7 gods. Of course, Dany longed for the power of faith, but her most important task now was to usurp the priesthood of the 7 gods. Very few people in this world knew about the secrets of the priesthood of the gods in the supernatural world. Even those gods who had become true gods and demigods did not have the concept of priesthood, and only regarded the special power given by the priesthood as a higher level of divine power. The fire god should have a strong ability to control fire, the Inami should be able to control the sea better than other gods, and the storm god should have a stronger ability to control the storm. Priesthood or not, these abilities were natural, or else why would they be called fire god, Inami, and storm god? In a sense, this idea was not wrong. The priesthood was a kind of converter, transforming the power of faith into divine power for special purposes. Knowing the theory of the priesthood had no effect on the gods. Especially the demigods, they acted by instinct and did not need a complete theory of the gods. It was not that the demigods were stupid, but the law of the world. Ordinary people could not become true gods step by step through cultivation. If there were no dragons, what was the point of cultivating dragon-slaying skills? If one could not become a true god, what was the point of studying the theory of becoming a god? The big sparrow was a muggle and did not know the secrets of the gods. He did not expect Saint Danny to be so bold as to attempt to usurp the position of the 7 gods. That was the 7 gods. The big sparrow sincerely believed in the 7 gods, and never doubted the authenticity of the 7 gods. So, he considered the problem from the perspective of whether this would go against the doctrine of the 7 gods. If not, how would this benefit the development of the 7 gods sect? If it was good for the church, what would he, as the archbishop, gain from it? Well, the big sparrow's thinking was clear and simple. First, it did not go against the doctrine of the 7 gods. Second, it was good for the church. Third, he could also gain from it. He never worried about the faith of the 7 gods being usurped by other gods. The 7 gods were real, the number one in the 7 gods world who could take away the faith of the 7 gods. Even if there was a supernatural who reminded him, he would still answer. In fact, someone had warned him. He was Cersei's number 1 lackey, the new chief of intelligence who replaced Varys, spellcaster scholar Cabo Ern. After Big Black accepted the baptism of the Great Sparrow and became an official Great Guardian of the 7 gods, the Sparrows began to break ground in the Great Cathedral of Baylor to build a statue of the Great Guardian of Light. At that time, Cabo Ern found the Big Sparrow and told him, "Since ancient times I've never heard of a megalosaurus being so intelligent and able to speak human language. That night in Bravos proved the strength of the Black Dragon. So, I guess he has the potential to become a demigod. Now make him the Great Guardian and erect a statue for him. When the believers start praying to the statue, it is very likely that it will help him become a demigod and even divert the power of faith from the 7 gods." Cabo Ern also knew that the 7 gods were 7 pieces of wood, but he didn't dare to say it in front of the Holy Sun. Moreover, he thought that without a god to absorb it, the power of faith delivered by the believers would disappear. He didn't think that Dahe could inherit the vast wealth of the 7 gods. The 7 gods are supreme. There's nothing wrong with having a demigod black dragon as a great guardian. It's just like the king has the king's guard. The king's guard protects the king, and the king grants them glory and power, the big sparrow said lightly. In his heart, however, he was thinking, this rotten old man is very bad. Seeing the black dragon join the church and countless good men and women follow, becoming believers in the church's armed forces, the Iron Throne can't help but want to destroy my relationship with the black dragon and the mother of dragons. The big sparrow didn't wrongly accuse Cabo Ern. Although most of what the spellcaster scholar said was true, his purpose wasn't simple. Because the black dragon becoming a great guardian of the church had a great influence and set off a storm in the 7 kingdoms. Countless productive knights even donated their land to the church and joined the church themselves, becoming the children of war. Cabo Ern received the order from Prince Regent Kevin to stop the black dragon statue from being built. After the statue was built, the Dragon Queen sent a letter, suggesting that the megalosaurus become the hand of the 7 gods, just like the king had the hand of the king. This was too unorthodox. It was also not in line with the big sparrow's simple worldview. Therefore, on the surface he promised the queen that he would seek the guidance of the wise old woman, but in fact he never went to the statue of the 7 gods to abstain from food and pray. He fooled the Dragon Queen. The Black Dragon Guardian's effect was too good and too powerful. He didn't want to destroy his friendship with the queen because his rejection was too direct and too blunt. Recently he was judging Queen Marjorie and was under a lot of pressure. Even later, like how a certain coffee company fooled the investors in America, the Dragon Queen used the data of opening shops crazily in barren land, 107 god temples, to tempt the big sparrow to invest, adjust the doctrine of the 7 gods and the statue. The archbishop could only sigh. Saint Danny was indeed Saint Danny. She was very aggressive and capable. Not only did she let the Church of the 7 Gods and Slave Bay gain a foothold, but she also went to barren land, which was full of evil cults, to open branches. Of course, the Church of the 7 Gods in barren land also made him more aware of the power and influence of the megalosaurus. If there was a gray plague in Westeros at this time and they had to rely on the megalosaurus to save lives, the big sparrow might really agree with the Dragon Queen's suggestion. He was devout in his beliefs, but he was not rigid in his thinking. He knew how to compromise and judge the situation. If it was not necessary, he would not change the doctrine in a short time. Then the necessary came. Sam lost the deviant ghost baby. Danny said that she did not care, and indeed did not have the time to care, but in the process of sending Blackie to pick up the 3 shapeshifters, she also picked up a corpse ghost and threw it in the Great Cathedral of Baylor. Well, there were no deviant ghost captives at the Great Wall, but there were more than a dozen corpse ghosts. The first time he saw a corpse ghost, the Big Sparrow almost had a mental breakdown. Especially after the limbs were cut off with a sword, those limbs could still crawl. That kind of scalp-numbing scene immediately woke the Big Sparrow up from the game of power. Maybe the Dragon Queen was not crazy, maybe the long night was real. Then he decided, it was not to contact the Dragon Queen, nor to gather the believers and issue a holy war declaration against the deviant ghosts, nor to change the doctrine and recast the statues of the 7 gods according to the Dragon Queen's plan. He decided to abstain from food and pray. A true abstention from food and prayer, only drinking a small bowl of rice soup every day, hanging on to his last breath, kneeling in front of the statue of the great cathedral without sleep, and maybe he would doze off while kneeling. The Big Sparrow prayed to every god in the great cathedral, starting from the old woman, the Holy Father, the Holy Mother. Finally he was hungry and tired, and in a daze he prayed to Blackie. The Big Sparrow was the Holy Son, and his piety was very high. Blackie immediately sensed it. With the intelligence of a 10-year-old child, Blackie also understood that Danny had been waiting for this moment. So, without any hesitation, he took the initiative to pull Danny's dragon spirit, and through the line of faith between the Big Sparrow and the statue, his consciousness descended into the great cathedral. The great cathedral of Baylor, with a dome made of glass, gold, and crystal, a white marble floor and huge windows on the wall, embedded with colored lead glass. The 7 gods, the 7 altars, and in front of the altars, there were hundreds and thousands of candles lit by believers. The Big Sparrow knelt in front of the statue of the old woman holding a golden lamp, the light of the candles illuminating his pale and dazed thin face. Guide me, wise old woman. Use your golden lamp that can predict fate to dispel the darkness in front of me and guide me onto the right path. Great guardian of light, can your flaming sword defeat the demons of the north? Great warrior, please bestow upon me strength. Following the line of faith, Danny could feel the Big Sparrow's feelings at the moment. Hesitation, helplessness, but also piety and perseverance. He firmly believed that the 7 gods would give him guidance. Without the 7 gods' guidance, the Big Sparrow would not end this fasting prayer. Under normal circumstances he could achieve his wish. As long as he was hungry for a long time, tired, hungry, and on the verge of death, even the most strong-willed person would have hallucinations. Just like the little girl selling matches, she saw everything she wanted to see in the winter snow. But this time was different. The Big Sparrow had only fasted for a week, and the 7 gods had given him a response. Child, don't be hesitant, a gentle voice said. Old woman. The Big Sparrow was dazed for a moment, and saw a woman in a white robe, white dress, and white headscarf appear in front of him. She was half floating in the air, the lower half of her body shrouded in white mist. She had a kind face, and her face was extremely beautiful and also extremely gentle. Even the holy and majestic aura she exuded could not stop others from getting close to her. Holy Mother? You're the Holy Mother. Holy Mother is merciful. The Big Sparrow cried out. Strangely, there was an additional person in front of him, and her voice was so loud, but no cultivator was alarmed. Hee hee. The woman covered her mouth, and her laughter was crisp with a hint of naughtiness. The Big Sparrow was shocked and raised his head. When he looked again, the kind-looking woman in the white dress had turned into a delicate and cute girl. The girl's hair was decorated with green roses, tulips, and camellias. She wore a simple blue pleated skirt, and her hands were behind her back. She bent over and looked at him with a smile. Ah, girl. The Big Sparrow bowed again. Child, do you have a lot of questions in your mind? The voice changed again, and the girl turned into a kind old woman carrying a golden lamp. This time, the Big Sparrow, who was familiar with the scriptures of the 7 gods, was no longer surprised. He knew that the 7 gods were one, and the girl, the Holy Mother, and the old woman were all the same god. Old woman, I need your guidance, the Big Sparrow said sincerely. At this time, the shadow of the corpse ghost appeared in his heart, and through the thread of faith, Danny immediately captured his thoughts. The old woman said softly, I see all the doubts in your heart. Yes, the deviant ghosts are real, and the long night is coming. This is an unprecedented disaster for mankind. Then what should I do? The Big Sparrow was terrified, and he thought of the matter of him and the black dragon creating the Holy Son of Light. As soon as the thought appeared, it was sensed. The old woman turned into a girl, bent down, and touched the big sparrow's forehead with a gentle finger. "Ehe, you are very devout and completely qualified to be the Holy Son. It's just that there was no great guardian before, so it was difficult for me to project my divine power into reality," the girl said with a smile. The big sparrow was relieved, but at the same time he had countless questions. In the past, when he communicated with the seven gods, he could also see the seven gods. "Danny, are you sure?" But it was not as clear as today, and often after he got the answer, the descent of the gods would end. This time, he must seize the opportunity to ask the seven gods about the unsolved doctrines. Chapter 508. If a person could read minds, he could easily become anyone's best, most understanding and most trustworthy friend. If a god could read the thoughts of a believer at all times, it would be very easy to develop them into a faithful believer. What was the relationship between the great guardian and the Holy Son of Light? Why didn't he directly choose him as the Holy Son? Why didn't he tell him about the long night in advance? Just as the big sparrow had these thoughts, the girl told him in a lively tone, "True gods live in the astral world because they are rejected by the material world. The stronger a true god is, the stronger the rejection force of the material world will be. Ordinary true gods like Lalo, because their strength is too low, it is easier for them to communicate with the real world and are more active in this world. As for me, I have already surpassed true gods in this dimension. Just like this world has the Westeros, the land of summer, the Ursos continent, and many islands and countries in the Jade Sea. Outside this world there are many other worlds. Lalo is only the fire god of this world. Oh, he was robbed of his song of fire by the people of Valeglia and became the king of light. And I, the main god of all the worlds. In your world I am called the seven gods by my believers. In other worlds I have God, Christ, Ra, Buddha, and so on. In every world my name is different. But, as my believers, you are all my children and will return to my embrace in the end. Do you understand now? I am the main god of many dimensions. My authority is too strong, and a single thought can break this world, just like a grown man can't wear children's clothes. The stronger the power, the further away from the material world. Even if I want to communicate with you children, you need to fast and pray for a long time, using the power of faith to build a passage to the astral world. The energy level of this world is too low, and the power of faith is hard to come by. The passage can't be maintained for a long time, and the time for communication is very short. Even communication is so difficult, let alone transferring power across worlds? But the situation has changed. Dragons are the source of the world's miracles. Dragons build a ladder between the low-energy material world and the high-energy astral world. The girl's voice sounded in the big sparrow's heart. He didn't understand some of the words, but he understood her meaning immediately. If someone later asked him about the role of the dragon in the world, the great sparrow could say in plain language, the human world was equivalent to the first floor, the gods' astral world was the second floor, and the seven gods were too awesome so they lived on the 10th floor. The megalosaurus was like a ladder that connected the first and second floors, allowing the gods on the second floor to interfere with the human world on the first floor. If Megalosaurus became a follower of the seven gods, the function of the energy level bridge would be even more obvious. It was equivalent to building a staircase between the house of the seven gods on the 10th floor and the human world. However, the Megalosaurus wooden ladder was originally only prepared for the first and second floors. If it was forcibly raised to the 10th floor, it would not be able to support it. Unless Megalosaurus was more closely related to the seven gods. There are two ways to do it. First, the Megalosaurus is as devout as his sparrow and becomes the child of the seven gods. The Holy Son and the seven gods had an incomparably powerful channel of faith. In the future, the soul of the Holy Son would be able to go to heaven through this channel. Second, the seven gods would give some power to the Megalosaurus, increasing the status of the Megalosaurus in the Church of the Seven Gods. Just like how a fart could not see the king's hand could see the king every day. Are there many holy sons? The great sparrow asked. Very few. A holy son as devout as you is rare. The girl turned into the form of the Holy Mother and said with a kind expression. With the great sparrow's maturity, he could not help but feel a little complacent. What else could make him more honored and happy than the recognition of the seven gods? Then he frowned again. It was already very difficult for Blackie to become a follower of the seven gods. Asking him to be as devout as himself, would it not be too difficult? The point was, if he was as devout as himself, then who would be the Holy Son of Light? He was devout, that was true. But devout faith had nothing to do with selfishness. He had selfishness, desire for power, scheming and insidious means, but he was still a good holy son of the seven gods. In that case the first path would not work. The Holy Mother is merciful. The black dragon is slow. I am afraid it will be difficult for him to understand the teachings of the Bible in a short time. If he does not become the Holy Son, he will not be able to establish a cross-level passage between the human world and His Majesty. The night is coming. Without your divine power, I am afraid the Westeros will be plunged into misery and suffering. The Great Sparrow knelt on the ground and begged. Dany still understood his choice. In other words, this was a trap set for the Great Sparrow. She knew his character, knew his way of dealing with people, and knew every dark or bright idea he had at this time. Of course she could easily lead him into the trap. So she could deliberately put on airs. The Holy Mother's tone was still gentle, but there was a trace of hesitation in her expression. It is not a big deal to accept a low-level stupid dragon as the spokesperson of the seven gods in this plane. I have gods in every world. I myself do not care about the changes in the Seven Stars Bible, because the root of the teachings of the seven gods is justice, talent, mercy, Holy Mother, purity, young girl, hard work, blacksmith, courage, warrior, wisdom, old woman, and knowing reverence, stranger. The seven virtues do not change and the other details are not important. But if the teachings are changed, will the believers accept it? How about you teach the black dragon well and train him as your successor? This way you can reduce a lot of disputes. The Great Sparrow was moved and asked, if Big Black becomes your spokesperson, can he become a god? If there was such a good thing, it would be too enviable. He also wanted to become a god under His Majesty of the seven gods. Therefore the goddess decisively fulfilled his wish. No, I can't. No. Whether he can become a god or not depends on his talent and luck. I will give him more precious things: justice, mercy, purity, hard work, courage, wisdom, reverence. The title of the great guardian of the seven gods is like the Archbishop of the Church. The first great guardian's soul will go to heaven, and the second great guardian will take over. The Great Sparrow was completely satisfied. He begged, the Holy Mother is merciful, have mercy on your lamb. Child, do as you see fit. You are the Holy Son, you can decide the Church's affairs in this world. The Holy Mother faintly sighed and disappeared. The next morning, the sun shone through the mosaic glass and cast colorful spots on the marble floor. A barefoot old man in a gray robe was crawling on the ground, as if he was prostrating himself on the ground, worshipping someone. His head was tilted to the side, and there was a trace of saliva at the corner of his mouth, wetting the floor. Lancel carefully approached the Archbishop and lowered her body. After hearing the faint snoring, she was relieved. The Archbishop did not follow in St. Bailey's footsteps and starve to death. In the process of fasting and praying, he was too tired and fell asleep. Lord Archbishop, Lord Archbishop? The old man's tiredness made the one-armed hero feel sorry, but he also understood. He could not let the believers see the Archbishop in such a state. He gently pushed the Archbishop a few times, waking up the old man with sunken cheeks and pale skin. Lord Archbishop, you must be hungry, come and have some oatmeal. Lancel carefully brought a bowl of clear oatmeal to the Great Sparrow's lips. It was not that he wanted to be harsh to his superior. It was just that during fasting he could not eat and could only drink water. This bowl of oatmeal was water. No. The Great Sparrow firmly pushed the porcelain bowl away. Lord, this is not food, you did not break the fast. Lancel advised. No, this is too bland. I want to eat meat pie, drink meat soup, and add 2 big duck eggs. The Great Sparrow said sternly. Till Lancel's body swayed and he almost fell down. However, he soon understood. Lord, you have finished fasting? It usually takes at least half a month. Why is it so fast this time? Yes, I saw the Holy Mother. The Great Sparrow licked his lips, unable to resist the hunger in his heart. He took the porcelain bowl and gulped it down. Lancel, immediately summon the stonemasons in the city. We need to redecorate the statues of the seven gods. Yes, according to Dany Rise's suggestion, let the seven gods ride dragons. Also, the doctrine needs to be changed. The spiritual core of the seven gods will not change, but just like the king needs the king's hand and the king's guard, the seven gods need the hand of the seven gods and the great protector. This. Lancel hesitated and did not move. He asked softly, are you sure? Do you want to rest for a few days, wait for you to wake up, and wait for you? I am very awake. This is the order of the old woman, the great sparrow said seriously. Didn't you just say that you saw the Holy Mother? Lancel began to suspect that there was something wrong with the old man's head. The 7 gods are one. The Holy Mother is both an old woman and a young girl. You. Lancel wanted to ask, did you see the old woman in your dreams? But the great sparrow's prestige was too high for Lancel to blaspheme. Is the old woman the same as before? What does she look like? When I first came in, you seemed to be sleeping, the one-armed knight reminded him in a roundabout way. He could not remember clearly, but her appearance was similar to that of the gods. Her demeanor and tone were familiar, and she called him child. It was definitely not a dream, the great sparrow thought. But he did not intend to explain this to his subordinates. He only said with a stern look, do as I say, and you will see the 7 gods perform miracles in the future. At noon that day, the news of the great sparrow adding different black dragon mounts for the 7 gods spread. On the same day, Yulun Greyjoy, who had inherited Balan's title of King of the Iron Islands in the north, crossed the river and arrived at the King's Landing with a few dozen carriages of betrothal gifts. Yulun came to the King's Landing for a blind date with Cersei. During the trial of Queen Marjorie by the Great Sparrow, the experienced Kevin had already reached an agreement with Yulun. At this time, Tywin was still occupying the Shield Islands at the mouth of the Mander River. According to the agreement, after Yulun married Cersei, he would personally hand over the islands to Tyrell. At that time, the last trace of the rebellion of the 4 kings would completely end. Everyone ignored one of the main characters of the rebellion of the 4 kings, Stannis. Red Keep, Maegor Tower, on the arc-shaped balcony of the Queen Dowager's palace. Cersei and Yulun sat opposite each other. There was no one else except the White Knight, Robert Strong, who was guarding the balcony door. In order to eliminate his niece's rejection of marriage, Kevin had arranged this blind date. Cersei looked at the man with a cold face for a while. She suddenly stood up and came to Yulun's side. She gently touched his cheek, which was full of twisted scars. Yulun's cheek muscles twitched, but he did not avoid it. My lord, you are more handsome than the rumors say, if you did not have this scar that looks like a child's scrawl, Cersei mocked. Yulun's bright blue eyes were full of gentle smile. He said, Your Highness, you are more beautiful than the rumors say if you wear a wig. Chapter 509. 3 years ago, Yulun's face was washed away by the black dragon flame. Although he survived, he lost his handsome face and became an ugly man with a scar on his face. Before Cersei paraded through the streets, the nuns had shaved off all her hair, including her eyebrows. Now her head was covered with a ragged buzz cut, which made her look ugly. Hair can grow back, but the scars on your face will never recover, Cersei said calmly as she returned to her seat. If you knew where these scars came from, you wouldn't be so mean. Yulun touched his black, hard skin and said, They came from the dragon flame of the Megalosaurus. Dany Rise and her 3 dragons attacked me together. In today's world, who would be able to escape from the surprise attack of 3 giant dragons? She burned Slaver's Bay to the ground, hundreds of nobles in Volantis died, dozens of princes in Lys were melted into meat in the dragon flame, and even bravos. So this scar represents glory. I can proudly say to everyone that this is the medal of my battle with the 3 Megalosaurus and the Mother of Dragons. But you, on the contrary, your hair can grow back and it will be as shiny as gold, as smooth as silk. But the glory you lost in the gutter will never be found again. Yulun's skin had lost its normal texture and there were no pores. It looked smooth and even reflected the sunlight. But the scars were black and hard, full of pockmarks and pits, and red cracks appeared when he spoke. It was terrifying. Cersei glared at him several times, but she turned her head away as if she couldn't bear it. Marry me and I can help you build a more glorious life, Yulun said with a smile. You? Cersei looked at the man in front of her and proudly raised her smooth chin. If the Hound is still alive, he will be happy to see you because there is finally someone uglier than him. Oh no, I still have a White Knight, Loras. He is uglier than you. You should go and meet him. After meeting him, you will be more confident than you are now. Hound, you and Loras can form the Knights of Fire of the Westeros. Ha ha ha. Cersei covered her mouth and laughed. Yulun leaned back in his chair and lifted his hips as if he didn't mean to. He said lazily, A man's confidence never lies in his appearance. If you don't have a deep understanding of certain abilities, you won't be able to discover them. Cersei glanced at him and the disdain in her eyes deepened. There's no need to try. I'm experienced. I can see through you with one glance. Yulun raised his index finger and shook it gently. No, you don't understand. You don't understand what I can do. I've said it before, in this world, only I can help you restore your honor. Or are you going to give up just like that? Give up what? Yulun's eyes flashed as he said, revenge and the Iron Throne. Cersei leaned forward and said in a low voice, tell me about it. You must want to take revenge on the Great Sparrow and everyone who laughed at you, right? You don't want to leave King's Landing and give up the Iron Throne, right? Yulun's smile widened when he saw Cersei's expression change. I can help you. Lannister's army in Riverlands has returned to King's Landing, but your uncle has never planned to massacre the Holy Cathedral. But some shame can only be washed away with blood. Yulun leaned forward slowly. He could almost smell the sweet fragrance of the Empress Dowager's breath from a palm away. I can't, he said. Cersei looked at him, almost as if she could smell blood on his dark blue lips. She was fascinated by the taste. She licked her full red lips and asked, what can you do? I can kill all your enemies, all of them. He stared at those moist lips and emphasized. Men love to boast, especially when they have other plans for a woman. Cersei suddenly smiled, charming and seductive. If a man has no plans for you, Empress Dowager, then he is not a man. But I am different from others. I never boast. Yulun smiled as well. Cersei leaned back and put some distance between them. She then leaned back in her chair and put away all her emotions. Prove it to me. You have to marry me first. Before Cersei could mock him, Yulun raised his hand and said quickly, killing him is easy, but without him, who can guarantee that you will marry me? Kill who? Cersei's eyes flashed. Who else could it be? The person who stopped you from ascending the Iron Throne, of course. Yulun smiled. Maybe, he doesn't have to die. Cersei paled and hesitated. Don't be silly. All the ministers are his men. Lannister's army is also under his control. Even you are under his control, aren't you? You don't like me, but you still want to marry me. Yulun shook his head. How dare you say that to me? Cersei pursed her lips. Her beautiful face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. Her hands were clenched tightly and trembling slightly. Because I am your husband. Husband and wife are of the same mind. Cersei was dazed for a moment. Legger and Robert appeared in front of her eyes. Finally, the image stopped on a golden-haired man who shone like the son of the sun. Jaime, where are you? Do you know that I am about to get married? Once again, you are not the groom. Cersei felt a dull pain in her heart. Her expression became firm as she declared loudly, give up. I will not marry you. I want the Iron Throne so that I can live my life according to my heart. I will not put the cart before the horse. You are so cute. Yulun smiled playfully and said slowly, Tywin controls the door to High Court and the Shield Islands. Tywin firmly guards the door to the Northern Territory. Roose Bolton's 10,000 troops have been blocked at Carlin Bay for 2 years. The Iron Fleet is suppressing Lannister's fleet and restraining Qingting Island's fleet so that Redwyne does not dare to act rashly. If I want to, I can immediately send troops to Coastal City, sweep through Hajin, destroy the Royal Territory, and even occupy the empty Western Territory. Everyone hopes that you will marry me. If you marry me, you can easily solve all these problems. If you marry me, the royal family will also lose a piece of shit. Shit? Cersei clenched her teeth. Yulun shrugged and said disapprovingly, don't doubt it. You stink worse than shit. If you don't believe me, go walk around the streets of King's Landing. You are almost the model of a wanton, depraved woman. Your name will go down in history. Cersei's face was ashen. Your Highness, you have to understand that everywhere you look, you are surrounded by enemies. Even the Big Sparrow and Dany Rise, these two powerful enemies, are closely allied. You need power. Power cannot appear out of thin air. Either you return to Casterly Rock and live alone for the rest of your life, or you find an ally. Who is more trustworthy than your husband? And in the Seven Kingdoms, who is more powerful and influential than me? This time, Cersei did not mock or refute. She fell silent and pondered in silence. Even with her walnut-sized brain, she could understand that Yulun's words were very correct. She needed an ally. At night, after a luxurious welcome banquet, Kevin came to the Queen's chambers alone. How is it? He asked. You said that he is very handsome. Under the candlelight, There was a flickering shadow on Cersei's fair and lustrous face. He was indeed very handsome before. And the scars under the dragon's flame, no matter where they are not ugly. They are glorious medals. Sir Kevin said seriously. This was not a polite remark. Except for superficial people, the scars left behind by a knight after a battle would never be laughed at. The scars from the battle with the 3 Megalosaurus and the Mother of Dragons were the most glorious marks. At tonight's banquet, knowing that the scars on Duke Yuluin's face, he was actually the king, face were burned by the great guardian of light, countless knights raised their cups to toast him. Countless ladies and noble women were moved and gave Yuluin all kinds of explicit hints. 7 gods above, everyone knows how terrifying the great guardian of light is. But Yuluin fought against 4 people, the Mother of Dragons and the 3 brothers of the great guardian. Not to mention King's Landing. Now, Yuluin went to any sea trade city in the world and explained the origin of the scars, it would attract sincere praise. What about Jaime? Did you find him? Cersei asked. Someone saw him with the Roseless Iron Guard, in Saltfield Town, Kevin said. The Roseless Iron Guard. Brittany Tass, that buck-toothed woman who is as ugly as a pig? Cersei's nails dug deep into her palms without her realizing. Yes, even Cersei of King's Landing knew Brittany's name as the Roseless Iron Guard. Jaime is not dead. He left the army of his own accord and followed her. After that at this point Sir Kevin sighed and shook his head. If Jaime can be removed from his position in the Kingsguard, it would be good for him to marry Lady Brittany. She is a righteous and noble female knight with a heart as bright as gold. Have you gone senile? You can take the comments of the Mother of Dragons seriously? Cersei shouted, glaring. Dany Liss is a legendary female knight. No matter what you think, everyone agrees with her, Kevin said. My swordsmanship was also very good back then. I beat Jaime to tears. But my father did not allow me to practice martial arts. Otherwise I would have led my own troops to war. How would I be in such a predicament today? Maybe I would have won the crown of love and beauty and become a legendary female knight before that woman, Cersei said resentfully. You were only 3 or 4 years old then. Kevin's mouth twitched. Jaime cannot marry Brittany. He is a Kingsguard. Cersei said firmly. You can also dismiss a Kingsguard. Have you forgotten Sir Barristan? Marrying a Roseless Iron Guard can wash away the stains on Jaime and let him go back to inherit Casterly Rock. Kevin sighed. His words were not selfish at all. They were all for Jaime and Lannister. You copy me? Why can't I copy you? I'm doing this for you. The fact that her and Jaime's fate was controlled by someone else made Cersei angry and helpless. Impulsively she began to speak without thinking and roared, I'm incestuous, I'm lewd, I'm Godslayer, I'm Kingslayer, I don't care about laws and ethics. Why don't you learn from me? Kevin's face turned red, his eyes spitting fire, but he had nothing to say. Chapter 5:10. After a moment of silence, Kevin touched his bald head and said tiredly, Did you know? The Great Sparrow is building new statues of the 7 gods and changing the doctrine, saying that the Great Protector is equivalent to the Kingsguard of the 7 gods. Obviously, after seeing the influence of the Megalosaurus on believers, he intends to further strengthen the relationship between the Church and the Megalosaurus. Naturally, the relationship between the Church and Daenerys will also become closer. The army should immediately flatten the Church when they return from Hajin, but you put tens of thousands of elite soldiers who have been baptized in war aside as decorations, Cersei mocked. Kevin said in a deep voice, At your command, Robert Strong eliminated hundreds of people who insulted you on the day of the parade. He was also ambushed by the families of the victims, but he fought 1 against 10 and broke out of the siege. Who doesn't know about the King's Landing? The Great Sparrow felt the pressure and planned to cancel the trial by martial arts and change it to the Church trial like Marjorie. But the 30,000 Lion Helmet army taught him to make a rational choice. Also, Lannister, a debt must be repaid. I'm also Lannister. I will not let the Great Sparrow go, but it can't be our family doing blasphemy against the 7 gods. We have to wait. When winter comes, the sparrows will starve and freeze to death in large numbers. When the Church continues to encroach on the nobles' rights to feed the refugees, when the nobles' patience with the Church reaches its limit. At that time I will unite all the nobles and strike together. If only our family goes to flatten the great cathedral, the nobles on Lannister's side will be happy, but they will immediately turn from our allies to enemies, just like when they denounced the cruel Meg. Also, we have to consider the possibility of the Megalosaurus intervening. After all, he is the great protector of the seven gods. Lannister's family can't take the thunder. It's best to have someone else fill in the hole. Didn't you say that Yuluen has the dragon's horn and can control the Megalosaurus? Flatten the cathedral, lure the Megalosaurus to attack and take control of one or two Megalosaurus. Who would dare oppose us? Cersei said. Kevin gently massaged his temples and carefully analyzed the situation for his niece. First of all, the dragon's horn cannot control the black dragon. We have to wait for the white dragon or the green dragon. It would be best if it was a young golden dragon. Secondly, Yuluen has the horn, not us. In the end, Meg also had a dragon and it was the most powerful Balerion, but he was also betrayed by everyone because he burned the great cathedral. Yuluen is in the Red Keep, Cersei said in a low voice. Yuluen is in the Red Keep. You can control him or kill him, force the Ironborn to swear allegiance to the Iron Throne, and then take away his horn. Sigh. Kevin facepalmed. He almost cried at his niece's stupidity. I swore, sacred oath, I entertained him, guess right. Not only me but Prime Minister Tyrell and Count Tully also swore to ensure his safety. Anyway, we are not the only ones who have violated the oath and guessed right. Everyone is used to it, Cersei mumbled. Gah, Sir Kevin almost fainted. This niece must be packed up and sent away as soon as possible. Let her go to the Iron Islands to harm time in. We can solve the problem peacefully through marriage. Why throw away our honor and bear the sin of being spat on by thousands? Furthermore, the dragon's horn is not with him. It is in the custody of his younger brother, Victarion. Yuluen met with an accident in the Red Keep. Victarion will take revenge on us even more crazily. Seeing that his niece was silent, Sir Kevin sighed and said earnestly, there is also the Northern Territory. Roose Bolton must return immediately. I thought that Stannis was no longer a threat, but he turned the tables and gained the allegiance of the clans and some of the nobles in the Northern Territory. He is now heading south to Deepwood Castle. If he can take down Winterfell and raise the banner of revenge for Stark, the Northern Territory might really fall into his control. That's right, something happened in the valley. Littlefinger rejected the finance minister's invitation, and Seagull Town, a port city in the valley, like White Harbor in the Northern Territory, provided a lot of help to the grain transport fleet in Setaga. Cersei, the enemy is getting stronger. We don't have the strength or time to waste. Cersei stared at Kevin's melancholy eyes and sighed. Uncle, you will regret this. The next day at the Regents' Council meeting, Kevin solemnly announced the marriage between his niece and Duke Yuluen. Cersei Lannister will be engaged to the King of the Iron Islands, Yuluen Greyjoy, after completing the trial of the King of the Iron Islands. With the King's Landing's Red Keep as the center, this news quickly spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Even Governor Pentos, who had quietly arrived at the Red Keep, was shocked. I just arrived at the King's Landing and I'm already hearing this news. Kevin Lannister is really something. Walking in the dark and narrow tunnels of the Red Keep, Illyrio sighed. The marriage between Cersei and Yuluen had been planned for a long time, but he had always thought that with Cersei's personality, she would definitely not be manipulated by Kevin. After all, Kevin was not Tywin. I have never underestimated Sir Kevin. Varys, who was holding a torch, had a calm expression. What are your plans? The fat governor asked. Even if I have a plan, what's the use without that person's cooperation? Varys said helplessly. Sigh. Hearing this, Illyrio sighed and smiled bitterly. I'm looking for you this time because of Dany Rise. I heard that the Dragon Queen has concocted a cure for the grayscale disease, and the epidemic at Slaver's Bay has officially ended. I'm very worried. Could it be that in order to calm the people she killed all the infected and purposely? It does sound unbelievable, but I just received news that the people from the Iron Treasury went to Astapor. They confirmed that the epidemic at Slaver's Bay has ended. Don't worry, the representative from the Iron Treasury even met Prince Aegon at the banquet. He is very well and healthy and the Queen treated him well. She acknowledged his identity. Not only did the people at Slaver's Bay know, she also introduced Prince Aegon to foreign guests, such as Teichu of the Iron Treasury. Varys consoled. Illyrio heaved a sigh of relief, and his expression softened. He asked, why did she reject the marriage with Aegon? We miscalculated. After entering the spacious dragon cave, Varys stopped and fixed the torch in Balerion's nostrils. Then the two of them found a place to sit down. I can't understand Dany Rise's thoughts. When we first took down Astapor, she sent you a letter asking about the prophecy of, the dragon has 3 heads, and was planning to find a dragon knight. Of course, we didn't think highly of her at that time and thought that she would be chased away by the Guy's alliance. That's why we didn't reply and didn't tell her about Prince Aegon. We were prepared to wait and see. But the result was unexpected. Like the young wolf master, she showed the demeanor of a peerless general on the battlefield. Actually, knowledge was knowledge. It needed to be learned and accumulated. In terms of tactics, Dany and Robb were far inferior to famous generals, such as Tywin and Randall Tarley. But the two of them were pay-to-win players. Robb had the dire wolf and Dany had the dragon. Even worse, the two of them had famous generals assisting them. Robb had Blind and Tully and Dany had Barristan. Sigh, we should have communicated with her more, Illyrio said regretfully. The 8-clawed spider Varys nodded silently. When the Guy's alliance was swept away by Dany, they didn't inform her when they arranged for Aegon to go to Slaver's Bay. They thought that the Dragon Queen would listen to them, marry Aegon, ride a dragon back to conquer the Westeros. In the end, the Dragon Queen treated the two of them like air. Dany had sent Illyrio a note of apology for taking possession of the 3 great galleys Grollet had brought, the 3 laden merchant ships Illyrio had arranged to fetch Dany from Kilth. She had never given them a second thought. It could be said that from beginning to end, Illyrio and Varys' plan had always been their plan. The others, even the Targaryen people, were kept in the dark and were their pawns. As for Dany, she didn't treat them as her own people. If she had any ideas, she never informed them. The two of them also never wrote to her. Both sides had big ideas and did their own things. Naturally, Varys' originally meticulous plan became a mess. Dany was fine. She never trusted the two of them and didn't expect any help from them. But in Varys and Illyrio's plan, the Dragon Queen was a very, very, very important part. The Dragon Queen could overturn the chessboard with a casual move. But Varys and Illyrio still only acted according to their own ideas. Perhaps they thought that they could use the world as a chessboard and all life as pawns? In the vast and deep dragon cave, only the crackling of sparks from the torches could be heard. The 2 fat men looked at each other speechlessly. Suddenly Varys rubbed his face and said, "At first we sold Dany and Lys to the Horse King, thinking that Viserys could lead Drogo's roaring warriors to pave the way for Aegon. In the Westeros, the rebellion of the 4 kings broke out. In the Dothraki Sea, Viserys and the Horse King died one after another. The plan was completely messed up. After that, we sent Aegon to Slaver's Bay, thinking that Dany and Lys would marry him and repeat the path of Aegon the Conqueror. In the end, while Aegon was still on the road, she rode a dragon to the Westeros and swore an oath to end the long night as king. The plan couldn't keep up with the changes again. Fate didn't favor us. Dany and Lys were also a headache. In the end, a true dragon is a true dragon. It has its own will and is not bound or manipulated. We misjudged that girl. It wasn't a misjudgment. We just never considered her own thoughts." Illyrio smiled bitterly. "We didn't care if she liked the Horse King or not. We didn't care if she could adapt to the life of a centaur. We still didn't care if she could survive the Horse King's death. We still didn't care if she was willing to return to the Westeros. We still didn't care if she was willing to marry Aegon and help him take back the Iron Throne. We couldn't continue to care if we wanted to, but we couldn't." Varys said, "Although the plan kept getting messed up, overall, Prince Aegon's situation is not bad. Dany and Lys have acknowledged his identity and are even helping him tame his dragon." Illyrio's fat face trembled and he asked nervously, "Did Aegon become a dragon knight?" Varys shook his head and said, "Although Dany and Lys didn't marry him, they really treated him like family. She was especially good to him and even let him choose the dragon he liked. Then Aegon chose the black dragon. You know, black dragons have intelligence and can speak. They are definitely harder to tame." Illyrio's eyes flashed and he grumbled in a low voice, "He should have chosen the little dragon. That child has a temper." Scholar Yimont had originally arranged for him to cultivate feelings with the newly born red dragon. Unfortunately, he couldn't wait. Varys sighed. If Dany were here and heard this, she would be very surprised. Because of such details, even many of the higher-ups in Astapor did not know. "You came to find me this time because of the Golden Group?" the fat eunuch asked. "Yes, the Golden Group's employment contract with Mill has expired. They asked me about my future plans." Chapter 5:11. Mercenaries had always been known to be capricious and untrustworthy, but the Golden Band was almost a clean stream of mercenaries. Their reputation was terrifyingly good. Their motto was, "Words are like gold." Ever since the Golden Band was established, they had never broken a contract. In recent years the Golden Band had been serving Mir, and the contract was signed once a year. The date of the next contract signing was approaching. The current leader of the Golden Mercenary Group, Homeless Harry, was somewhat confused by the unpredictable situation. He was not sure if he should sign another contract with Mir. Because according to the agreement, the Dragon Queen should have married Prince Aegon by now and ridden to Pentos. She would be defeated by the alliance, Illyrio's analysis. So, Harry wrote to Governor Pentos and asked the fat man to give him the answer as soon as possible. "Let's sign it. When the country is successfully restored, all the commanders will be able to take back their former titles and lands. There is no need for the Golden Band to exist. Breaking the contract once is no big deal." Varys frowned. They are also annoyed by the repeated changes in the plan. Illyrio smiled bitterly. In the original plan, Dany Lys would marry the Horse King, and Viserys would soon lead the Centaurs to invade the Westeros. At that time, Varys would reveal to Robert that Cersei and Jaime were having an affair, causing the lions and stags to fall into civil strife. When the Seven Kingdoms fell into chaos, second brother Way would not be taken away by the Westeros Knights. When Way-Urge and Robert fought until both sides were injured, Way-Urge was defeated and killed, and Robert was severely injured, Aegon the Son of Heaven would make his grand entrance. As for Dany in the Sea of Grasses, sorry, but her value was in exchange for the Horse King's roaring warriors. Her historical mission had been completed, and no one cared about her future. The two fat men did not even consider marrying her to Aegon to improve the bloodline of the dragon family, because Aegon needed a better marriage partner, and the Dothraki sees Dosh Colleen was worthless. Yes, Varys knew about the contract between William Darry and the Sea King, Princess Dorne married to second brother Way, but Prince Dothraki, who drafted the contract, did not know that they knew. The two fat men's plan was very thorough. In the end, the Golden Band waited and waited for news of second brother Way's tragic death. For the first time, his plan was disrupted by God. Then Illyrio comforted the descendants of the exiles. "Don't worry, don't panic. Dany Lilith's junk stock has suddenly become a stock with a dragon hatched. It's about to hit its upper limit. Our chances of success are even greater." Hence, the Golden Group continued to wait. He waited for countless messages related to the Dragon Queen, but none of them had anything to do with attacking the Westeros. "Do you think Daenerys will be able to get past the alliance?" Varys asked uncertainly. In all their previous plans, they had never considered that Dragon Queen could defeat the World Alliance army. They all thought that after the Dragon Queen failed, she would give up her dream of freeing the slaves, reach an agreement with the allies, and return to the Westeros to inherit her ancestral land. She would promise never to set foot on the continent of Essos again, and she might even have to pay a dragon or two as compensation. The word world in the World Allied Forces proved that the Allied forces could not be defeated. Even Valeglia lost hundreds of thousands of people to conquer the world and took 4,000 years. How many dragons did Valeglia have, and how many did Dragon Queen have? To be honest, if not for this transmigrator Dany, even if the conqueror Aegon was reborn, he would have fallen to the Alliance army. The difference in strength was too great, but dragons were not invincible. "I thought she couldn't before, but now I'm not so sure," Illyrio said with a frown. "If she can defeat the Alliance army and conquer the western continent of Essos, then, will Aegon return to the Westeros or become the Emperor of the world?" The fat governor's eyes began to shine with a strange light. Varys' oily fat face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. He emphasized coldly, "Aegon belongs to the Westeros. We can't ask for more. He's the best." The fat on Illyrio's face jiggled a few times. He looked at his companion with a gaze as firm as a rock. "He doesn't have the ability. The training we gave him only qualified him to be the king of the Seven Kingdoms." Varys placed his right hand on the fat governor's shoulder. His squinted eyes widened to the maximum, revealing his unquestionable thoughts to the person opposite him. "Old friend, don't be greedy. You can eat as much as you want. If Dany Alice can defeat the Alliance army, it only means that she has the qualifications to rule the world. I'll take out some money to help you train more little birds. You can try." Illyrio's face had a hint of pleading. "Who do you think Daenerys is? Or is she that poor little girl who lives in your house? Wake up." The little bird could deal with many people, including Prince Regent Kevin, but he could not hurt her at all. No matter how strong little birds are, they can't compare to Faceless. Varys roared angrily. Illyrio looked at the burning eyes for a moment. Finally, he turned his head and shrugged as if compromising. All right, there's still no sign of the king of the world. It's too early to talk about this. Tell me, what should we do next? Should we contact Dany Alice? This time we'll follow her closely. She says to guard against the long night, so we'll prepare for the long night. She says to fight deviants, so we'll fight deviants. She says to not start a war in winter, so we'll rest and watch the Lannister family's drama. When summer comes and she thinks it's time to seize the Iron Throne for her nephew, then we'll start the next step of the plan. This won't be bad for Prince Aegon. He's young and can wait. Besides, his bloodline. Varys hesitated. He needs more time to tame the dragon. You've given up all the initiative? Illyrio frowned. Varys said seriously, whoever is stronger will control the game. Before, we were stronger than the little girl so we could manipulate her life. Now, that girl is strong enough to shake the world. We can only cooperate with her. All right, I'll tell Harry to continue signing the contract with Myr. Illyrio said helplessly. The Gulf of Sorrows. 500 kilometers south of Liberty Island, only 300 kilometers away from New Gith. In the morning, the smiling face of the sun was half hidden by marshmallow-like clouds. 100 ships meandered southward. White sails, brown hulls, and blue sea. Like 100 ribbons woven from white tulips, they were sewn onto the blue tablecloth. 10 dragons flapping their wings suddenly jumped onto the blue tablecloth like 10 ants. They crawled and crawled, finally attaching themselves to the tail of the tulip ribbon. Dragon, the Megalosaurus is attacking. Woo, on the mast at the stern of the ship, the mournful cries of the lookout could be heard. Then a loud bugle horn sounded from the fleet. The flagship at the head of the fleet used flag signals to send an order to the entire fleet. Lower the sails and get into formation. In fact, there was an order that didn't need the captain to give it. Everyone did it immediately. They lifted the tarpaulin, twisted the turntable, and loaded the crossbows, aiming at the Megalosaurus in the sky. On the deck of every warship, the figures of countless sailors could be seen bustling about. The sails were lowered, but the ships didn't stop. The oarsmen took their positions and forcefully paddled the oars to keep the ships in motion. It was difficult for a moving ship to be hit by a vertically falling kerosene bomb. 4 ships formed a group, forming a loose diamond-shaped formation. Yo-ho, yo-ho, the oarsmen shouted the same tune in the same drum, trying to maintain the same speed as they sailed forward. Blackie's voice rumbled over the noise on the deck. Tauros was captured by the Great Mother of Dragons 5 days ago. Illyria was burned to ruins a day ago. The Allies have no supplies and are doomed to be defeated. Crew of the First Fleet, you have no hope. You will lose without a doubt. Surrender. Well, it was already the 5th day since Dany captured Tauros. A day ago, 1,500 ships loaded with captives and looted supplies passed Nanan town. Dany's task of covering the rear was basically completed. Before leaving Tauros, she took Garth's fleet and several dragons to drop the last 500 pounds of wildfire and about 10 tons of kerosene to Illyria Pier 50 kilometers away. Illyria was a small island that was 10 kilometers long and 3 kilometers wide. There was only one small pier on the island. After Dany's torment, it almost completely lost its ability to transport goods. She didn't arrange for anyone to seize the island, not because she sensed any danger. It was because Illyria was too small and had little value. It wasn't worth investing time and manpower to conquer. Just after leaving Tauros, Dany caught up with the Big Crab's fleet. After capturing Tauros, the Big Crab left first and went south to catch up with the First Fleet of the Allied Army. At this time, the First Fleet of the Allied Army was only 300 kilometers away from New Gith. But Dany didn't attack immediately. The Big Crab's 30 ships were still 100 kilometers away. She now only had 4 Megalosaurus and 6 pterosaurs. She couldn't take down 100 ships. You have no reinforcements. There is no hope. Without Tauros, the food transfer center, the Allied army will collapse due to lack of food. The Allied army will lose. Surrender and you will be spared. Blackie's words were still very useful. Although no one surrendered, the crew on the ship was shocked by the news he brought. The high-ranking officers had already known about the battle at Tauros through the messenger crows, but the ordinary soldiers were naturally kept in the dark. The rowers panicked and whispered to each other. The already slow speed of the ship was further reduced. Woo! Suddenly the flagship's horn sounded. After attracting the attention of all the warship's lookouts, The chess player on the mast sent a message to the fleet. Don't panic. The enemy has no fleet to follow. The Megalosaurus has no kerosene ammunition, so they are harmless to us. Idiot. Aren't you forcing me to kill you first? Danny complained. Idiots, you have activated the Mother of Dragons' Wrath of the Sleeping Dragon. Blackie roared at the right time. Squeak, Whitey left the team and accelerated forward. The great bullets in its claws were thrown out. It was like a flying hen clucking and laying eggs in the air. Thump, 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 boom. More than 10 splashes appeared on the surface of the sea. Red flames rose 4 to 5 meters high from the deck of a brown ship. In only 3 minutes, it was extinguished by more than 10 sailors with seawater and sand. The hit rate of the bullets is really low when moving. Danny muttered and didn't care. She only urged Blackie to speed up. While increasing the altitude, she followed Whitey closely. Chapter 5:12. Little White dove into the sea like a flying fish and landed 1 kilometer in front of the fleet. Under the sunlight, the water droplets reflected a brilliant light. Quick, set up the net. Without needing the captain's reminder, the first mate immediately shouted at the sailors. After the Bravos incident, the Alliance Army had done a lot of drills to deal with the diving Megalosaurus. At this moment, the sailors did not panic. They quickly cut the ropes and the fishing nets tied to the side of the ship fell into the sea. It was as if they had put on a knee-length fishing net skirt for the ship. There were also many sailors holding a stack of fishing nets and guarding the side of the ship. They opened their eyes wide and stared at the rippling waves on the sea. Be careful, the demonic dragon is attacking. In the middle of the port side, an observer suddenly shouted. At the same time, he threw the fishing net in his hand at the black shadow. Yes, on a clear morning, the crew on the ship could see Little White swimming under the sea. This was because the dragon flames only had a range of 7 to 8 meters underwater. During World War I and World War II, there were even special observers who used their eyes to look for torpedoes. In the sea a few meters deep, even torpedoes could be seen. Little White's body was so big that it could be seen swimming 5 to 6 meters under the sea. Slash! The sharp blades on Little White's wings rubbed against the fishing net fiercely as if it was tearing a piece of cloth. Danny, who was in her second-level dragon spirit state, knew that although Little White easily broke free from the fishing net, there were still a lot of net lines around its neck and chest. There were even a few steel wires. Little White's movements were a little sluggish. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the crossbows and archers on the side of the ship shot at the black shadow together. However, the arrows lost a lot of kinetic energy after entering the water. No matter how sharp the arrows were, they could not pierce through Little White's scales. Boom. After breaking through 2 layers of fishing nets, Little White drilled into the bottom of the ship and leaned back. The dragon flames shot out and the sea water boiled. The wooden boards at the bottom of the ship were as brittle as biscuits. Boom boom boom. The flagship exploded into 2 under the dragon flames that were like the fire god's sword. Wood pieces flew everywhere, the crew shouted, smoke billowed and waves surged. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, even though the flagship was burned in half by the dragon flames, the other 3 warships in the diamond formation were not scared silly. They did not stop casting fishing nets into the sea. Then, under the layers of fishing nets, Little White was actually entangled. Awkward. Deep dive, I'll help you. Danny told Little White. At the same time, half of the 6 pterosaurs flew above the 3 warships and began to dive down to throw great bombs filled with kerosene. Because they had to use the fishing net to catch Little White, the warship's speed was reduced to almost 0. Boom boom boom, orange-red fire trees with black smoke were planted on the deck, on the bridge, on the crossbows and even on the sailors. Whitey was like a beggar wrapped in 10 tattered bedsheets as it leaped out of the ship from a kilometer away. Dan Shinzi's sword wings seemed to have failed. Boom, the great black dragon flames spewed out, and under Danny's control, it turned into a light red cloud of fire, enveloping Little White within. Beep beep beep. The fishing net hanging on its body quickly burned and fell off. Little White, who was relaxed, raised its head and let out a long howl. There was an indescribable carefree and anger in its howl. I want to burn them to death. In the dragon spirit state, Little White sent a mental wave to Danny. Wait for the second bird to take the lead. Danny comforted it, and once again combined with Blackie to become the Holy Megalosaurus. It circled above the 4 burning ships and roared angrily at the ships below. This is the result of resisting the true dragon. Your captain is dead, surrender immediately. Woo woo, in the fleet, a ship called Sea Wolf sounded the horn again, and there was also flag language. Calm down, don't panic, Sea Wolf is the new flagship. There was also a crew member who shouted, the pterosaurs can't spit fire, and they are no longer lethal after throwing kerosene bombs. Danny couldn't keep her face straight. Little White sensed its mother's emotions and immediately, wait. Danny called Little White to stop with a serious expression. This was because the Sea Wolf was not the head of the fleet, nor was it the tail of the fleet. Other than the other 3 ships in the rhombus formation, there were many other rhombus formations around it, and the small rhombus formations combined to form a large rhombus. In other words, after Little White swooped down, it was no longer facing the fishing nets of the 4 ships. The large rhombus formation and the dozen or so ships nearby all covered the new flagship. This was a trap. Or rather, this was the plan that the Alliance had discussed long ago. Of course, I have to nibble from the side bit by bit. Danny sneered. Little White swooped down again, but its target was not the Sea Wolf, but the ship at the edge of the front. Moreover, this time there were no pterosaurs throwing bombs. Little White broke through 2 or 3 layers of fishing nets, and after burning the ship, it immediately fled far away. It jumped out of the sea and let Danny help it clean the fishing net wrapped around its body. Then, it attacked the rhombus formation that had lost a corner and bit off the second corner. This time there were fewer fishing nets on its body. However, Little White did not have the chance to burn the remaining 2 ships. From the time it fell into the water to returning to Danny's side and burning the fishing net on its body, it took a quarter of an hour. It was enough for the remaining 2 ships to get close to the other rhombus formation. Thus, Little White could only look for its next target. Boom crack, balls of smoke rose and ships broke in the dragon flames. Some sank to the bottom of the sea, while others became torches floating on the surface of the sea. A few smokers seemed to have thrown more than a dozen cigarette butts on the exquisite tablecloth that was inlaid with tulip ribbons. Woo woo, from 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., after losing 15 ships in more than 4 hours, the new flagship, the Sea Wolf, sounded the horn again. Formation. The remaining 85 ships did not give up the rhombus formation of 4 ships, but the small rhombus formations were close together and connected into a grid. The previous rhombus formation was very scattered, but now it was as compact as a net. When Little White attacked any ship at the edge, it would face the attacks of at least 5 or 6 ships. However, although the defensive effect of this formation was good, it also greatly reduced the speed, which was equivalent to hovering on the surface of the sea. Danny smiled coldly. Big Black, Little Green, Little Gold, and the other 3 pterodactyls scattered the grape shot. Boom 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 boom. Another 10 ships caught fire. 3 of them were on fire and could not be saved. The rest were covered in black smoke and a large part of the deck collapsed. There was even a ship whose mast was burned off, and it completely lost the chance to return to the new guy's port. What should we do now? Captain Elios, who was hiding on an ordinary warship, stared at the black dragon in the sky with bloodshot eyes. His heart was filled with hesitation and fear. He had never thought that a mere white dragon could force the most elite first fleet of the Alliance into a dead end. The fishing net tactic could effectively defend against the mouth-stealing dragon in the sea. The Dragon Slayer crossbow prevented the Megalosaurus from diving down and spitting fire. The moving ships had a high chance of avoiding the kerosene bombs falling from the sky. Logically speaking, the fleet should not be in danger since the sea and air were defended. However, the above 3 defenses could not be combined into one. If they wanted to fire the kerosene bombs, they had to accelerate. However, if they accelerated, they would not be able to form a tight formation. Without a tight formation, the Dragon Slayer crossbow, which was difficult to turn and slow to reload, would be much weaker. If a ship did not have the protection of other ships, the Megalosaurus could even stare at the crossbow on the deck and dodge the arrows like how Neo dodged bullets. However, stopping on the surface of the sea and forming a tight formation was not enough. Elios was 100% sure that Dragon Queen's fleet was quickly approaching. With the kerosene bombs transported by the fleet, the 6 pterosaurs could casually lay grape eggs. If they were to engage in a boarding battle with Dragon Queen's fleet, their sailors would be fighting for their lives while the other Megalosaurus would be able to dive to the bottom of the sea and burn the ships without any danger. Sigh, if only there was a fleet lying in ambush outside the Megalosaurus vision. Elios sighed. Actually, It was not that the alliance did not foresee this awkward situation. They even came up with a solution. The two fleets would be 50 kilometers apart and move side by side. Fleet A was targeted by Dragon Queen and immediately used a messenger crow to inform Fleet B. Fleet A would take the brunt of the attack while Fleet B would insert itself between Fleet A and the Mother of Dragons fleet or set up an ambush. While Fleet A was holding back the Megalosaurus, Fleet B would use a proper naval battle to forcefully devour the Dragon Queen's navy. The First Fleet had retreated from Tauros to carry out this plan. When Dragon Queen attacked New Jianghu port, the First Fleet, which was floating in the open sea, would attack the Queen's fleet. This way, even if they could not kill the Megalosaurus, they would be able to seize control of the sea. The alliance was strong and had a loss ratio of 2-1 or even 3-1. Even if it was a loss ratio of 10-1, the alliance could still tolerate it. But now, because Tauros had fallen, the alliance naturally thought, as expected, we were tricked again. Dragon Queen created a diversion to lure out the First Fleet and easily took over Tauros, which had lost its naval power. War God Yuan Kai's language. Hence, the First Fleet, which was hiding in the west of the Bay of Sorrows, gave up on the ambush plan and returned to New Jianghu immediately. In the end, they met the Dragon Queen at their doorstep, New Jianghu, a conference room converted from an ordinary house. The leaders of the alliance sat around a round table and passed a letter to each other. After reading it, some were dejected, some were anxious, some were terrified, some were gritting their teeth. This was a letter from the First Fleet. The moment he saw the dragons, the captain, Alios, sent a messenger crow to New Jianghu. After a long while, War God Yuan Kai said, I have said many times, don't play tricks with the Dragon Queen. Building a solid base and fighting a stupid battle is the way to go. At this moment, even the most radical Prince Rish Treg was somewhat convinced by the War God. He looked at the War God respectfully and asked, what do we do now? Should we save the First Fleet? Before Grazdan could reply, Zero yelled, 300 kilometers. How do we save them? Zero was the commander of the Third Fleet. He cared more about this than Cavalry Commander Grazdan because if they were to save the First Fleet, he would be the one to attack the Mother of Dragons. Grazdan thought for a moment and said, tell Elios to act according to the situation. If they meet Danny Alice's fleet before nightfall, they will engage in a chaotic battle. Don't worry about losses. Try to kill as many enemies as possible. If the enemy ships still don't appear after nightfall, break up the formation and use the cover of the night to break out of the encirclement. At this point, War God let out a low chuckle. Actually, this is also an opportunity. The Dragon Queen's fleet traveled more than 1,000 kilometers for the First Fleet, right? You're saying that she's going to attack New Jianghu? Then should we retreat? Without the First Fleet, we won't be able to defend the port. The representative of Ko Chang Island said in shock. No, we have to teach the Dragon Queen a lesson in blood. We have to let her know that she can't be too greedy. The War God smiled confidently. Chapter 513. I've always advocated the strategy of building a strong fortress and fighting a dumb battle, but that doesn't mean that we don't need brains and it doesn't mean that we don't fight back. My core idea is to defend and counterattack wisely, Grazdan said firmly. All the big shots' attention was attracted, and they cast curious and expectant gazes toward the War God who had suddenly shown off his abilities. Tyroxidai looked at the War God with admiration. He asked softly, how do we defend and counterattack? Dragon Queen's fleet is 300 kilometers away. Without a doubt, after taking down Tauros and burning Illyria, she's ambitious and wants to attack New Guys. Since that's the case, we'll continue with our previous plan. Send a fleet to ambush Dragon Queen's fleet. She came here in a hurry, so she definitely didn't bring too many warships. At the same time, send a letter to Mat Eris and ask them to cooperate with us. While Dragon Queen is pinned down near New Guys, arrange for pterosaurs to attack Astapor's factory, Kayuan's wheat fields and Mirene's labor camp. Burn down the factories and wheat fields, liberate the hundreds of thousands of Guys heroes in the labor camp. I want the demon Mother of Dragons' backyard to be on fire. I want her years of hard work to go to waste. The War God's expression was fanatical. He was dancing with joy. He didn't look cold and lifeless at all when he was talking about building a strong fortress and fighting a dumb battle. Chui Gu slapped his thigh and said, right, I almost forgot. The survivors of Valeglia still have pterosaurs. Damn it, subduing pterosaurs is such a big thing. Why didn't they inform us? If Matt Eris is willing to cooperate with us, General Graziden's plan might work, Zero said happily. If we succeed, Danny Rise will probably go crazy, the representative of Kochang Island said excitedly. Haha, that's exactly what I want. If we want to destroy her, we must make her crazy first. Graziden laughed. Everyone agreed on the plan and immediately sent a letter to the First Fleet and Matt Eris. After the letter was sent, the meeting didn't end. However, when the pterosaurs were mentioned, everyone's expression changed. After a while, Chuegu asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. Can you ask Matt Eris to share a few pterosaurs with us? That's right. Matt Eris is also a member of the Alliance. Taming a dragon behind our backs is too much. Zero immediately nodded in agreement. The representative of Kochang Island said resentfully, did those Valeglia survivors forget who supplied them with food? There were dozens of city-states in the Jade Sea, countless islands in the Summer Sea, Queers, New Jas Reese. More than 100 countries contributed their own food and transported it to Matt Eris through Toros. Since they had joined the big family of the Alliance Army, they should share the benefits and responsibilities. We, Kochang Island, have provided you with money, soldiers and food. Is it too much to ask for a few pterosaurs? Pterosaurs aren't megalosaurus. You can have as many as you want in the Sosros rainforest. Graziden turned to the pirate king of the Snake Lizard Archipelago and asked, can you go to the rainforest and find a nest of pterosaurs? The Serpentine Isles were on the edge of the Sosros continent. We wouldn't dare to enter the rainforest. A muscular black man with colorful braids had a look of fear in his eyes. He smiled bitterly and said, even the islands are full of miasma and plagues every year. Wouldn't it be suicide to enter the rainforest of the continent? Graziden sighed when he thought of Aizen, who was one of the two heroes of Yuan Kai. He changed the topic and asked, what did the venerable dragon say? It's been almost a year. There are more than 500 people in 7 or 8 families. Why haven't they hatched the dragon eggs? The governor of New Jas replied, the venerable dragon thinks their bloodlines aren't pure enough. The Dragon Queen's 5th dragon has already hatched, but we haven't even seen a single scale. What? Is that venerable dragon really not a liar? Zero asked doubtfully. The golden dragon that originally belonged to Great Sage Mourinho can almost carry people. You still doubt the venerable Dragon Queen? Zanetti said unhappily. Zanetti was the one who had provided Mourinho with the dragon eggs. He was also the venerable Dragon Queen's sponsor and guarantor. After that, he was also the one who suggested that the venerable Dragon Queen stay and hatch the dragons for New Jas. He was in charge of the entire project, so he naturally couldn't deny the venerable Dragon Queen. Disregarding everything else, just the debt of the 500 people who were burned to death, who would pay for it? In that case, tell us, which relative of Danny Lilith sacrificed for the 5th red dragon? In fact, not only did she not lose any relatives, she even gained a great-grandfather and a great-nephew. Zero questioned loudly. Everyone was silent. They didn't know what to say and felt uncomfortable. Because she sacrificed someone else's relative. It's like how the venerable dragon sacrificed Mourinho's relative and not her own. The demon mother of dragons knows magic, everyone knows that. She must have sacrificed hundreds of noble people in Volantis and Lizzie just like the venerable Dragon Queen. Zanetti didn't hesitate to tell them the explanation the venerable Dragon Queen had given him. It didn't matter if others believed it or not, he had to believe it. The war god's eyes flashed and he said eerily, speaking of Yimant and Aegon, what do you think? Without any hesitation, as if they had discussed it beforehand, almost everyone had the same ferocious expression and said hatefully at the same time, we should give her a bloody retribution. The war god laughed in a low voice. Thank the gods, the wise, mighty and invincible Dragon Queen has finally shown a flaw. An old sage who escaped from Yuan Kai licked his lips and said with a cold smile, yes, we desire revenge, but she has always been alone. Sometimes I think how good it would be if her second brother, her son, didn't die. If her son didn't die, we would have sent the regretful guest to Slaver's Bay. Zero sighed. How could it be your regretful guest? Our Bloodthorn Alliance, in the southern part of the Jade Sea doesn't know how to disguise themselves, but their assassination skills are even better than the Faceless. Many of our assassins are even proficient in witchcraft. If she dares to free the slaves, countless slave hunters will pay the Bloodthorn to kill her, son. The representative of Kochang Island said bluntly. Assassination is risky. Our Reese's poison is world famous. It's too easy to kill a child. Prince Reese's Chuegu said. If her son didn't die, I would disguise myself as a merchant and sneak into Astapor. I would kidnap the boy while she was riding a dragon and roaming the Westeros. Why would I need to use assassins and poison? Asking assassins to assassinate is not as satisfying as taking revenge with your own hands. The Pirate King grinned. There are so many Unsullied in Astapor. You want to kidnap her son? Dream on, even a blue-lipped wizard is more reliable than you. Zero said sarcastically. Hey, stop arguing. If her son didn't die, Braavosi would have sent the Faceless to kill him. The representative of Tarosai sneered. Those Braavosi hypocrites, using the name of the regretful guests to fool us. If the Mother of Dragons didn't tell us, we would still be in the dark. If you oppose her, why don't you join our alliance? Cowering and hiding, you'll only make the heroes of the world laugh at you. Zero said disdainfully. Unfortunately, she doesn't have a son. Fortunately, her nephew didn't die. Don't worry about that, Yamat. He's too old and the difference in seniority is too great. She won't feel much if he dies. Aegon is her brother's only son. Taking his life will take away half of her life. War God said coldly. Then should we send someone to infiltrate or hire an assassin? Bloodthorn, regretful guests, sorcerers, poison masters, or faceless? Zanetti asked. War God thought carefully for a moment and suggested, let's pool our money. Pay as much as you hate that woman. We'll hire as many people as we can. With that, he waved his hand and heroically said, I can't wait to eat her flesh and her blood, but her swordsmanship is brilliant, her magic is super strong, even faceless one can't do anything to her. So, I'll use half of my fortune to buy her nephew's life. As long as I can make her suffer, it's worth 3 million gold coins. I represent queers. For million. Zero said with a twisted face. 1 million. 2 million from Ko Chang. In the end, a navy commander from Toros said with a ferocious face, my family was destroyed and I only have 500,000. Take it all out. No, I still need to borrow one. 5 million from the Iron Treasury. I want her dead. It's hard. I can only vent my anger on her nephew. His name was Perlo Valoris, and he was the younger brother of the winged dragon knight, Piero. Dragon Queen had always been cruel to her enemies. That day when she predicted the winged dragon's attack, she and her people went into hiding. Instead, she left the Valoris and Terrylease families in the mayor's mansion. In the end, under the leadership of Piero himself, the first wave of fire oil attack by 30 winged dragons fell on the mayor's mansion and destroyed his family and his father-in-law's family. So, Perlo's hatred for Aegon was bone deep. I hate the house and its crow. After calculating, everyone was surprised and relieved to find that the amount of money they had was too much. It was more than 20 million gold coins, enough to order from all the famous assassin organizations in the world. Send out invitations, use up all the money and swear to kill Aegon Targaryen. Grazadin decided. Swear to kill Aegon Targaryen. Everyone answered in unison. In this hidden meeting room, such a scene appeared as if Aegon was a demon with ambitions to dominate the martial arts world. The heroes of the martial arts world could only hide in the dark, behead chickens, burn incense, drink blood wine, smash porcelain bowls, and swear to the heavens that they would get rid of evil for the people and seek justice for the countless heroes who died tragically. Achoo achoo, the night wind was slightly cold. Aegon pulled his collar and rubbed his nose tiredly. He sighed. Big Black, you are intelligent and understand the human language. After telling you so much, you should understand my situation, right? The Battle of the Bay of Sorrows had ended. At around 5 in the afternoon, Garth's paddling boat finally arrived at the battlefield. The ship transporting the kerosene tanks was maintained 2 kilometers away from the First Fleet. Little Gold, Little Green, and the 6 pterosaurs led by Tyrion took the kerosene bombs from the ship. If an enemy ship dared to leave the main group and attack the tanker, Little White would immediately dive to the bottom of the sea and destroy it. Helpless, the First Fleet's captain announced that they would give up on the formation. They still formed a group of 4 warships and charged toward the 30 ships at Slave Bay. It was a super huge naval battle, a huge chaotic battle. After the sun set, the dark surface of the sea was covered with a layer of burning wooden wreckage that was as dense as stars. Dany was naturally victorious. She had lost 2 ships and destroyed 60 of the enemy's ships. She had captured 21 ships, and only about 4 ships had managed to escape under the cover of the night. Just the captives from the sea alone were more than 8,000 people. Among them was the fleet commander, the governor of Volantis, Alios. Leaving White Knight to reorganize the fleet, Dany rode her dragon back to Astapor at 3 or 4 in the morning. Then Aegon began his daily dragon-taming work, talk to Big Black. Chapter 5:14. Compared to Aunt Dany, my charisma is much weaker. Grey Iron Garth Eris Sitiga, my godfather John Clinton, Duck, and even my cousin Quentin worship her and are willing to die for her cause and ideals. But I can't even gain their trust. Tyrion asked me to rope in Dwayne, but he still has doubts about my identity. Aunt Dany is very good to me and even planned to arrange for me to be the sheriff of Meereen to train my military and civil skills. I also want to try, but there are no dragons in Meereen, know you? Even Tyrion has Tessa. My godfather is also praying in the Holy Church. After a few days he will complete his baptism and be anointed with holy oil again and become the second Holy Knight. They all have dragons and pterosaurs, but I... Big Black, are you asleep? Alright, I should go to sleep too. Aegon talked endlessly, treating Big Black as the trash can of his soul. The troubles of growing up as a teenager, the fear and anticipation of the uncertain future, the dejection caused by the shadow of the grayscale disease in front of women, the trouble in dealing with interpersonal relationships. He told Big Black everything in the dead of night. After hearing about his misfortune, even Dany had some sympathy for him. Hiss, in the south, the pterosaur's cry came from the distant horizon. Aegon, who was about to stand up and return to his room to sleep, stopped in his tracks and looked up. The night sky seemed to be filled with lead ingots and a deep black cloud drilled out. The black cloud hovered in the sky, fanning out gusts of crackling wind. Big Black opened its blood-like eyes, with a human-like indifferent expression, looked at the sky, then closed its eyes and went back to sleep, the 9-colored vortex spinning in its mind. Whoosh whoosh. The black cloud in the sky seemed to have received some kind of authorization, slowly landing on the wall opposite Big Black. Its movements were light, without a cry or intense flapping of its wings. It gave Aegon a feeling that it was very cautious and careful. He knew that it was not an illusion. The pterosaur was afraid of Big Black. Oh, you're finally back. Tyrion's tired voice came from behind the pterosaur. Is it very tiring to ride a dragon? Aegon's mouth tasted sour. Ah. Tyrion, who was unbuckling the buckle of the dragon's saddle, was startled. He did not expect someone to still be awake at this late hour. But after a moment he recognized the owner of the voice and immediately understood. Aegon is here to train the dragon again. Well, he had seen similar scenes many times. Almost everyone knew that he was diligently taming the dragon every night. At first she thought his behavior was strange, but after seeing more of him she slowly got used to it. Your Highness, it's already so late. Why haven't you slept yet? Tyrion slid down Tessa's wide wings like he was on a slide until he reached the grass in the garden. After a casual greeting he explained, it's not tiring to ride a dragon, but I've been flying for too long today. I set off at 2 in the morning and caught up with the first fleet at 10 in the morning. I fought until the sky turned dark around 7 and then I flew back until now. For the whole day today I ate, drank, peed, pooped and slept on Tessa's back. I can only say that war is tiring. My aunt came back a long time ago, Aegon said. Tyrion took off his flying helmet, shrugged and said matter-of-factly, the pterosaur's speed is between 120 and 180 kilometers per hour. The megalosaurus speed is generally above 300 kilometers per hour. There's no comparison. Then the dwarf walked under the pterosaur and waved his hand. The pterosaur obediently stretched its head over. The dwarf rubbed his face affectionately on the pterosaur's head a few times and said, Go to the arena behind and get a cow. You've been flying for a whole day and must be hungry. Hiss. The pterosaur let out a low cry, turned around and jumped into the darkness. It's so obedient, Aegon said enviously. Yes, Tessa is very obedient. Tyrion's smiling face was 1% tired and 9% satisfied. Aegon turned his head and secretly glanced at Big Black, who had never given him any response. He sighed in his heart. When could he be so intimate with Big Black? How was the battle today? He asked. Tyrion also glanced at Big Black with a solemn expression. This dragon could control Tessa without words or roars? The queen didn't tell you? He asked. I didn't have time to ask. Tyrion sighed and said, We won a great victory. The Allied army was very tenacious, but we had more than one dragon. To be honest, the Allied army's first fleet was stronger than the Royal Navy during Robert's time. In the end, they couldn't even last a day in front of the Megalosaurus. As the two talked, they came to the public living room on the top second floor. They called an unsullied trainee who was on night duty and waited for him to bring food and wine. The two sat opposite each other, eating and talking. After listening to Tyrion's narration of the entire battle, Aegon asked enviously, "How does it feel to burn a ship while riding a dragon? Is it exciting?" "It's very satisfying. Although Tessa can't breathe fire, she's very strong. With a swing of her tail, she can split a 30-meter-long warship into two." Wood chips flew everywhere, and the enemy flew into the air with a miserable howl. "It's so exciting," Tyrion said proudly. "Sigh." Aegon suddenly sighed dejectedly and said with a dejected expression, "Hearing you say that, even I want to contract a pterosaur. Big Black is still ignoring you?" Tyrion frowned and said, "Your Highness, I'll tell you the truth. Don't be unhappy." "Say it," Aegon said gloomily. "Even if it's a Targaryen, not everyone can subdue a Megalosaurus. You know this, right?" Aegon's face was full of anger, but he quickly suppressed it. His purple eyes flashed with a cold light and said, "I'm different from them. Dragons have 3 heads. This is a prophecy." "Language is like the wind." Tyrion sighed. "Think about it yourself. Can your aunt take down the Westeros alone? Do you want 3 heads to be idle when one person can do it?" "I'm not idle," Aegon said coldly. "You're about the same as an idol now." The dwarf complained in his heart. He bit a drumstick and said vaguely, "Do as you wish. There aren't enough pterosaurs anyway." Aegon was inexplicably anxious and asked eagerly, "Why aren't there enough? Aren't there 4 more?" "Garth is the Queen's White Knight. He wanted one and the Queen agreed. You're a Mormont, who has been with Her Majesty for so many years, should have one, right? Then there's Ser Barristan Aerys Sitiga, Quentin Martell, John Bolton of Meereen, and... I almost forgot about the Queen's blood riders. Oh, the blood of my blood, can we not share one?" This. Aegon was dumbfounded. "There aren't enough." He said anxiously. "Yes, there aren't enough. That's why the Queen arranged for me to go to the Old Dragon Knows the Way. I'm afraid of death. Let's wait for Sir Clinton to complete the baptism. To be honest, I don't think he can succeed. Sosros is purgatory. And I need a pterosaur as a guarantee." Early the next morning, Dany had just walked out of her bedchamber with her sword in hand when Aegon hurried over to her and said so. "How are you going to guarantee it?" Dany frowned. "Of course I want a true dragon, but logically speaking, not all Targaryens can tame a dragon. I have to have a backup plan." Aegon said seriously. "I don't have time to raise a backup plan for you. I urgently need combat power. Why don't you continue to communicate with Blackie and wait for Tyrion to go to the rainforest to find a pterosaur nest?" Dany suggested. "He's afraid of death and doesn't want to go." "Haha, can he not die if he's afraid of death?" Dany sneered. "If he dares not go, I'll take back his Tessa. Why don't I give his Tessa to you?" This? Aegon remembered the story of Tessa that Tyrion told him that night. He hesitated and shook his head. "You can't do that. Tessa has a special meaning to him." "Then what do you want?" "There are only 6 dragons. Aerys, Quentin, Clinton, Garth, and Barristan have already been distributed. There's Quentin and Aerys, but there's no Sir Mormont." Aegon was surprised. "Not everyone can be a paladin. You have to have a devout belief in the 7 gods. Big Bear believed in the old gods before and hasn't had time to change his faith. Wait a little longer." Dany had already received the news that the Great Sparrow was really fooled by Holy Mother Dany. At this time he was gathering craftsmen to add stone dragon mounts to the 7 god statues. Even the content of the 7 Stars Bible was revised again. The Great Protector was promoted from Red Flower Double Rod to Kingsguard. Compared to the 7 gods' hand that Dany expected, it was still a little short. But it was enough. The Kingsguard could represent the king and exercise the king's rights. This bit of authority was enough for Blackie to usurp part of the 7 gods' priesthood. With the priesthood of the 7 gods and the power of faith of the 7 gods, Blackie could be considered to have succeeded in usurping the throne. He was the 7 gods. Clinton, Garth, and Barristan were all devout believers of the 7 gods, so they were also believers of Blackie. Through the line of faith, the seal of contract could be given to the 3 people. It was similar to the evil god giving back to the cult members who sacrificed themselves. "Is Tyrion very devout?" I've never seen him go to the great cathedral to pray. Aegon doubted. His devoutness is not lower than yours. Impossible. Aegon firmly refused to believe it. Dany shrugged. It's okay if you don't believe it. Aegon and Tyrion were not devout. The former was 0. For in the latter was 0. 5. They were a long way from the 1. 0 of ordinary people. Naturally, they couldn't get the seal of contract with faith. But they, Quentyn, and Aerys all had the blood of the true dragon. Whether they were devout or not was not so important. Dany didn't have time to argue with Aegon. After breakfast, she immediately rode on Blackie and took Little White and Little Green to the Old Guys 700 kilometers away in the south. Old Guys was the capital of the Giscali Empire 5,000 years ago. It was separated from Guys Island, the main island of Guys, by a strait more than 200 kilometers wide. After Valeglia destroyed the Giscali Empire, they sprinkled salt and sulfur on every inch of the capital. Since then, the prosperous Old Guys had become desolate and silent. At this time, Old Guys was still as desolate as the Gobi Desert, but the war against New Guys had brought vitality to this place. The 300-meter-tall Great Pyramid had collapsed in the dragon flames back then. In the past 5,000 years, there were only weathered boulders, weeds and vines left between the cracks. When Dany arrived, Aerys was instructing the captives to move boulders from the ruins of the pyramid. The captives would use the boulders taken from the ruins of the Great Pyramid to build a new castle. It didn't need to be big. It was enough to deal with this war. From Old Guys to New Guys, it was only 500 kilometers away. Old Guys was to New Guys just like Nan in Town was to Tolos. They were both strategic bridgeheads. That afternoon, Blackie took his 2 younger brothers and 6 younger brothers to throw 9 bunches of grape bombs at the port of New Guys. Dany used more than a ton of kerosene to announce to the world that from today onwards, East-West sea trade would stop. Chapter 5:15. If Queers was the gate between the east and the west, then New Gith was the front yard between the west and the east. In terms of geographical location, New Gith was inferior to Queers, but as a strategic location that blocked the trade between the east and the west, there was not much difference between the two. When New Gith and its nearby waters fell into the flames of war, the trade between the east and the west was no longer safe. Due to the rise of Dragon Queen, the sea trade was once again hit hard. In desperation, countless sea merchants in the city-states of Ursus began to save themselves. Just like how kindergartens turned into barbecue shops during the epidemic, the sea merchants in this world turned into grain merchants, craftsmen turned into farmers, and cash crops such as cotton, oil, sugar, tobacco, and herbs in the fields turned into grain crops such as wheat, soybeans, and corn. In fact, this change began to happen long ago, even before Dragon Queen came up with the food treasure. Because the slave trade was an extremely important part of the great maritime trade, now that the largest slave trade market collapsed, the sea trade would of course suffer a heavy blow. Moreover, Queers, New Gith, Volantis and other city-states were also the most important part of the sea trade, but now they were all at war with the slave bay. Oh, I digress. The impact of the Battle of New Gith on the sea trade continued to spread, and the war had just begun. On the second day, Garth's fleet led the captives into Old Gith, and on the same day, Dragon Queen attacked New Gith. New Gith was attacked for the first time. The loss was not great, but the impact was far-reaching. The world's sea merchants were frightened and did not dare to approach New Gith port. On the third day the Old Gith port was roughly rebuilt. On the same day Dragon Queen and Black Dragon stayed in Old Gith, and only General Wildfire accompanied Green Dragon, White Dragon and Gold Dragon to attack New Gith. Within a day there were 2 waves of kerosene bombs, and the people of New Gith were frightened. On the 4th day the fleet from New York Village at the southern end of Liberty Island arrived in Old Gith, bringing food and production materials. On the same day Dragon Queen and Black Dragon stayed in Old Gith, and only General Wildfire, Green Dragon, White Dragon and Gold Dragon attacked New Gith. It was still twice a day. New Gith gave up on rebuilding the port, and the people of New Gith began to flee to the neighboring Jean Island. On the 5th day the first bungalow built with the stone and wood of the Great Pyramid was completed. Dragon Queen moved in, and General Wildfire accompanied the Green, White and Gold Dragons to attack New Guys. On the 6th day, Dragon Queen went on as usual. She even began to organize people to reclaim the wasteland covered by green plants. At this time the Allied spies finally passed through the Strait of Jiskari and took a detour from the east, secretly sneaking into the bushes 5 kilometers away from Old Jiskari. Yes, from afar, secretly observing with binoculars. Just like that, another 3 days passed, and the Alliance gradually discovered a pattern. Dragon Queen did not participate in the bombardment of Zingis, and her black dragon was sleeping on a small hill. After that, Warlord Yuan Kai personally wrote a letter to two-headed King Beni of Mat Aris. The Dragon Queen is very smart. Her goal is not to take over New Gith, but to destroy the Alliance's resource center. Just like how she took down Tolos but did not occupy Tolos. She knew that no matter how many city-states she conquered, it would only disperse her strength. Only by causing the Alliance to lose a good supply chain will we have a chance to win this war. So, we can't go at her pace, we have to disrupt her rhythm. Either we ask Prince Beni to lead the winged dragons to guard New Gith, protect it, and ambush the Megalosaurus. Or we can take advantage of the fact that the Dragon Queen is out to ambush the cities in Slaver's Bay, causing her to be unable to attack New Gith. Yes, Beni was the Prince of Mat Aris, and people gave him the nickname, Two-Headed Demon King. Actually, the two-headed demon had been tempted when he first received the suggestion of taking revenge on the Dragon Queen and stealing her home from New Gith. But the loss in Tolos was too great. 30 winged dragons except for himself were all wiped out. Thinking about it, if Mat Aris still had ready-made winged dragon knights, why did they not go to Tolos together? Why did they hold back when they ambushed the Dragon Queen? What a joke. To put it bluntly, Grazidan's suggestion was very good, and Beni and Jenny agreed, but Mat Aris did not have any dragons. Yes, there were no dragons for the time being. Like New Gith, Danny did not know that Mat Aris did not have any winged dragons. New Gith thought that Beni had a dragon because Jenny wanted to appease them and deceive them. Danny thought that Beni had a dragon because none of the captives could withstand the interrogation of the Whip of Solitude. Their confessions were very consistent. There were about 100 trainees in the same batch who participated in the Dragon Knight training. After the training, they were divided into groups of 10 and entered the dragon training bases in the Sea of Sighs. Because of the separate training, the captives did not know that they had dragons, and the remaining 70% of their companions were not assigned any winged dragons. This led to Danny's misjudgment. She thought that there were 7 other training bases, but they did not complete the training, so they did not come together last time. In a way, her guess was not wrong. Beni did not directly reject New Gith that day. He only replied, "Wait a little longer. Maybe Danny and Rise are playing tricks. Their target is not New Gith at all, but the remaining winged dragons." Then, when Zingi sent spies to figure out the Dragon Queen's movements and make preparations for the subsequent sneak attack, Beni once again took the dragon horn named Dragon Slayer and headed to the rainforest of the Sasrath continent, where he once again controlled 40 pterosaurs. The Dragon Slayer surpassed the Dragon Binder, and was Veleglia's most powerful dragon's horn, but even it could not control the Megalosaurus indefinitely. Beni's strength was limited, the distance was too far, and the power that Jenny could transfer to him was limited. 30 winged dragons last time was the upper limit. This time he could control 40 winged dragons not because Beni's strength had increased, nor because the dragon's horn had upgraded. The main reason was that the 40 winged dragons this time were younger and smaller than last time. The second time he received the Kayuan Wargid's request for help, Beni immediately replied, "Keep a close eye on the black dragons." On the 10th day after the Battle of the Bay of Sorrows, Big Sparrow sent a letter to Dragonstone Island. The new statues of the 7 gods have been completed. I hope that Dragon Queen will consider using the new statues and teachings in Slave Bay. The 7 gods, each of the 7 gods had an additional black dragon mount. The Great Guardian of Light was the guardian of the 7 gods, equivalent to the King's Guard in the mortal world. On the 11th day Big Sparrow held a grand mass ceremony. More than 200,000 believers gathered in and out of King's Landing. Standing in the lecture hall, Big Sparrow announced, "The long night is coming. The prophecy of the 7 gods, the one that Danny Taylor made for Big Sparrow, will come true. At this time, the Great Guardian of Light has to take on more important responsibilities. He is the guardian of the 7 gods, my good helper. He and I, and all the other lambs of the 7 gods, under the guidance of the 7 gods, will eliminate the deviants and end the long night." On this day Blackie evolved again. On this day Danny was wild with joy but also extremely conflicted. She was happy because her goal was achieved. Things were as she had guessed before. Under the conferment of Big Sparrow, the Holy Sun, Blackie successfully usurped the authority of the 7 gods. However, Blackie's talent was limited. He was given the title but he did not deserve it. He could not swallow the 7 priesthoods of the 7 gods in one gulp. With his current ability he could only choose one at most. Therefore Danny was conflicted. Heavenly Father, Holy Mother, girl, blacksmith, warrior, stranger, old woman. Who should she choose? Who should she choose to be? If there was no steel statue of Godot, Danny would hesitate between warrior and stranger. But now, she seemed to have 7 choices, but in fact she could only bet on the blacksmith. It was also on this day that Blackie became the blacksmith. In an instant, countless lines of faith crossed the pool of faith and directly connected to him. All the believers of the 7 gods were believers of Blackie. 1/7 of the successful usurpation. It could be said that from this day onwards, Blackie, Beleriand, the Black Goat, the goddess of lust, and many other veteran demigods and evil gods became existences in the same realm, perhaps with different powers. Then, on the 12th day after the Battle of the Gulf of Sorrow, a pterosaur circled around the Valeglia Peninsula to avoid the sight of the Dragon Queen, sneaked into Jean Island, and under the cover of the night, went north to Old Guys. 30 kilometers east of Old Guys City, the pterosaur landed, leaving behind a pure-blooded pterosaur knight who believed in Beleriand and had a noble 14-fire peak. The pterosaur knight met up with the spies of New Guys and snuck 2 kilometers away from Old Guys. He hid in the bushes and used binoculars to observe the town in the distance. On the morning of the 13th day, the pterosaur knight prayed to Beleriand and recited the scriptures very devoutly. A strong thought repeated in his mind countless times. The black dragon was lying on the ruins of the Great Pyramid, basking in the sun and sleeping. 1,500 kilometers away, Beleriand used a secret technique to receive the voice of his believers. He could not hear anything. Unless there was a blood sacrifice, or the praying was the Holy Sun with the highest level of faith such as the Great Sparrow. Otherwise, the believers would not be able to contact the gods from more than 1,000 kilometers away. Not to mention Beleriand, even the King of Light Lalo was the same. This world's suppression of extraordinary power was so strong. Even though Big Black had become one of the 7 gods, it could only listen to the prayers of the devout through the statues of the blacksmith and great guardian in the great cathedral. It had to be devout enough or else it would not be able to touch the line of faith connected to Big Black. It also consumed a lot of faith power and was not worth it. Other demigods would not do that at all. Last time in Tolos, the pterosaur knight was able to communicate with Benny in real time, because he was very close to Benny. And like Jenny, Benny had also become a part of Beleriand's future. Being close to Benny was equivalent to being by Beleriand's side. Yes, the future. Benny's bloodline was noble. After death, his soul would be integrated into the big family of Beleriand. However, this did not mean that the pterosaur knight's prayers were useless. Beleriand could not hear the hearts of the believers, but he could sense part of their emotions. Happiness meant that the black dragon was in Old Guys. Worry meant that the black dragon was not there. Yes, last time in Tolos the ambush had failed and they had been tricked to the point that they were almost completely wiped out. Jenny and Benny had also begun to lean towards the war god Yuan Kai, constantly worried that they would fall into the trap of the cunning Dragon Queen again. Now Benny was sure that the Black Dragon and the Dragon Queen were in Old Guys. Slave Bay was unguarded. They could boldly steal the Dragon Queen's home and give her a bloody retribution. Benny waved his hand and roared fanatically to the dragons behind him, "Let's go to Myrene, take down the labor camp, liberate 100,000 people of Guys, and overthrow the rule of the demon mother of dragons in Myrene." His 40 pterosaurs flapped their wings and leaped from the waist-high grassland, flying towards Myrene City in the south. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.